in the land of 100 nations within Zhao State in Qingyun County, lay Wanxiang City. At this moment, a young man dressed in white with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features strikingly handsome, was standing in the city, surveying his surroundings in all directions. I spent a full year and traveled nearly 100,000 kilometers, but I have finally left Chu State and arrived in Zhao State. It seems unlikely the family will take notice of me now. I should first buy a residence and temporarily settle down here, Lin Fan murmured to himself. He had already observed Wanxiang City for several days and found it quite satisfactory, suitable for establishing a temporary home. Lin Fan had once been an orphan on Blue Star who died in the act of saving someone. It had now been 31 years since he reincarnated into this world, and only a year ago had he awakened the memories of his previous life. A year ago, Lin Fan had still been an ordinary member of the Lin clan, one of the 4 great families of Chu State. The Lin clan had a legacy spanning more than 5,000 years and was considered ancient within Chu, its strength second only to the royal family of Chu. In the branch of the Lin clan where Lin Fan resided, the number of direct clan members exceeded 1 million. Including the wives who had married into the clan, their total population surpassed 5 million. Moreover, every single one of them was a martial practitioner. Their publicly acknowledged ancestral patriarch was a powerhouse who had reached great perfection of the Purple Mansion realm. Aside from this patriarch, there were 3 Grand Elders at the mid-Purple Mansion stage and 5 Grand Elders at the early Purple Mansion stage. At the Purple Mansion realm, one's lifespan could reach 800 years. To ordinary people, such beings were veritable old monsters. With such strength, they could be regarded as top-tier powerhouses even within Chu State. After all, the publicly known ancestral patriarch of the Chu royal family was only at the early divine platform stage, a realm merely 1 level higher than the Purple Mansion realm. As for whether there were even stronger experts hidden within the Lin clan, Lin Fan had no idea. Such matters were far beyond anything he could come into contact with. As for this world's divisions of strength, Lin Fan's understanding was incomplete. He only knew of the 5 tempering stages of the body: tendon refining, marrow cleansing, bone forging, organ tempering, and blood replacement. Following those came the transcendent stages: opening, origin, chi, see Purple Mansion, divine platform, and divine ability. As for any realms beyond those, Lin Fan did not yet know. At present, Lin Fan had reached the blood replacement stage, which was the consummation of the body tempering phase. Even at mere body tempering great perfection, his lifespan had already extended to 150 years, twice that of his previous life. As for why Lin Fan now appeared in Wanxiang City of Zhao State, it was because he no longer had any real connection with the Lin clan of Chu State. It was not that the Lin clan had expelled Lin Fan, but rather that he had chosen to sever ties and go out to establish a branch lineage. The Lin clan had a rule: any member who had not broken through to the opening origin realm by the age of 30 had to face a choice. One option was to help manage the clan's industries and earn resources for the clan. The other was to choose to leave the clan and venture out to establish a branch family. Those who chose to go out and build a branch would receive 100 yellow-grade spirit stones from the clan as startup capital, regarded as the clan's final assistance. After leaving the clan, whether they lived or died, the clan would no longer intervene. Precisely because they had severed ties, they would no longer enjoy the protection of the clan. Most members of the Lin clan, when confronted with this choice, opted to remain and manage the clan's industries. Very few, like Lin Fan, chose to venture out and establish a new branch. In a world rife with danger, to leave the clan without even reaching the opening origin realm was naturally fraught with peril at every turn. Remaining within the clan to manage its industries would indeed reduce the time available for cultivation and make progress in strength far more difficult. Yet under the clan's protection, at least one's life would not be easily endangered. In truth, the Lin clan's approach could be regarded as a form of precaution. This world was far from peaceful. From time to time, clans and powers were annihilated over disputes regarding cultivation resources. If the Lin clan were suddenly wiped out one day, these branch lineages scattered outside might yet survive, thereby preserving the clan's bloodline and heritage. And the price they paid for this precaution was merely 100 yellow-grade spirit stones. Such an amount was insignificant to the Lin clan, which possessed its own spirit stone veins. As for why Lin Fan chose to leave the clan, it was because when he awakened the memories of his past life a year ago, he also bound a system, the so-called strongest family system. Although the system had already been bound, the conditions for activation had not yet been met. Only by becoming a family head could he initiate it. Within the Lin clan, Lin Fan was merely an ordinary member. His parents had lost their lives when performing a mission for the clan during his childhood, leaving him essentially without support. Given his status, it was impossible for him to ascend to the position of clan head. Furthermore, the clan's upper echelons were mired in struggles for power and profit. Inevitable for the higher one's rank within the clan, the more abundant the cultivation resources they commanded. Those power struggles meant that many eyes coveted the position of clan head. If Lin Fan were to declare any intention of becoming clan leader, he would be killed before he could even explain himself, his bones ground to dust. Since there was no possibility of ever becoming clan head, he might as well open his own genealogy and forge an entirely new family. In any case, he felt little sense of belonging toward the Lin clan. He had no friends within the Lin clan, nor any childhood sweetheart. There was nothing and no one to hold him back. After leaving the clan, in order to avoid drawing the Lin clan's attention during his development, Lin Fan chose to move far away from Chu State and into neighboring Zhao State. This world was vast beyond measure. The territory of Chu State alone spanned 50 million square kilometers. Zhao State's strength was not far from Chu's, and relations between the two were neither particularly good nor particularly bad. With so many nations, wars were inevitable, leading the two states at times to huddle together for warmth, forming temporary alliances. Lin Fan's decision to choose Zhao State was largely because it lay relatively close by. There was no helping it. In this world, a single nation's territory could easily reach tens of millions of square kilometers, simply too vast. With only body tempering great perfection cultivation, it was already barely within Lin Fan's ability to reach Zhao State. Had he gone any farther, he might well have lost his life along the way. One cannot develop a family without a fixed clan residence. However, there is no rush for a family estate just yet. Why should first purchase a residence where I can settle down? The most important matter now is to become a family head and then activate the system. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan did not delay. Very soon, he located a tooth shop and agency dealing in properties. The moment Lin Fan stepped inside, a servant came forward to receive him. "Young master, how may I be of service? I intend to purchase a residence. Do you have any suitable properties here?" "Young master, we have quite a number of residences for sale. Allow me to introduce a few, and you may see if any catch your interest." "Very well." Under the attendant's detailed introduction, Lin Fan spent 500 taels of gold to purchase a 3-courtyard residence. In this world, ordinary people likewise used gold, silver, and copper coins as currency for everyday transactions. Only martial practitioners who had reached the opening origin realm and above would need to use spirit stones. Spirit stones were categorized from lowest to highest as yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, saint grade, and emperor grade. 100 yellow grade spirit stones equaled 1 profound grade spirit stone, and so on in succession. A single yellow grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver equaled 1,000 copper coins. The purchasing power of a single copper coin was roughly equivalent to 1 unit of currency in Lin Fan's previous life. The 100 yellow-grade spirit stones granted by the clan already constituted an enormous fortune for Lin Fan, whose strength was only at body tempering great perfection. Once everything was fully settled, Lin Fan sat down beside a stone table in the courtyard and silently called out to the system in his heart. "I have established a home here. This should count as being a family head, right?" Lin Fan still felt somewhat apprehensive, for at the moment he was nothing more than a commander without any subordinates. Just then a crisp notification sounded within his mind. Ding. Host has been detected to possess an initial clan residence. System activation commencing. Please wait patiently. Seeing that the system had begun to activate, Lin Fan finally allowed his heart to relax. Not long after the system initialization reached 100%. Ding. The strongest family system has been activated. A novice gift pack has been awarded to the host. Does the host wish to open it? Hearing that there was a novice gift pack, Lin Fan's expression lit up with undisguised anticipation. Whether this system was stingy or generous would soon be revealed by the rewards inside that gift pack. There is no rush to open the novice gift pack. System, introduce your functions first. Since the novice gift pack would not run away, Lin Fan decided to first understand what functions the system possessed. Function 1, branching out and multiplying descendants. So long as the host expands his lineage, he will receive rewards. Function 2, so long as the family strength increases, the system will likewise grant rewards. Function 3, system space. The system space is infinite and can store and retrieve any non-living item. Function 4, probing. The host can investigate others' favorability and loyalty toward him, as well as their personal information. At present, the system is in its initial stage. After leveling up, more functions will be unlocked. Although there were only 4 functions for now, Lin Fan was already quite satisfied. With these 4 functions, it was as though he had grown wings on a tiger. System, do you have my attribute panel? Yes. Does the host wish to open the attribute panel? Open it. Host Lin Fan, remaining lifespan 119 years, identity patriarch of the Lin family, family fortune 100, family rank 0, strength, body tempering perfection stage, aptitude yellow grade, supreme cultivation technique yellow grade, high gear technique Na Yuan, Ju martial skills and movement techniques yellow grade, high gear, stone shattering, hand minor completion, gentle breeze, sword art, great completion yellow grade, supreme gale step, great completion, weapons yellow grade, low tier, Qingyun sword Wealth, 100 yellow-grade spirit stones, 250 tails of gold, 500 tails of silver pills, 3 bottles of yellow-grade low-tier body tempering pills, 10 pills per bottle. Lin Fan studied his attribute panel and could only conclude that it was very ordinary. In the past, this would have left him utterly discouraged, for with yellow-grade supreme aptitude, he could in theory cultivate only up to the Chi-Si realm, and even then only by consuming vast amounts of resources. Of course, obtaining certain heaven-sent treasures could also defy fate and alter one's destiny. Yet treasures of that level were utterly beyond his reach. With his former status, he feared that even by the end of his life, he would be unable to gather the resources needed to reach the Chi-Si realm, let alone obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures. To break through to the Kaiyuan realm alone would already have been the pinnacle for Lin Fan. Yet even after breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm, one's lifespan would be only 300 years. For Lin Fan, who yearned for everlasting life, such a span was still far too short. Now, however, with the system in his possession, everything had become possible. Next, Lin Fan decided he would first take a few concubines, and then develop in a low-key manner. Before he possessed true strength, treading the path of cautious forbearance was the best choice. He had been in Wanxiang City for several days already, and had roughly grasped the situation here. The powers in Wanxiang City were not particularly strong. The most powerful faction was naturally the City Lord's mansion, with the City Lord himself at the late Kaiyuan stage, while the City Lord's lady had reached the early Kaiyuan stage. Aside from the City Lord's mansion, there were also the Chun, Li, and Wang families. Within the Chun and Li families, each possessed an old patriarch at the mid-Kaiyuan stage, while the Wang family had an old patriarch at the early Kaiyuan stage. Beyond these few powers, there were 8 more families that possessed warriors at the perfection stage of body tempering. As for the remaining families below body tempering perfection, they numbered in the dozens, with their strongest experts at the organ tempering stage. Below the organ tempering stage, one could only be considered a non-mainstream power in Wanxiang City. Of course, even such non-mainstream forces still stood far above ordinary people. The territory under Wanxiang City's jurisdiction spanned more than 5 million square kilometers, with a population of roughly 200 million. Among so many people, fewer than 1 million had the possibility of becoming warriors, and most of them remained in the muscle and marrow cleansing stages. In fact, everyone in this world could cultivate. Even with the most ordinary mortal-grade aptitude, one could, by grinding away with time, eventually reach the marrow cleansing stage of body tempering. Once one reached the marrow cleansing stage, a single swing of the arm could generate a force of over 1,000 jin, an overwhelming strength compared to ordinary folk. Unfortunately, most people had no path to cultivation, for cultivation techniques were all held tightly in the hands of those families and sects, completely beyond the reach of commoners. Though many sects did recruit disciples, all of them imposed aptitude requirements. Moreover, the roads leading to the sects were unimaginably long, and commoners faced a high chance of encountering bandits along the way. Beyond bandits, there were even more terrifying threats: demonic beasts and evil cultivators. For ordinary people, encountering such beings meant certain death, so most, for the sake of their lives, dared not stray far from their homelands. After reading through the attribute panel, Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, his face once again brimming with expectation. System, open the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. You have obtained a portable small world. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a family divine tree. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive cultivation technique, Qiankuan He Dao Ju. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 yellow-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 Xian-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Xian-grade supreme cultivation techniques and 100 yellow-grade supreme cultivation techniques. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Xian-grade supreme martial skills and 100 yellow-grade supreme Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of yellow-grade supreme breakthrough pill, which can help a cultivator at the perfection stage of the Kaiyuan realm break through to the Chi-Si realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of yellow-grade high-tier breakthrough pills, which can help cultivators at the perfection stage of body tempering break through to the Kaiyuan realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 bottles of yellow-grade mid-tier condensing yuan pills, which aid cultivation in the Kaiyuan realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 bottles of yellow-grade low-tier body tempering pills, which aid cultivation in the body tempering realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 yellow-grade supreme longsword, 10 yellow-grade high-tier longswords, 100 yellow-grade mid-tier longswords, and 1,000 yellow-grade low-tier longswords. All rewards have been stored in the system space. The host may retrieve them at any time. The portable world has already fused with the host. You may enter it by thought alone. System, you are truly generous. Gazing at these rewards, Lin Fan could not keep the grin off his face. With these pills alone, he could in a short time cultivate 10 Chi-Si realm powerhouses. Chi realm experts could serve as elders even in the Lin family of Chu Nation, holding considerable authority within the clan. The portable world in particular filled Lin Fan with boundless anticipation. Let me first take a look at my portable world. With a mere thought, Lin Fan vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared within the portable world. Contrary to the idyllic paradise Lin Fan had envisioned, the interior contained nothing but boundless black soil and a vast lake. There was not a single trace of life. There was not even a single plant. Yet the ambient heaven and earth spiritual energy within this space was more than 10 times that of Wanxiang City and even denser than in the former Lin family estate. Cultivating here would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. System, please introduce this portable small world. At the same time, the flow of time is 5 times faster than the outside world. 1 day outside equals 5 days inside. More importantly, consuming 5 days of lifespan inside is at the same time, the flow of time is 5 times faster than the outside world. 1 day outside equals 5 days inside. More importantly, consuming 5 days of lifespan inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. This means that as long as the host stays in the small world, their lifespan is equivalent to that of a warrior of the same level multiplied by 5. With such a miraculous function, even if I put a pig here, it could become a pig demon in the end. However, Lin Fan quickly thought of a key issue and hurriedly inquired the system. System, if I bring outsiders in, is there a way to prevent them from leaking information? With such a miraculous small world, it would definitely be an excellent place to cultivate the family. But if I can't prevent leaks, I absolutely won't let outsiders in, not even the closest of people. If the small world is leaked, I might have to hide inside and never go out again. The host can first plant the family divine tree in the small world. With the presence of the family divine tree, measures to prevent leaks can be established. Family divine tree. Lin Fan had heard of it before, but he hadn't paid much attention. He didn't expect it to be the key to preventing leaks. With a thought, the entire small world was under his control. As the master of the small world, he was like the heavenly Tao within it. Aside from being unable to create life or conjure something from nothing, he could be considered omnipotent. That island in the center of the lake is quite good. It serves as the center of the small world, so we'll plant it there. With a thought, Lin Fan appeared on the island in the lake. This island wasn't small, covering an area of 10 square kilometers. I didn't expect there to be a spiritual pond here the size of 10 acres. It seems this small world's natural energy emanates from here. Lin Fan took a sip and instantly felt a wave of comfort surge through him, with a vague feeling of impending breakthrough in his cultivation. What a blessed land! I'll plant the family divine tree here. Soon a family divine tree, standing 1 zhang tall, was planted by Lin Fan next to the spiritual pond. After pouring some pond water on it, it radiated a rich vitality. Lin Fan examined it, but couldn't discern anything particularly special about the family divine tree. He only found it somewhat aesthetically pleasing. System, introduced this family divine tree. Host, the family divine tree will grow stronger as the family grows stronger, and it can currently suppress the family's fortune. With the family divine tree present, methods to seize fortune will be ineffective against the host's family. Additionally, anyone brought into the small world by the host, as long as their favorability or loyalty towards the host reaches above 70, will have an imprint inscribed in their souls by the divine tree, which they will not be aware of. Once imprinted, even if a powerful being conducts a soul search, they will not detect any information regarding the host or the host's family. More importantly, as the family grows stronger, the divine tree will bear fruits that alter cultivation qualifications, making it possible for everyone in the family to become a holy body in the future. Staring at this information, Lin Fan was dumbfounded. He could only sigh that he was about to take off, and longevity was no longer a dream. However, next he still needed to remain low-key. Improving his strength was key. He needed time to grow and avoid conflicts with other forces unless others provoked him. System, please introduce my exclusive cultivation technique, Qiankuan He Dao Ju. The Qiankuan He Dao Ju is a cultivation technique far beyond the imperial level. After practicing it, it can continuously enhance the host's qualifications, even improving the qualifications of the host's Tao partner gradually. Additionally, it is a powerful dual cultivation technique that can rapidly enhance the strength of both partners. System, quickly transmit the technique to me. After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. Who could refuse such a powerful tech? Soon 1 day passed in the outside world, while 5 days had passed in the small world. Lin Fan finally completed the technique transition. System, opened the attribute panel. Host Lin Fan, remaining lifespan 269 years, identity head of the Lin family, family fortune, family level 0, strength complete, opening Yuan realm qualifications, low grade mystic technique, Qiankuan He Dao Ju, martial skills, upper grade yellow shattered stone, hand minor completion, clear wind sword technique, major completion, upper grade yellow swift wind step, major completion, weapon, upper grade yellow dragon pattern, sword wealth, 1,000 mystic stones, yellow stones, 2,500 tails of gold, 500 tails. of silver elixirs, 1 bottle of upper-grade yellow mirror-breaking pill, 10 bottles of upper-grade yellow mirror-breaking pill, 100 bottles of middle-grade yellow condensing yuan pill, 1,003 bottles of lower-grade yellow body refinement pill, weapons, 1 upper-grade yellow long sword, 10 upper-grade yellow long swords, 100 middle-grade yellow long swords, 1,001 lower-grade yellow long swords. I didn't expect that after completing the transition of the cultivation technique my strength would rise by a whole ma. Feeling the immense strength within him, Lin Fan was in a great mood. With his current strength, he could easily suppress 100 of his past selves with a wave of his hand. Though the body refinement realm boasts tremendous power, reaching complete body refinement grants a single arm the strength of over 10,000 pounds. Yet even so, it still belongs to the mortal stage with a maximum lifespan of 150 years. In contrast, the core of the opening yuan realm is to open the dantian and sense the cosmic energy with a lifespan extending to 300 years. In Lin Fan's past life, 300 years was sufficient for a dynasty to rise and fall. Unlike the body refinement realm, which focuses on refining the body, the opening yuan realm requires creating a space within the dantian to hold the cosmic energy. Once the space is opened, it can absorb the cosmic energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into one's own energy. From then on, one can be considered to have truly stepped into the path of cultivation and can utilize cosmic energy to enhance attacks and defenses. Now the space of 1 li in the dantian has already been filled with cosmic energy. Next, as long as he continues to expand the dantian space, he will be able to break through to the Qi realm. If I consolidate my cultivation for another day or two, I can break through to the Qi realm with the help of the upper-grade yellow mirror-breaking pill. Lin Fan was naturally looking forward to breaking through to the Qi realm. Such powerful beings as those in the Qi realm only appear in the county city. A small city like the Wanxiang city doesn't have any. In the Lin family of Chu country, those in the Qi realm are already considered high-ranking elders. What Lin Fan looked forward to most was that those in the Qi realm could fly. Surely no man could resist the temptation of flight. Even at the initial stage of the Qi realm, the flying speed could exceed 10 Mach, equivalent to flying over 1,200 kilometers in an hour. Such speed could easily make the Ultraman in his past lives movies look like it was being ground into the dirt. Now my strength is unrivaled even in Wuxiang City. It is time to begin preparations for taking concubines. By the way, system, are there any requirements for doing so? Lin Fan genuinely feared the system might demand a divine body or sacred body. Such rare constitutions were far beyond his current reach. Rest assured, Master, the process imposes no formal requirements. All depends entirely on your personal preference. That said, the greater one's innate talent, the more generous the rewards bestowed. Hearing there were no stringent conditions, Lin Fan finally breathed easy. He had only just begun his cultivation journey and harbored no illusions about acquiring divine or sacred bodies at this stage. With greater strength, such exceptional constitutions might well seek him out of their own accord. Until then, discretion remained the wisest course. Remarkable. The pocket realm has expanded as well, now spanning 200 square kilometers. Leaving such vast land fallow would be nothing short of wasteful. Once the concubines are secured, my next objective will be to cultivate spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit rice across every inch of this fertile ground. Gazing upon the expanse, Lin Fan felt both unwavering confidence and profound peace of mind. However, the temporal ratio remains unchanged, still 1 hour inside to 5 outside. No matter, a 1:5 ratio suffices for now. Greed serves no purpose. By the way, system, what conditions must be met to elevate my family's rank? 1 Qi realm cultivator and 10 origin opening realm cultivators, plus sufficient celestial fortune. Lin Fan judged this goal attainable in the near term. System, please elaborate on this world and its cultivation hierarchy. Lin Fan knew the world was vast, but its true scale eluded his imagination. This realm is known as the Divine Wasteland realm. The Divine Wasteland realm comprises 3,000 continents, each separated by boundless starry voids. Even neighboring continents lie over 1,000,000 light-years apart. You currently reside upon the Xiantian continent, one among those 3,000. The Xiantian continent is further divided into 5 great domains: the eastern, southern, western, northern, and central domains. Your present location lies within Xian province, one of the 9 provinces of the eastern domain. Along Xian province's periphery stretches the myriad-mile mountain range famed as the 100,000,000 mountain range. So you mean my 100-kingdom realm constitutes merely a fragment of Qian province in the eastern domain, separated from it by the 100,000,000 mountain range? Lin Fan stood momentarily stunned. According to the system's description, his current abode barely qualified as a beginner's hamlet. He'd known the world immense, but never fathomed its staggering immensity. After all, the 100-kingdom realm itself was no trivial territory, a crucible of warring kingdoms where over 100 dynasties vied for supremacy, each weakest dynasty commanding territories exceeding 10 million square kilometers. The most powerful dynasties ruled domains spanning hundreds of millions, even billions, of square kilometers. Yet even this colossal expanse formed but a sliver of Qian province itself, one of 9 provinces within the eastern domain of the Xinjiang continent. Yet grasping the world's true magnitude only sharpened Lin Fan's resolve. System continue. Elaborate upon the cultivation realms. Cultivation here unfolds across 14 major stages: body tempering, origin, opening, chi, sea, purple mansion, divine platform, spirit art, venerable, quasi-sage, sage, king sage, emperor sage, sovereign quasi-emperor, and celestial emperor. The body tempering stage further divides into 5 sublevels: meridian, unblocking, marrow, cleansing, bone forging, organ, refining, and blood replacement. From origin opening through venerable, each stage comprises 4 sublevels: initial, middle, late, and perfected. From quasi-sage to celestial emperor, progression advances through 9 distinct tiers. System: does cultivation extend beyond the celestial emperor stage? Indeed it does. Yet master your current strength remains exceedingly modest. Do not let ambition outpace your foundation. Lin Fan fell speechless. Yet truthfully attaining celestial emperor status still lay immeasurably distant. Learning what lay beyond held little practical value, for now. System explained the classification of cultivation aptitude. Aptitude ranks, from highest to lowest, as Emperor, Sage, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, and Mortal, each further subdivided into Supreme, Upper, Middle, and Lower grades. Beyond these lie special constitutions, spirit bodies, divine bodies, sacred bodies, and others. Yellow grade aptitude supports cultivation up to the Chi-Si realm. Profound grade corresponds to the Purple Mansion and Divine Platform realms, Earth grade to Spirit Art and Venerable realms. Heaven grade aptitude and spirit bodies align with Quasi-Sage, and Sage realms, Sage grade and Divine bodies with Sage King, through Sage, Sovereign realms, Emperor grade, and Sacred bodies with Quasi-Emperor and Celestial Emperor realms. Likewise, pills, formation arrays, cultivation manuals, and weapons all follow this same 7-tier hierarchy. Emperor, Sage, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, Mortal. Through the system's exposition, Lin Fan gained a foundational understanding of this world, and with it, an even firmer conviction survival demanded patience, caution, and steady growth. This world was profoundly perilous. Wuxiang City, Baiwa Pavilion. Having exited his pocket realm, Lin Fan arrived here. Though often mistaken for a pleasure house, Baiwa Pavilion functioned more like a matrimonial agency from his past life. Yet unlike ordinary matchmaking services, every maiden here belonged to Baiwa Pavilion, carefully nurtured since childhood, making them ideal candidates for Lin Fan's current needs. Lin Fan was no stranger to Baiwa Pavilion. It maintained branches even in the royal capital of Chu Kingdom. Its influence spanned the entire 100 Kingdom realm, rendering it a truly colossal power. In Lin Fan's estimation, most dynasties likely possessed less overall strength than Baiwa Pavilion. Now that he grasped the world's broader contours, Lin Fan even suspected Baiwa Pavilion was not merely a force within the 100 Kingdom realm, but rather a major sect operating across the Xinjiang continent. Of course, this remained mere conjecture. Regardless of Baiwa Pavilion's true origins, confronting it lay far beyond his present capabilities. "Oh, Master, you're new here. I'm Xionyang. May I ask your name? Have you come to Baiwa Pavilion seeking a..." At Lin Fan's arrival, a flamboyantly dressed matchmaker hurried over, effusively greeting him. "I am surnamed Lin. I've come to seek a Dao companion, and also intend to acquire several maidservants. Might you offer recommendations, Xionyang?" Hearing Lin Fan intended to purchase not just one, but several maidservants, Xionyang's eyes gleamed. This commission promised a handsome commission. Even Baiwa Pavilion's most ordinary maidens commanded a price of 100 taels of gold, a sum no ordinary body-tempering level family could afford for a concubine, let alone for maidservants. 100 taels of gold could buy over 100 servants elsewhere. Life held little value in this world. People were its most abundant resource. Wuxiang City alone housed 20 million souls. Qingyun Commandery comprised over a dozen such cities, and Zhao Kingdom contained 15 commanderies. Qingyun Commandery ranked only mid-tier within Zhao Kingdom, whose governor, its strongest cultivator, stood at the perfected Chi-Si realm. Zhao Kingdom alone numbered in the tens of billions. In this world, life was harsh for ordinary people, while vast wealth lay concentrated in the hands of martial cultivators. When calamities, natural or man-made, struck, families desperate to avoid starvation sold their children without hesitation. A mere few taels of silver could purchase one. The Blossom Pavilion commanded exorbitant prices because even its most common courtesans possessed yellow rank lower grade aptitude, and at minimum had attained the meridian opening realm. Beyond martial prowess, they were rigorously trained in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, skills rivaling those of noble-born daughters raised in elite households. Given the substantial investment the Blossom Pavilion had made in their cultivation and refinement, such steep pricing was only natural. This establishment was never intended for common folk. Xiaonyang glanced at Lin Fan, uncertain whether he truly intended to make a purchase, but still offered her explanation with patient grace. Young Master Lin, as it is your first visit, allow me to introduce our establishment. Even the most ordinary courtesans here possess yellow rank lower grade aptitude and have just entered the meridian opening realm. As for beauty, you need not worry, each has been meticulously selected. Thus our pricing reflects this excellence. A yellow rank lower grade courtesan requires 100 taels of gold. Would that be acceptable to you, young master? Having finished her introduction, Xiaonyang cast an expectant glance toward Lin Fan, eager naturally to close this transaction. Lin Fan, however, felt no strain whatsoever upon hearing the price. 100 taels of gold per courtesan posed no burden at all. He currently held 1,000 dark-grade origin stones, and countless yellow-grade origin stones equivalent in value to 200,000 yellow-grade stones. Since a single yellow-grade origin stone could procure 10 maidservants, this some weighed upon him not at all. Of course, discretion dictated he reveal neither his wealth nor his intentions too openly. Xiaonyang money is no concern. Please detail the prices for all aptitude tiers available at the Blossom Pavilion. Very well, young Master Lin. A yellow rank middle grade courtesan commands 500 taels of gold and remains within the meridian opening realm. A yellow rank upper grade courtesan costs 10 yellow grade origin stones and has advanced to the marrow washing realm. A yellow rank supreme grade courtesan demands 100 yellow grade origin stones and stands firmly within the bone forging realm. At this point, Xiaonyang paused. The sharp escalation in price for yellow rank upper grade aptitude stemmed from its rare potential. Such individuals might ascend to the spirit opening realm, thus transcending the realm of ordinary mortals entirely. Do you offer azure rank aptitude? Lin Fan asked, mildly surprised. Young master jest, she replied with a gentle smile. Wanxiang City is but a minor settlement. Even the city lord's household would find acquiring an azure rank courtesan a grievous strain on its resources. Moreover, azure rank transactions require dark grade origin stones, so our branch does not maintain any azure rank courtesans. Should you wish one, however, a deposit of 100 dark grade origin stones may be arranged, upon which a suitable candidate will be dispatched from the Blossom Pavilion's provincial headquarters. Naturally, consent must be freely given. The Blossom Pavilion never coerces azure rank courtesans, their choice remains wholly voluntary. And should she decline, rest assured, the deposit will be fully refunded. Having spoken, Xiaonyang gazed at Lin Fan with a warm, radiant smile. Azure rank lower grade aptitude carried the promise of ascending to the purple Fu realm, hence its far greater cost. Even the mistress of this very Blossom Pavilion branch possessed only azure rank lower grade aptitude. Once attaining azure rank status, courtesans gained full autonomy and became pillars of the Blossom Pavilion, receiving focused cultivation support. At this level, they could choose to remain within the pavilion, rising to lead its various branches as mistresses. Alternatively, they might elect to marry, though such unions demanded significantly more origin stones. The Blossom Pavilion was no charitable institution. Every transaction was conducted with precise, unyielding profit in mind. Dark grade aptitude is unnecessary. I merely asked out of curiosity. I possess neither the quantity nor the quality of origin stones required, especially not dark grade ones. Very well. Then I shall take 5 supreme grade courtesans and 10 upper grade ones. Hearing Lin Fan's bold request, Xiaonyang's heart leapt. This was a monumental order worth 600 origin stones. Should this deal close, she would earn 6 origin stones in commission. Please wait a moment, young master. I shall arrange everything for you immediately. As she spoke, Xiaonyang hurried away, trembling with excitement. In Wanxiang City, only the Yang family, the city lord's house, and the 3 great clans, Chun Li and Wang, possessed such staggering wealth. Other families, though possessing some wealth in gold, remained mired in the body refining realm, and could scarcely amass even a few yellow-grade origin stones. Such families were negligible. Though only one realm separates body refining from spirit opening, the chasm between them is immeasurable. Though these body refining families hoarded gold, they rarely accessed origin stones, unless fortune granted them rare yellow-rank upper-grade or higher spirit herbs, which alone could be exchanged for such treasures. Whether they could retain such gains, however, was another matter entirely. To cultivators beyond the spirit opening realm, gold is worthless scrap, while origin stones are vital resources capable of elevating one's strength. Origin stones contain pure, refined primordial energy, readily absorbed and easily refined. Soon thereafter, Xiaonyang returned accompanied by dozens of courtesans. Truth be told, Lin Fan had never witnessed such a spectacle, truly a riot of blossoms in full bloom. Their elegance and poise eclipsed utterly the fleeting charms of short video beauties from his past life. When beauty reaches its zenith, distinction lies not in features, but in aura. And the aura of cultivators is something no ordinary mortal can ever emulate. Young Master Lin, the first 15 before you are all supreme grade courtesans, the entire stock of our branch. Please examine them carefully and select those who please you. Lin Fan scrutinized them closely and admitted to himself truthfully that choosing was impossible. Each embodied a type he found deeply appealing. It was simply too difficult. Finally, he steeled his resolve and declared, Xionyang, I'll take them all. If selection proved futile, why bother? He lacked neither the means nor the motive to hesitate. Young Master Lin, do you speak in earnest? Xionyang's voice trembled. Such a patron had never graced this Blossom Pavilion branch, not once. Each of the great families procured at most 1 or 2 supreme-grade courtesans annually. That was precisely why so few remained available. Yet Lin Fan now sought to acquire them all, leaving Xionyang utterly astounded. Staring at her expression of disbelief, Lin Fan calmly produced a spatial storage pouch. Xionyang, here are 1,600 origin stones. For the 10 upper-grade courtesans, I shall make no further selections. Please arrange delivery to my residence. I trust the Blossom Pavilion will not disappoint me. He truly feared that if forced to choose again, he might once more declare, I'll take them all. Though wealth posed no constraint, conspicuous extravagance remained unwise, for now. With that, Lin Fan handed the pouch to Xionyang. Crafted by the Lin family, it held 1 cubic zhang of spatial capacity, and carried a market value of 1 origin stone, standard issue for all Lin family members. After verifying the origin stones within the pouch, Xionyang broke into unrestrained laughter. Young Master Lin, please provide your address. We shall dispatch a carriage forthwith to deliver the courtesans to your residence. You may rest assured the Blossom Pavilion will not fail you. Lin Fan nodded once, offering no further words. Lin Fan left the Baiwa Tower after leaving his address. He then went to purchase some daily necessities and instructed them to deliver to his door. Not long after Lin Fan returned to his residence, Xionyang arrived with those young ladies at his mansion. You have yet to meet your master. This is Master Lin, who will be your lord from now on. You must serve Master Lin well. We greet the master. Hearing this address, Lin Fan felt a wave of delightful excitement wash over him. However, having lived 2 lives, he quickly regained his composure. No need for excessive formalities. Lin Fan then looked at Xionyang. Xionyang, why are there so many? Indeed, in addition to the 25 he requested, there were suddenly 50 more, which was somewhat unexpected. Young Master Lin, you are a major client of our Baiwa Tower, so our owner has instructed me to deliver 30 with low-grade qualifications and 20 with medium-grade qualifications to you. For such a significant client, Baiwa Tower naturally hoped that Lin Fan would frequently patronize their business. Lin Fan was quite surprised to receive these as gifts, as they were worth 2 gold pieces. However, upon careful calculation, it was merely 15 spirit stones, which wasn't a big deal for Baiwa Tower considering he had just spent 1,600 spirit stones. One could only say that their business acumen was indeed impressive. In that case, Xionyang, please thank your owner for me when you return. Since it was a gift, Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. Young Master Lin, these are their contracts of servitude, and I am handing them over to you. All right. Lin Fan accepted the contracts of servitude that Xionyang handed over. If you have no further matters, I won't disturb you. I believe you have many things to attend to next. If you need anything later, feel free to find me. Then Xionyang, take care. I will definitely contact you if needed. As Xionyang left, the young ladies all looked at Lin Fan with anxious expressions. Their lives and deaths now rested in Lin Fan's hands. How their fates would unfold was entirely dependent on this man before them. It seems you are all quite apprehensive about the future. However, you need not worry. As long as you listen, I am easy to get along with. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan, and I am the head of the Lin family. However, currently, I am the only one in the Lin family. To expand the family, I need young ladies with exceptional talent to help me propagate the lineage. From now on, you all belong to the Lin family. Lin Fan spoke directly and straightforwardly, not one to beat around the bush. He couldn't possibly have romantic interests with them, he simply didn't have the time. Hearing that Lin Fan needed them to bear children, the young ladies instead felt relieved. They could accept such a request, which was already the best outcome. The fact that Lin Fan could spend 1,600 spirit stones to acquire them indicated that his wealth was beyond their imagination. At the very least, it would allow them to live better than they did at Baiwa Tower. Once they had Lin Fan's children, their status at home would surely not be low. Moreover, Lin Fan was so handsome that they didn't feel they were losing out at all. Compared to those sold for good luck, they considered themselves quite fortunate. However, those young ladies with low, medium, and high qualifications were somewhat worried at this moment, as it was clear that the master before them deemed their qualifications too low to bear his children. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Lin Fan naturally understood their thoughts. You need not worry, from now on you will all be maids of the Lin family, and I will also teach you cultivation techniques. Master, are you saying that you will teach us cultivation techniques? The bolder ones immediately inquired. Once the others realized, their worried expressions vanished, replaced by excitement as they looked at Lin Fan. Although Baiwa Tower had also taught them cultivation techniques, the level was not high, only low-grade yellow, and it was incomplete. It was already quite difficult for them to reach the refining stage. Now that Lin Fan said he would pass down cultivation techniques, how could they not be excited? It's just cultivation techniques, as long as you are loyal to the family, I will not be stingy. With the family divine tree in place, Lin Fan was not worried about their loyalty, but he still felt the need to emphasize it. Master, may we know your current realm? Oh, you little girl are quite bold. Asking about someone else's power is considered a taboo. Hearing Lin Fan's words, this young lady shuddered. Having offended her master right at the start, she had no idea what her fate would be. Alright, you need not be afraid, this once will be an exception. Yes, thank you for sparing this maid, master, she said, preparing to kneel in gratitude. Alright, there's no need for that. Lin Fan waved his hand, and a force stopped her. I believe you are all curious about my strength. Since you are all members of the Lin family, from now on it won't hurt to tell. My current realm is at the peak of the opening realm. Within the boundaries of Wanxiang City, I can guarantee your safety. His master, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, surpassing even the city lord. At this moment, all the young ladies present looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Their favorability towards him rose sharply, quickly exceeding 70. In a world where strength reigns supreme, Lin Fan's power gave them a strong sense of security, naturally increasing their favorability rapidly. Alright, everyone, please quiet down. Soon everyone settled down, though their eyes were still filled with admiration. You 15, please introduce yourself so I can get to know you. You will be my inner circle from now on. Master, my name is Luo Iran. I am 20 years old, and my strength is at the bone refining stage of the body tempering realm. Name Luo Iran. Age 20. Qualification exceptional, yellow grade realm body tempering bone refining stage. Technique incomplete, yellow grade 5 elements. Technique favorability 83 and 83. Favorability rating is quite high, equivalent to admiration. Perhaps it was due to her admiration for the strong that she had already fallen for Lin Fan. Master, my name is Hong Lu, followed by Fanning Pang Yu Chong. Ji Su Yi Su Zi, Huang Yazou Tong Mi Shan Ning Yue Zhu Haihan, Bao Xinting Zhong Siki Ling Manqing, and soon all 15 introduced themselves. Overall, their strength was around the bone refining stage. Lin Fan had already reached the peak of the body tempering realm at the age of 20. Unfortunately, by the age of 30, he remained at the peak of the body tempering realm, which illustrates how difficult it was to break through to the opening realm. Had it not been for the system binding, he would have had no idea when he would be able to break through to the opening realm. The gap between the body tempering and opening realms was just a step away. Of course, their talents were the same as Lin Fan's before. If they had the same cultivation resources as Lin Fan, they would likely also be at the peak of the body tempering realm by now. Next, Lin Fan asked the remaining people to introduce themselves. Meanwhile, he checked their favorability ratings, all of which exceeded 70. With that in mind, Lin Fan decided to take them to a small world. If they stayed in the mansion, his 3-section residence wouldn't be able to accommodate over 70 people, unless many of them crowded into one room. With a decision in mind, Lin Fan no longer hesitated. You all do not resist, or I will take you to a place. Though curious about Lin Fan's command, they complied. Subsequently, Lin Fan's consciousness enveloped them. Collect. In an instant, everyone present, including Lin Fan, vanished from the mansion. Master, where is this place? At this moment, all the women displayed expressions of shock. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in an unfamiliar location. This was quite shocking for them. If not for Lin Fan being right beside them, coupled with what he had just said, they would not be so. You don't need to worry, this is my world, our true home. A small world. Our true home. At this moment, they were somewhat confused about the meaning of Lin Fan's words. Suddenly, they all looked at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Alright, next I will tell you about this small world. After that, Lin Fan explained the functions of the small world to them. The moment they entered, the family divine tree had branded them, eliminating any possibility of leaks. Simultaneously, due to the branding, their affection for Lin Fan immediately reached its maximum value. This meant that the family divine tree had a limit of 70 points for affection and loyalty. If there were no such limit, Lin Fan could forcibly brand the heads and elders of the martial families from Wanxiang City. Then in a short time, he could control Wanxiang City. Unfortunately, it was only a thought. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Lin Fan was already quite satisfied with such powerful functionality. At this time, after learning about the power of the small world, Luo Iran and the others were filled with excitement. They were also very grateful that Lin Fan had not yet become powerful, otherwise they would have no qualification to stay by his side. Let alone bearing Lin Fan's child, they wouldn't even qualify to be maids. Alright, next I will pass on to you the cultivation methods. You can cultivate here at ease. As he spoke, Lin Fan took out the cultivation methods obtained from the novice gift pack. Here are 100 top-tier yellow-level cultivation methods and martial skills. You can choose one that suits you to cultivate. Thank you, Master. Hearing that they were top-tier yellow-level methods and skills, their spirits were ecstatic, and they did not forget to express their gratitude to Lin Fan. This was a method that could cultivate to the Qi Si realm. Only the Lord's Mansion in Wanxiang City had such a level of cultivation method. Of course, forces like Baihua Tower, which spanned across 100 nations, did not count. They only did business and would not interfere in the conflicts between any forces. Besides Baihua Tower, there was also Baibao Pavilion in Wanxiang City, which was the same. These two were both forces spanning across 100 nations. Hong Lu, here are 10 top-tier mysterious level cultivation methods and martial skills meant for you. Hearing that they were mysterious level top-tier methods, they became even more excited, as this was a method that could cultivate to the divine platform realm. Thank you, Master. After coming back to her senses, she hurriedly thanked Lin Fan. There's no need to be polite with me. Your efforts to improve your strength are the best thanks you can give me. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone present displayed determined expressions. They absolutely could not disappoint his expectations. By the way, this is a body tempering pill suitable for you to take now. I'll give each of you a bottle. Once it's used up, just ask me for more. At this moment, everyone present was deeply moved, not expecting Lin Fan to be so good to them. Especially those who had been sent over for free by Baihua Tower were even more grateful. If they hadn't been selected to be sent over, they would have missed out on the greatest opportunity of their lives. Meanwhile, within Baihua Tower, Xionyang was reporting to their manager. The manager of Baihua Tower was an extraordinarily beautiful woman whose strength had reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, something outsiders did not know. So, Xionyang, have you gathered information on this Lin Gongzi? The sudden appearance of Lin Fan piqued the interest of the manager of Baihua Tower. Manager, this Lin Gongzi just moved here not long ago. His mansion was just purchased, and I have no other information whatsoever. Interesting, a martial artist in the early Kaiyuan realm suddenly appeared in Wanxiang City. Oh, I wonder if it will bring any changes to Wanxiang City. Manager, should we continue to pay attention to this Lin Gongzi? There's no need. Just keep a slight watch. He's merely in the early Kaiyuan realm, and is just one person. He can't change much. The early Kaiyuan realm was naturally the strength Lin Fan had revealed. He had the system conceal his full strength. Even if he faced an emperor directly, they would not be able to discern Lin Fan's true power. Since he needed to lay low and develop, he naturally would not reveal all his strength. If he encountered an opponent of the same realm, he could deliver a deadly blow while they were caught off guard. In the small world, after everyone had completed their cultivation method transitions, Lin Fan was somewhat impatient. He looked at Luo Yiran beside him and gently asked, "Yiran, are you ready?" "Master, I am ready." Luo Yiran's voice trembled a little. At this moment, she felt a mix of anticipation, fear, and nervousness. Then she glanced around at the others and her expression became a bit shy. "Master, is it really here? Isn't it a bit inconvenient?" Currently, they were on the island in the middle of the lake, which was completely flat, and besides the family divine tree, there was nothing but bare black earth with no place to take cover. If it were really to happen here, it would be too awkward, especially with so many people watching. But if Lin Fan insisted on doing it here, she couldn't refuse. "Don't worry, I have my ways." As he spoke, Lin Fan set up a barrier around their location. Alright, they can no longer see us, nor can they hear any sounds. Seeing Lin Fan possess such magical abilities, Luo Yiran breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, please be gentle." "Okay, just leave it to me. You don't need to be too nervous." To be honest, Lin Fan was quite excited. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time. Although he had never practiced it, he had watched many works by teachers and was not afraid of making mistakes. Half an hour later, Luo Yiran and Lin Fan were nestled together chatting. There was no helping it. It was Luo Yiran's first time, so Lin Fan naturally could not be too forward. With the existence of the Qinkuan He Dao Ju, Lin Fan did not need to worry about this aspect. "Yiran, can you tell me about your life in Baihua Tower?" "Master." "Wait, call me husband from now on. A master sounds a bit strange. After all, I don't look like an old man." Luo Yiran was amused by Lin Fan's words. However, immediately after she hesitated and said, "Husband, but can I really call you that? You should know that in this world, only the legitimate wife can call her husband, that a concubine status is only slightly higher than that of a maid. Some people even use concubines to entertain guests. You are my woman, of course you can call me husband. Moreover, we are martial artists, so don't be bound by mundane customs. In the world of martial artists, the strong are paramount. Having powerful strength is the hard truth. Husband, you are so good. I don't know what good deeds I did in my past life to meet you in this life." Luo Yiran said joyfully, her eyes filled with affection for Lin Fan. Lin Fan's lips curled into a gentle smile. He softly stroked Luo Yiran's hair and said, "Yiran, our meeting can be considered fate, right?" Luo Yiran nodded. She also believed it was fate. "Husband, overall, I have been living quite well in Baihua. Although in Baihua Tower, I cannot control my own destiny. But the living conditions in Baihua Tower are indeed quite good. They don't have to worry about food and clothing, and the quality of life is much higher than that of ordinary people, plus they have the opportunity to cultivate." Lin Fan listened quietly. He knew that for Luo Yiran and the others, Baihua Tower was both a place to make a living and a cage that restricted their freedom. However, from another perspective, Baihua Tower also indeed provided them with a certain level of life guarantee and cultivation opportunities. Of course, Baiwa Tower was not a charitable institution. Cultivating them was naturally for its own benefit. Now Luo Iran had brought Baiwa Tower a return of 100 spirit stones. The investment cost was only about several dozen taels of gold. This was equivalent to 100-fold profit. Baiwa Tower certainly would not mistreat such a money-making Iran, may I ask why you were sold to the 100 Flowers Pavilion? As Lin Fan inquired, Luo Iran recalled the scene from that time. Husband, when I was just a few years old, my hometown suffered from a drought, and the crops in our fields yielded nothing. To make a living, my parents sold me to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. This happened a long time ago, and Luo Iran had long since come to terms with it, so she felt no sorrow. Do you hate them? Lin Fan held her tighter at this moment. Luo Iran felt Lin Fan's change and was filled with a sense of security. If I were to say I hated them, I surely did at first. As time passed, I gradually began to understand many things, and eventually I no longer hated them. Considering the situation back then, if they hadn't sold me to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, I definitely wouldn't have survived, and they likely wouldn't have either. As for whether they are still alive now, I don't know. My home is not in Wanxiang City. I came from another city. Of course I won't seek them out. The money they received from selling me can be considered as repaying their debt for giving me life. From the moment they accepted the money, we were no longer related. In fact, most of the sisters in the 100 Flowers Pavilion find themselves in similar situations. The most unfortunate are those ordinary people with mortal-level talent. Since the 100 Flowers Pavilion doesn't accept them to survive, they may have to resort to brothels. Upon hearing about Luo Iran's experiences, Lin Fan could only lament how cheap human life is in this world. Only by becoming strong can one stand firm in this world. The world of martial artists is even more brutal than that of ordinary people. Most martial artists have to hustle for cultivation resources, and who knows when they might perish while competing for resources. Alright, Iran, from now on you don't need to worry too much. Although you are just one of my wives, I won't treat you unfairly. Whatever others have, you will have too. Thank you, husband. I am already content to have met you in this lifetime. Saying this, a happy smile appeared on Luo Iran's face. Suddenly, Luo Iran's expression changed. Husband, it seems my strength has reached the perfection of body refinement. What is going on? She hadn't noticed her own strength before being caught up in the moment. Now that she sensed her increased strength, Luo Iran was naturally startled by the change. Previously, she was only at the bone refinement stage, and now she had directly skipped the organ refinement stage, reaching the blood exchange stage, which is the perfection of body refinement. Such a speed of improvement was simply unbelievable to her. Now in Wanxiang City, as long as she doesn't provoke those at the Kaiyuan realm, she can walk with confidence. Iran, don't be too excited. This is due to my cultivation method. With Lin Fan's strength at the full Kaiyuan realm, it was no problem for him to elevate Luo Iran to the perfection of body refinement. Husband, this won't have any impact on you, right? Luo Iran looked at Lin Fan with some concern. Don't worry, this is beneficial for both of us. Upon learning that there was no harm to Lin Fan, and that it was beneficial, Luo Iran finally breathed a sigh. Iran, after your strength stabilizes for a few more days, I will give you a top-grade breaking mirror pill, and then you will be able to break through to the Kaiyuan realm. Hearing that Lin Fan would give her a pill to break through to the Kaiyuan realm, Luo Iran was dumbfounded. Husband, such a pill must be very expensive. Isn't it too wasteful to use it on me? Of course Luo Iran wanted such a pill, but she was worried she couldn't bear it. Such a pill, which could elevate one from body refinement to the Kaiyuan realm, could be sought after even at several thousand spirit stones. Previously, she was only worth 100 spirit stones at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Silly girl, you are my woman. You can't think like that anymore, otherwise I will be upset. Just accept what I give you. Lin Fan said sternly. Husband, I understand. You mustn't be angry. Now that's better. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Luo Iran's attitude. Husband, please lift the barrier. Everyone must be waiting anxiously. Moreover, I can sense that you haven't had enough fun yet, so I won't delay your time. Lin Fan did not refuse Luo Iran's suggestion. When the two appeared before everyone, Luo Iran felt a bit shy as so many people were watching. Everyone knew exactly what the two had just been doing. Lin Fan waved to Hong Lu. Hong Lu, it's your turn now. Yes, my lord. At this moment, Hong Lu's heart was also filled with trepidation. But since Lin Fan had already called her name, she dared not refuse. As soon as the two disappeared again, the others hurriedly surrounded Luo Iran, inquiring about what had just happened. Iran, please tell us quickly, how is it dealing with the Lord? We are quite unsure, and it would be troublesome if we upset him. Sisters, you don't need to worry. My husband is very easy to get along with, and is also very gentle with me. Then Luo Iran briefly explained, and knowing that Lin Fan was easy to get along with finally eased their minds. Time unknowingly passed, and more than 10 days had gone by in the outside world. In this small world, over 2 months had already passed. During this time, Lin Fan had spent most of his time in the small world. He had taken some time out to collect building materials along with flowers and trees. Otherwise, it felt too barren inside, which was somewhat uncomfortable. As for the construction aspect, there was naturally no need to worry about labor issues. As long as there were sufficient materials, Lin Fan could conjure up pavilions and towers with just a thought. Under Lin Fan's manipulation, these buildings seemed to have formed naturally, without any flaws. Now on the island in the center of the small world, there stood a manor covering an area of 1 square kilometer. Near the family divine tree, there was a Ninostery pavilion, which Lin Fan had established as a library. He placed all the rewarded cultivation methods in the library. Now I can finally see some vitality in the small world. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Fan felt very satisfied. It's time to check on the rewards I've received during this time. Lin Fan called upon his system in his heart. System, how many rewards have I received over these days? The host has successively taken in 15 concubines, gaining a total of 1,500 yellow spirit stones and 1 ton of top-grade crescent rice seeds, which can be planted on 300 acres of land. The system is generous. I only spent 100 spirit stones for one, and you directly refunded me 1,000 spirit stones along with an extra ton of crescent rice seeds. You must know that top-grade spirit rice is quite expensive, costing 1 spirit stone per pound. Long-term consumption is beneficial for the Chi-Si realm. It's a pity I can't go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion often, otherwise it would attract attention, and without strength it's better to remain low-key. With that in mind, Lin Fan decided to visit once a year. That would be safer. Now that he had the crescent rice seeds, he planned to plant them right away. This vast expanse of land lying empty here was too heart-wrenching. Since he wanted to do it, he swiftly appeared outside the manor. He then began planning for 300 acres of rice fields and subsequently introduced lake water into the fields. As a godlike being in the small world, such operations only required a thought from Lin Fan. Husband, what are you doing? Luo Yiran saw a large expanse of farmland suddenly appearing before her eyes, her gaze filled with curiosity. The other people saw the commotion here and came over. They were also curious about what Lin Fan intended to do, so they began to chatter and inquire. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Lin Fan smiled and explained, I obtained some crescent rice seeds, which are a type of top-quality yellow-grade spiritual rice. I'm going to plant these seeds now, and they will mature in just a year. By then, crescent rice will become our staple. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had already planted crescent rice over 300 acres. While I didn't expect it to be top-quality, yellow-grade spiritual rice. Once it matures in a year, can we achieve freedom with crescent rice? If we eat crescent rice at every meal, will our strength rise significantly? Of course. Even with low-grade, yellow-grade qualifications, if we eat crescent rice every meal, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm won't be a dream anymore. The girls discussed eagerly, filled with anticipation for the crescent rice. At the same time, they felt happy for the opportunity they had. Eating top-quality yellow-grade spiritual rice at every meal was something they had never even dreamed of before. If resources are sufficient, reaching the Chi-Hai realm is not a fantasy, and the Zifu realm is also possible. The limit for top-quality yellow-grade qualifications is indeed the Chi-Hai realm, but if resources are abundant, that limit can also be broken. In fact, the Tao is impartial. All beings have a chance for survival. It just depends on whether one can seize it. With the existence of a small world, Lin Fan would not lack cultivation resources in the future. He would not be stingy with those who were 100 loyal to him. It can be said that apart from Lin Fan, no power would waste resources on those with low qualifications, as it would not be worth it. The girls with medium to low-grade qualifications in the Baiwa Tower were worth less than a pound of crescent rice. If crescent rice were to be used for training, no one could tell how much would be lost. Spiritual rice of this level was only enjoyed by core members of the Lin family, where Lin Fan once stayed. As for ordinary members of the Lin family like Lin Fan, they didn't even have the chance to smell it. Even the lowest grade low-quality spiritual rice that Lin Fan consumed was limited to just 1 pound a month. Spiritual rice requires spiritual fields for cultivation, and that is precisely why the price is so exorbitant. There are probably not many acres of spiritual fields within the boundary of Wanxiang City, and they are all low-grade yellow spiritual fields. As for Lin Fan's small world, it can be said to be entirely composed of spiritual fields, and the levels are not low. The central island is equivalent to top-grade Earth level, while other areas have reached the mysterious level, and places close to the lake have reached low-grade Earth level. As Lin Fan's strength increases, the level in the future will only rise higher. By the way, system, if Hong Lu and the others become pregnant with the small world's time flow rate being 5 times faster, does that mean that only 2 months will have passed in the outside world by the time they give birth? No, host. Pregnancy is calculated according to the time in the outside world. However, staying in the small world will not accelerate the development of the fetus, but it will slowly improve the fetus qualifications. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan was still quite satisfied. Naturally, the higher the qualifications of his children, the better. Time flowed slowly, and before he knew it, 2 months had already passed in the outside world. During this time, Lin Fan finally managed to have Yiran and the others become pregnant. At the same time, Luo Yiran and her 15 companions all broke through to the Kaiyuan realm. Not only that, but Lin Fan's strength also broke through reaching the Chi-Hai realm. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to change the structure of Wanxiang City. However, Lin Fan had little interest in Wanxiang City. It was not suitable for him to establish a family residence here, as there were hardly any resources. Lin Fan did not want to expose his strength too early, as he did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Once he reached the Zifu realm, he would seek a suitable place for building a family residence. Although the true family residence is in the small world, which is fundamentally his foundation, a residence in the outside world is still needed to keep people in the dark. It must be said that it is indeed much more difficult for martial artists to become pregnant than for ordinary people. After all, he had spent 10 months in the small world before successfully getting Luo, Iran, and the others pregnant. In the future, as strength increases, it will become even more difficult to become pregnant. Lin Fan no longer dwelled on this. Thinking about becoming a father soon, and a father of over a dozen children, made him naturally excited. Therefore, he needed to prepare for the birth of his children. Ding! Congratulations, host. The family level has been upgraded to level 1, and you have received a family upgrade gift pack. Would you like to open it? I almost forgot. Now that my strength has broken through to the Qihai realm, and Iran and the others have reached the Kaiyuan realm, the family's luck has also improved and has reached the conditions for upgrading. System, open the upgrade gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the upgrade gift pack. You have received a yellow grade alchemist inheritance, which includes all alchemy formulas and spiritual herb knowledge of the yellow grade, as well as a top-quality yellow-grade alchemy furnace. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 1,000 mysterious spirit stones and 1,000 yellow-grade spirit stones. I can't believe it's the inheritance of an alchemist, including all formulas. Although it's only yellow-grade, it will suffice for the short term. Lin Fan felt very satisfied with this reward, as being an alchemist could enhance the family's foundation. System, open the attribute panel. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 469 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level 1. Family members 15 wives and concubines 60 maids. Offspring currently being nurtured. Family luck. Strength, early stage of the Qihai realm. Qualification, low grade mysterious level. Cultivation method, Qinkuan, He Dao Ju. Martial skills, entry level of top grade mysterious layered wave palm. Entry level of flowing cloud sword art. Entry level of top grade mysterious bamboo shadow step. Weapon, top quality yellow grade dragon pattern sword. Family wealth, 2,000 mysterious spirit stones, yellow-grade spirit stones. Small world area, 1,000 square kilometers. The Qihai realm has a lifespan of 500 years. If one lives in the small world, it would be equivalent to a lifespan of 2,500 years, almost comparable to the lifespan of a realm of divine abilities. System, what are the conditions for upgrading the family to level 2? Ding! To upgrade the family to level 2, the requirements are 1 person in the Zifu realm, 20 people in the Qihai realm, and 5,000 family luck. Seeing this data, Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. It would still be quite difficult to upgrade to level 2 in a short time. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan called over the 10 high-grade maids and 20 mid-grade maids. Now, after 10 months of growth in the small world, these 30 maids, coupled with the ample resources provided by Lin Fan, had all reached the refining stage. They were only 1 step away from the perfect stage of body tempering, showing rapid growth. Even the 30 low-grade maids had reached the bone tempering stage. In the future, with Lin Fan providing pills, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm would not be a problem. Soon these 30 individuals arrived before Lin Fan. Walking at the forefront was Li Han, the head maid chosen by Lin Fan, who had already reached the perfect stage of body tempering. Greetings, family head. There's no need for excessive courtesy. I called you here for a specific task. Please give your orders, family head. They naturally executed Lin Fan's commands unconditionally. Now that the ladies are all pregnant, I need you 3 to form a group and find some midwives to learn how to assist in childbirth. Yes, family head, we guarantee to complete the task. Such a task posed no difficulty for them, and they understood its significance. Lin Fan nodded, and then took them out of the small world. He had tried the matter of the small world before. After coming out, they could not mention the small world. They could not even mention anything related to him. It was as if their mouths could not speak and their hands could not write. What was even more terrifying was that as long as this thought emerged, they could die at any moment, completely losing their souls. Seeing this situation, Lin Fan could not help but admire the power of the family divine tree. Family head, then we shall take our leave. Go return after you have learned, and remember to pay attention to safety. Seeing Lin Fan still worrying about their safety, they were naturally touched beyond measure. They vowed in their hearts to diligently cultivate and use their lives to protect the Lin family. With their current cultivation realm, and having practiced top-tier yellow-level techniques and skills, even when facing an enemy at the peak of physical conditioning, the 3 of them together could surround and kill him. Thus, within the vicinity of Wanxiang City, Lin Fan was not concerned about their safety. Although there were a few practitioners at the opening origin realm in Wanxiang City, they were all in closed-door cultivation and would not be wandering outside. After they left, Lin Fan did not hurry back to the small world, but walked out of the residence. He needed to visit the treasure pavilion to purchase some spiritual herb seeds. As long as he had spiritual herb seeds, he would not lack for spiritual herbs in the future. Now that he had inherited the skills of a yellow-level alchemist, anyone interested could learn. Once the spiritual herbs were cultivated, there would only be more and more of them in the future, so there was no need to worry about waste. If he had enough manpower later, Lin Fan would also establish a trading association like the Treasure Pavilion to earn spirit stones. With a trading association, he could use it to acquire some rare spiritual herb seeds. As long as he had one, he could leverage the advantages of the small world to produce countless spiritual herbs. "Young master, is there anything you need?" Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, a servant approached him. "I need a large quantity of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit seeds. I wonder how many varieties you have here." "You have come to the right place, young master. We have 500 types of yellow-level low-grade spiritual herb seeds, 100 types of middle-grade, 30 types of upper-grade, and 5 types of top-grade." "All right, I'll take all these seeds. Please pack them for me." Upon hearing that Lin Fan wanted everything packed, the servant was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen someone purchase spiritual herb seeds like this. "Young master, spiritual herbs are difficult to cultivate and require spiritual fields. If they do not succeed in planting, we will not be responsible." "I understand that. Please calculate how many spirit stones I need." "All right, young master, please wait a moment." Soon the servant brought several large bags of seeds which would easily cover hundreds of acres. However, these seeds were still a drop in the bucket for the small world. Fortunately, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. The crescent rice in the small world was about to mature. At that time, aside from staple food, everything else could be planted as seeds. Once they formed a large scale, they could also be sold to exchange for spirit stones. After these medicinal materials are planted, they will also produce seeds each year. He was confident that the small world would be filled eventually. "Young master, all the seeds in our store are here, and the total price is 1,000 spirit stones." There was no other choice. The market in Wanxiang City was limited, and selling so many seeds would take a long time. The Treasure Pavilion could not have anticipated someone like Lin Fan. As for seeds above the mysterious level, there were none, as such small places like Wanxiang City could not cultivate them. "Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Please confirm." "The amount is correct. Welcome, young master, to visit again." After leaving the Treasure Pavilion, Lin Fan spent another 2,000 spirit stones to buy a batch of first-tier spiritual fish fry, covering all grades, extreme, upper, middle, and lower, with over 100 varieties. In a lake of 300 square kilometers, it would be a pity not to raise some spiritual fish. He would continue to introduce new varieties in the future. Besides the spiritual fish, Lin Fan also bought a hive of spiritual bees. If the spiritual fruit trees did not have spiritual bees, they would not bear fruit. He could not do it himself. Although one thought would suffice, it was simply too troublesome. Raising some spiritual bees could also produce spiritual honey, thus achieving multiple benefits. After that, Lin Fan spent another 2,000 spirit stones to buy 10 milk cows, 2 males, and 8 females. These were the rations Lin Fan prepared for the children who had not yet been born. The milk cows here were not ordinary. They were a type of demon beast known for their docile nature and the rich nutrition of their milk, making them favored by cultivation families. However, most milk cows were first-tier demon beasts with a very low probability of reaching the second tier. The classification of demon beasts ranges from 1st to 9th tier, corresponding to the practitioner's physical conditioning realm, to the sage realm, with the later sage kings corresponding to demon kings, sage emperors, to demon emperors, sage lords, to demon lords, quasi-emperors, to quasidemon emperors, and great emperors, to demon emperors. When Lin Fan brought these to the small world, it naturally caught the attention of Luo Iran and the others. "Husband, I didn't expect you to even prepare rations for the children." "That is only natural. As a father, I cannot let my children go hungry. Nutrition must not be lacking." Hearing this, they did not know what to say. Oh, how could the children go hungry? However, they did not refute him. Of course, they were pleased to have such a responsible father for their children. Next, Lin Fan began to make plans. He planned an area for the milk cows and left a restriction to prevent them from wandering. The same went for the spiritual fish. Each grade of spiritual fish needed to be separated, or else the lower grade fish would become food for the higher grade ones. Carnivorous and herbivorous fish also needed to be separated. He would let these spiritual fish breed first. He was not prepared to mix them before the spiritual fish reached scale. After doing all this, he planted all the spiritual herb seeds. The planting area reached 200 acres. "Ladies, is there anything you need?" All the women shook their heads in response. "Husband, we lack nothing. By the way, husband, now that we are all pregnant, we cannot serve you. Would you like to visit the 100 Flowers Pavilion again?" Lin Fan shook his head at Luo Iran's suggestion. "It's not appropriate to go now. Oh, it would attract attention. Let's talk about it in a year." Upon hearing this, they also felt Lin Fan's reasoning was sound. Husband, since we can't go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, why don't we learn from it and quietly adopt some talented orphans to cultivate? Once they grow up, they will be a great help to our Lin family. Moreover, we have the small world, which gives us an advantage over the 100 Flowers Pavilion. At the same time, we can send people to the villages outside the city to test the talents of the unmarried women. Anyone with potential can be brought back for cultivation. Most people in this world did not know how to assess their cultivation talent. Although there were places in Wanxiang City to test talent, they were officially organized. Such talent testing venues exist in nearly every city, but the fees are not cheap, requiring 1 or 2 gold coins. With such an expensive price, ordinary people naturally cannot afford it. 1 or 2 gold coins are something most farmers find hard to save in a lifetime. If they have talent, it's easier to say. Those with high talent are often recruited by the major families in the city, even by the authorities, with generous rewards. However, if one has no talent, then a generation's savings would be completely wasted. This is a cost ordinary people cannot bear. Seeing that his women were coming up with ideas for the family's development, Lin Fan felt quite satisfied. I need to cultivate Li Han and the others to the opening realm before we can tackle this matter. Although it requires a loyalty or favorability of 70 points to be branded by the family's divine tree, he could first bring them in for training. He believed that with daily brainwashing, he could increase their loyalty. Anyway, those who are not branded should never think about leaving the small world, so there is no need to worry about leaks. However, such matters can only be approached slowly. He currently lacks manpower and at least needs subordinates with opening realm strength. Since my husband has made a decision, we can rest assured. I hope you won't blame us sisters for being overly talkative. Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile and said, "It's fine. Feel free to share any thoughts you have. I can't consider everything." Time quickly passed. More than 10 days had gone by in the outside world, but over 2 months had passed in the small world. At this moment, the crescent rice was already ripe. The golden rice ears looked particularly enchanting. Finally ripe. We'll soon have crescent rice to eat. At this moment, Luo Iran and the others gazed at the rice fields, their eyes filled with anticipation. Husband, we can harvest now. The yield seems quite good. It does look promising. Now it's up to me. For Lin Fan, harvesting the rice ears could be completed with just a thought. Harvest. In the blink of an eye, all the crescent rice was harvested. Even the stalks were collected, which could be used as feed for the cows, achieving multiple benefits. Knowing that Lin Fan was omnipotent in the small world, everyone was still very shocked each time they witnessed such scenes. How much is the yield, husband? After coming back to their senses, everyone eagerly inquired. Not bad. There are 300 tons, with 1 ton equaling 2,000 gene, which is equivalent to a yield of 2,000 gene per mu. This yield is quite remarkable. If planted in the outside world, 500 gene would be considered high yield. However, this is quite normal, as the land for crescent rice is of the earth grade spiritual field. No one in the outside world would use an earth grade spiritual field to plant yellow grade spiritual rice, as it would be too wasteful. Currently, Lin Fan lacked high grade spiritual seeds and could only use them to grow crescent rice. At this moment, Luo Iran and the others were quite surprised upon hearing this data. Husband, the yield of crescent rice is actually this high. In their understanding, a yield of 500 gene per mu was already considered high. Yet the crescent rice reached a yield of 2,000 gene per mu, 4 times what they had expected. You don't need to be surprised. The conditions in the small world are much better than in the outside world. We are using earth-grade spiritual fields, and with the dense primal energy in the small world and no pests, having such yields is quite normal. After listening to Lin Fan's explanation, everyone came to realize. Under the unique conditions of the small world, it was indeed not surprising for crescent rice to achieve such yields. Alright, let's keep 100 tons for ourselves to eat, and continue planting the other 200 tons. He spoke and acted decisively. Soon the 200 tons of crescent rice were planted, covering an area of 600 mu, precisely 40 square kilometers. Lin Fan calculated in his heart that by the next harvest there would be tons of crescent rice. At that time, the tons of crescent rice could be planted over 18 million mu, equivalent to 100 square kilometers. The small world, including lakes, is only 1,000 square kilometers, making it easy to fill the small world. Alright, filling the small world is not too difficult. Rather, the small world is too small. Thinking about this, Lin Fan felt a bit disappointed. It turned out his small world was not as large as he had imagined. Seeing Lin Fan lost in thought, Luo Iran walked to his side, took his arm, and gently asked, "Husband, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing, I'm just thinking about how the crescent rice tastes." "That's simple. Oh, let's try it just in time for lunch." "Alright, I'll shell these crescent rice right away." Lin Fan didn't hesitate and quickly shelled all 100 tons of crescent rice. After removing the shells, there were still 70 tons of crystal clear crescent rice. Lin Fan also didn't waste the shells, turning them into granulated feed to nourish the spiritual fish. Then Lin Fan caught 10 golden thread carps. These fish shimmered in gold and were particularly dazzling under the sunlight, belonging to the first-grade top-tier spiritual fish. Due to their relatively short rearing time, they only weighed about 2 gene. If they reached adulthood, they could easily grow to 100 gene. There was no helping it. A Lin Fan wanted to taste their flavor, so he had to apologize. With the maidservants busy, the meals were quickly prepared. Husband, this meal smells wonderful. As expected of yellow-grade top-tier spiritual rice, in the past, I never dared to dream of eating such precious food. Not only the rice, but the aroma of the fish is also mouth-watering. All right, everyone, let's taste how it is. Lin Fan was quite looking forward to the flavor of these spiritual items. Husband, please go ahead. Luo Yiran picked up a piece of spiritual fish meat and brought it to Lin Fan's mouth. Lin Fan did not refuse and directly swallowed the spiritual fish. Husband, how does it taste? At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Fan. I can only describe it with one word: fresh. To be honest, this was the most delicious food Lin Fan had ever eaten. All right, everyone, stop staring at me and dig in. This time, everyone began to eat. While the spiritual fish is indeed delicious and the rice is also good, it's a pity we can't eat spiritual fish frequently. We need to leave some for breeding. But no worries, I believe that after a year we can achieve freedom for the spiritual fish. After the meal, everyone was very satisfied. Even the maidservants felt the same. Although the maidservants didn't get to eat the spiritual fish, the crescent rice was more than enough. Once the spiritual fish successfully breed, they too would be able to eat whenever they wanted. Such treatment was something even the city lord of Wanxiang City couldn't enjoy. If this got out, who knows how many people would be envious. Soon another 3 months passed in the main world, and the crescent rice in the small world was ready to mature again. The harvest this time was as Lin Fan expected, reaching tons. This time Lin Fan left the center island of the lake unplanted with crescent rice, while other areas were fully planted. The current plan for the small world is that the center island of the lake is 100 square kilometers, and now 200 mu of medicinal materials have been planted along with 10 cows occupying 1 square kilometer. The spiritual pond in the center of the lake island has now transformed into a small lake of 1 square kilometer. As for the previous lake, it covers an area of 300 square kilometers surrounding the center island. The remaining 600 square kilometers consists entirely of land surrounding the lake. Now all of this 600 square kilometers of land has been planted with crescent rice amounting to 9.0 mu. Thinking about the fact that in the main world every 2 months there would be 9.0 tons of crescent rice to harvest, Lin Fan's heart was filled with shock. Even after removing the husks, there would still be 6.0 tons of crescent rice. If this were to be exchanged for yellow-grade spirit stones, it would amount to 1.26 billion pieces. Of course, the wholesale price wouldn't be as high as 1 spirit stone per pound. However, exchanging for 800 million yellow-grade spirit stones would not be a problem. In the main world, a year could yield about 4 harvests in the small world. At that time, relying solely on crescent rice, there would conservatively be 3.2 billion yellow-grade spirit stones earned each year. However, this income was incomparable to what Lin Fan had previously experienced in the Lin family of Chu. The Lin family of Chu had many spirit stone mines, including several high-grade spirit stone veins. The amount of spirit stones mined each year was substantial, far beyond what Lin Fan could compare to at present. In addition, the Lin family of Chu had many other businesses that could also earn a considerable amount of spirit stones. Fortunately, Lin Fan was not discouraged. Catching up to the Lin family of Chu was just a matter of time. The only issue currently was the sales channels for crescent rice. Thinking about the sales channels made Lin Fan feel somewhat overwhelmed. With so much crescent rice, the Baibao Pavilion would definitely be able to handle it. However, if Lin Fan were to take out so much crescent rice to sell at Baibao Pavilion, it would certainly attract the attention of the high-ranking officials there. At that point, Baibao Pavilion might send someone to investigate the source of his crescent rice. If they couldn't trace it, they would surely suspect that he was hiding a great secret, and that would be problematic. There's no rush, a solution will surely present itself in the future. In any case, I can store it in the system storage space, so I don't have to worry about the crescent rice going bad. When I reach the Purple Mansion realm, I can also establish a merchant association behind the scenes to sell crescent rice myself. The market for premium spiritual rice is vast, and there's no worry about selling it. With this thought, Lin Fan no longer felt troubled. In the past 3 months in the main world, aside from the crescent rice maturing, once Luo Yiran and her companions had also improved their strength, all reaching the mid-stage of the opening origin realm. This was normal after all. They consumed tons of crescent rice daily, and with the assistance of spirit stones during their cultivation, their strength naturally increased rapidly. Even the 30 maids with low-grade aptitude had now achieved full mastery of body tempering. One must say, with abundant resources, even those with low-grade aptitude could improve their strength quickly. However, Lin Fan did not rush to give them high-grade breaking mirror pills to help them break through to the opening origin realm. Li Han and her companions were still learning outside and had not returned. At the very least, he would wait until Li Han and her companions returned and broke through before giving them the pills. As for Lin Fan himself, he was still at the early stage of the Qi realm. The improvement in strength at the Qi realm was not as easy as in the opening origin realm. the difficulty was at least 100 times greater. However, even so, Lin Fan was not far from breaking through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Main world. Referred to as the main world in the outside world, Li Han and her trio had completed their training and were currently on their way back to the Lin residence. At this moment, they were in a forest about 100 miles away from Wanxiang City. Suddenly, they spotted two unconscious young women in front of them. Sister Li Han, there are two girls unconscious here. They seem to be seriously injured. Should we help them? Well, seeing this situation, Li Han felt somewhat troubled. The injuries of these two women were such that they would not wake up in a short time. If they were left lying there, even if they weren't found by their enemies, they would still die at the hands of a demonic beast. But if they took them back, she feared it would cause trouble for Lin Fan. Sister Li Han, these two girls are very beautiful, and they look quite similar. They must be sisters. If their aptitude is good enough, they might become the family head's wife. Why don't we take them back? Seeing that both wanted to save the girls, Li Han felt even more troubled. Are you sure you want to save them? If we do this, we might be punished by the family head. Sister Li Han, we are determined to save them. Of course, this matter still needs your decision. Li Han gritted her teeth. All right, then let's take them home and let the family head decide. But we must be quick and discreet so as not to be discovered by others. We don't know who their enemies are. If the enemy's forces are too strong, it wouldn't be good for our Lin family. Don't worry, Sister Li Han, we know what to do, and we will definitely not let anyone trace it back to our Lin family. Soon the three of them quickly left the area with the two injured girls. Half an hour after Li Han and the others left, more than 10 people appeared here. They looked at the traces left behind and already had an answer in their hearts. Elder, they must have been unconscious here for a while and were then rescued by someone. Should we pursue them? Considering the situation, these people have already left for more than half an hour. It would be too late to chase now. This place is very close to Wanxiang City, so they likely have already gone there. Then Elder, what should we do? The young master has instructed us to capture these two sisters alive. Mentioning the young master made them involuntarily shudder. Thinking about the young master's ruthlessness, if they failed the mission, this elder in front of them would be fine, but they would certainly face severe punishment. Let's go to Wanxiang City and ask the city lord to help us find any traces of these sisters. Elder, will the city lord of Wanxiang City help us? Humph, although I am not a match for the city lord of Wanxiang City, he wouldn't dare refuse to help our Fire Cloud sect. Hearing the elder's words, the group felt more confident. One must know that their Fire Cloud sect's ancestor had the strength of the late Qi realm, and the sect master's strength had also reached the early Qi realm. Such forces of the same level did not exceed 10 in the entire Qingyun County, and they were only slightly weaker than the city lord's manor of Qingyun County. Although Wanxiang City was backed by Qingyun County and belonged to the official forces of the Zhao Kingdom, he wouldn't dare to offend the Fire Cloud sect. Li Han and the others were unaware of what happened next. In disguise, they returned to the Lin residence in just 1 hour. After they settled the two injured girls, coincidentally Lin Fan also returned to the mansion at this time, having just procured some supplies outside. Greetings, family head. The three hurriedly bowed to Lin Fan upon seeing him. Li Han, you're back. How did your training go? Lin Fan was quite pleased to see Li Han and the others return safely. Family head, we have completed the task perfectly and have gone through many practical experiences. There will be no issues. Very good, you all have worked hard. Once we return to the small world, make sure to rest for a while. Family head, we're not tired out, everything is for the family. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the trio's performance. By the way, master, on our way back we encountered two girls who were severely injured. I felt pity for them, so I brought them back to the Lin residence. They are still unconscious now. I took the liberty of bringing strangers back to the family, so please punish me, master. As she spoke, Li Han knelt down to Lin Fan in apology. The other two girls saw Li Han taking all the responsibility upon herself and also knelt down. Master, this matter is not Li Han's fault. It was us who asked her to do this. If the master wishes to punish someone, let it be us. All right, you all get up. I never said I would punish you. Also, in the future, do not kneel without my command. Thank you, master. Li Han, take me to see these two girls. Master, please follow me. Soon they arrived at the guest room in the residence. Looking at the two girls before him whose faces had little color and who were clearly gravely injured, even their breathing was somewhat unsteady. If they were not treated in time, they might be in life-threatening danger. System, check the information of the two. Name Mu Shishua. Age 20. Identity, young lady of the Mu family, one of the 4 great families in Chongning City. Talent, mystic, grade premium. Strength, early stage of Kaiyuan realm, currently in a severely injured state, strength barely remaining. Name Mu Shiyu. Age 20. Identity, second young lady of the Mu family, one of the 4 great families in Chongning City. Talent, mystic, grade premium. Strength, early stage of Kaiyuan realm, currently in a severely injured state, strength barely remaining. After reading the information of the two, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that their talents had actually reached mystic grade premium. Moreover, seeing that they were the same age, it was evident they were twins. Mystic grade premium talent is rare even in the Lin family of Chu country and all of them are being carefully cultivated. As for their strength, Lin Fan was not surprised. It is quite normal for those with mystic-grade premium talent to reach the Kaiyuan realm at 20 years old. Moreover, given their backgrounds, they clearly do not lack cultivation resources. If they were born into a prominent family like the Lin family in Chu country, their strength would have likely already reached the full stage of Kaiyuan realm, and they would be preparing to break through to the Qihai realm. However, as the eldest and second young ladies of the Mu family, one of the four great families in Chongning City, why were they here and in such a severely injured state? Lin Fan had some understanding of Chongning City. It was also a city under Qingyun Prefecture. However, its strength was much greater than Wanshi City, and among the 16 cities in Qingyun Prefecture, it could rank within the top 3 with strong practitioners of the Qihai realm present in the city. As one of the four great families in Chongning City, the Mu family clearly has practitioners of the Qihai realm as well. Although Lin Fan was very puzzled, he did not dwell on it. After all, once the two woke up, he could ask them directly. Li Han, when you returned, did anyone notice you? Someone capable of injuring the two of them must possess considerable strength. It could also be a conflict between factions, and Lin Fan naturally did not want to attract attention. Master, rest assured. We disguised ourselves, and after entering the city, we quietly changed our appearances a few times before returning to the Lin residence. Seeing their caution, Lin Fan nodded. Li Han, prepare to support them. We are returning to the small world. Since they are of mystic-grade premium talent and meet his aesthetic standards, Lin Fan naturally would not miss this opportunity. Of course, if they were unwilling, then they could only stay in the small world forever. If he placed the two in the main world, there would also be a risk of being discovered. He certainly did not want to invite unnecessary trouble. Small world. Lin Fan brought the two injured girls back, naturally attracting the attention of Luo Yiran and the others. Husband, what happened to these two girls? They seem to be severely injured. Yiran, these are the ones Li Han encountered on their way back. Seeing that they were gravely wounded, I took them in out of compassion. Husband, do you have a way to save them? Naturally, there is no problem. I am preparing to refine a batch of yellow-grade premium healing pills. After taking them and resting for a while, they will recover. During this time, Lin Fan had accepted the inheritance of a yellow-grade alchemist, and he was already proficient in refining yellow-grade pills. Unfortunately, this inheritance could only be passed on once. If others wanted to learn, they would have to start from scratch. Otherwise, he could have been producing yellow-grade alchemists in bulk. By the way, Iran, before that, feed them some spiritual liquid to stabilize their injuries and prevent further deterioration. Then, husband, you go refine pills, or we will take care of the rest. Alright. During this time, Lin Fan had refined pills several times, and he had just procured the materials for healing pills. As for the previously planted medicinal herbs, they were not yet mature. The materials for yellow-grade low and mid-grade pills can mature in 1 or 2 years. However, high-grade and premium-grade materials take 5 to 10 years. An hour later, Lin Fan finally completed the pill refinement. Not bad, 10 pills, all of perfect quality, without a trace of pill poison. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with his pill refining skills. The optimal yield for a batch of pills is 12, yet for most alchemists reaching 9 is already the limit. As the saying goes, 9 is the limit, 12 is perfection. That is how it works. Of course, this refers to the yield from a single batch of materials. If one were to add more materials into a single batch, it would be normal to yield dozens of pills. Generally, high-level alchemists do this when refining lower-grade pills to save time. However, it would definitely waste a lot of materials. For instance, from one batch of materials, he could refine 9 pills, but if multiple batches were refined together, perhaps each batch would only yield 5 or 6 pills on average. After tidying up, Lin Fan left the alchemy room with the pills. Soon he arrived at the room where the Mu sister, Li Han, and the others were taking care of them. Li Han, how are they doing? Master, we just helped them freshen up, and after giving them some spiritual liquid, their complexion has improved quite a bit. Lin Fan looked at the two girls' complexions. They indeed looked much better than before. Li Han, these are healing pills. Please give them to them. Alright, master. Li Han took the pills and fed them to the two girls. After they took the healing pills, Lin Fan did not intend to stay here longer. Li Han, I'll leave this to you. Once they wake up, come and tell me. Yes, master. The two would wake up shortly, so Lin Fan would not wait here for long. With this time, he would rather go and chat with Luo Yiran and the others. Over here, Luo Yiran saw Lin Fan arrive at her residence, a look of joy spreading across her face. She quickly stepped forward and asked, husband, have the pills been refined yet? Careful girl, you're pregnant, Lin Fan said as he embraced her. It's fine, husband. I'm not an ordinary person. With my strength in the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, I am considered a master even in Wanxiang City. But it seems you've already refined the pills, right? After saying this, Luo Yiran displayed a mischievous expression. After spending so much time with Lin Fan, Luo Yiran had become much more cheerful. Perhaps her nature had always been like this, but in a place like the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she had never dared to show her true self. The same was true for the others. Lin Fan was naturally pleased with their transformation. It indicated that they had begun to see him as a support and had opened their hearts to him. Yuan, I've given them the pills and I believe they will wake up by tomorrow. That reassures me. However, those two sisters are quite lucky to have met Lin Han and the others. Luo Yuan had her reasons for saying this. Only those who were part of Lin Fan's circle could enter the small world. Even if they were merely maids, it was still a great opportunity. After all, those who could follow Lin Fan would never lack cultivation resources in the future. As Lin Fan grew stronger, the resources he obtained would become increasingly advanced. As for whether Lin Fan could become stronger, that was a certainty. With the existence of the small world, the Lin family would only grow in strength. By the way, husband, have you checked their qualifications? Luo Yuan was quite eager about the two sisters' potential. If they reached the yellow level supreme qualifications or higher, she could add 2 more sisters to her family. It seems you're quite hopeful for them to have high qualifications. Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course, I hope their qualifications are high. The higher their qualifications, the more it strengthens our Lin family's foundation. I'm pleased with your response, Yuan. Their qualifications are indeed impressive. Both have reached the profound. What? Their qualifications are that high? To be honest, Luo Yuan suddenly felt a bit envious of the two. Such high qualifications meant their cultivation speed would far surpass hers. Of course, while she felt envy, she did not harbor jealousy. The higher their qualifications, the better it would be for the Lin family. Yuan, you don't need to envy them. Your qualifications will also improve in the future. Hearing that her qualifications could improve, Luo Yuan was taken aback. After a while, she finally regained her composure. Husband, is what you said true? Can my qualifications really improve? At this moment, Luo Yuan still found it hard to believe. What? Don't you trust what I say? Lin Fan asked nonchalantly. Of course I do, I just can't believe it. Luo Yuan hurriedly explained, fearing Lin Fan would be upset. Yuan, I can't say much right now, you'll understand in the future. I believe in you, husband. After chatting with Luo Yuan for a while, Lin Fan went to accompany Hong Lu and the others in turn. Soon a day had passed in the small world. At that moment, the Mu sisters opened their eyes one after the other. When they realized they were in a strange place, a hint of panic flashed in their eyes. Fortunately, seeing each other present eased their worries. Sister, where is this place? It seems we've been rescued. Xiaoyu, I just woke up too. I don't know where this is, or who saved us. Sister, do you think grandpa, father, mother, and our uncles are all gone? Mu Shiyu's voice was filled with sorrow. Upon hearing her sister mention their family, Mu Shikshu's eyes turned red, filled with murderous intent. Their Mu family had been exterminated. The Fire Cloud sect, together with the other 3 major families of Chongning City, had attacked the Mu family. Although the Mu family was one of the 4 great families of Chongning City, the united forces of the 4 great powers were simply beyond the Mu family's capability to handle. If their grandfather hadn't risked his life to send the 2 sisters away, they surely would have been captured by the Fire Cloud sect, by now destined to be toys for the sect's young master. At this moment, Li Han, who was practicing martial arts outside, heard the commotion inside and pushed the door open to enter. You've finally awoken. Oh, it looks like you're recovering well. Seeing Li Han, Mu Shishua hurriedly controlled her expression. Although sadness still lingered on her face, the murderous intent had vanished. With a hint of gratitude, she asked Li Han's sister, where is this place? Did you save us? It was indeed me who brought you back, but it was our family head who saved you. At that time you were both severely injured, and I didn't have the ability to save you. Our family head, upon seeing your injuries, specifically refined a batch of yellow-level supreme healing pills for you. Otherwise you wouldn't have recovered so quickly. What? Supreme healing pills, and you refined them yourself? The 2 sisters were extremely shocked. They had naturally heard of supreme healing pills. Such pills were rare in Chongning City. Even those severely injured at the Qi realm could fully recover by taking supreme healing pills as long as their fundamentals weren't harmed. And alchemists capable of refining supreme healing pills were esteemed guests even in forces with a Zifu realm master. As for their Mu family, they had no access to such level alchemists. One could imagine that the person who saved them had an extraordinary identity. Just the identity of a yellow-level supreme alchemist alone would mean no one in Qingyun County would dare to. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Li Han thought proudly, this is just the beginning. Oh, when you find out that the place you are in is a small world, it will completely shatter your worldview. However, Li Han quickly became serious. You must be hungry after being unconscious for so long. I've already had porridge prepared. After you've filled your stomach, I will take you to meet our family head. With that, Li Han left, leaving the 2 sisters staring at each other. Soon Li Han returned carrying 2 large bowls of porridge. All right, ladies, please enjoy. I'll be outside. If you need anything, just call me. Then thank you, sister. No need to be polite. Once Li Han left, the 2 began to sip the porridge. Sister, this porridge smells wonderful. It must be made from supreme spirit rice. Indeed, it is supreme spirit rice. They had naturally eaten supreme spirit rice before, but they couldn't have it often as they were limited to 10 pounds a month. The main reason was that their Mu family had only 10 acres of spirit fields capable of growing supreme spirit rice, producing very little each year, hardly sufficient to distribute. It should be noted that their Mu family had over 1,000 members in total. The amount they could share was still due to their good qualifications. They had many siblings, but most of them had yellow-level qualifications, and those people were not qualified to eat supreme spirit rice. Buying it from outside was out of the question, although one could buy a pound for a spirit stone, it was merely a theoretical price. Those spirit fields were basically controlled by those families and sects. They couldn't even keep enough spirit rice for themselves, let alone sell any. If the price of spirit rice were to be raised, perhaps some forces would sell it. But if the price were set too high, people would feel it was not worth it. Spirit rice itself was not worth that many spirit stones. With that money, it would be more worthwhile to buy some pills. This led to an awkward situation where the price for supreme spirit rice was set at 1 spirit stone per pound, yet such rice was rarely seen in the market. Only those middle and low-grade spirit rice were circulating in the market. The sisters looked at the porridge made from supreme spirit rice, feeling astonished. However, thinking about the family head that Lin Fan mentioned being a yellow-level supreme alchemist, they soon understood. If they could casually be given supreme healing pills, it was no wonder they had supreme spirit rice. Buying spirit rice with spirit stones was impossible, but getting it through pills was not a problem. Sister, what kind of person is this clan lord the lady just mentioned? How would I know? I've never even seen him. Mu Shishua shot her younger sister an exasperated glance. Sister, do you really think this clan lord might help us avenge our family? Given his status as a supreme rank yellow-grade alchemist, avenging us should be effortless. Mu Shiyu voiced her conviction. Gee, what on earth are you thinking? Why would he lift a finger for us? What worthy compensation could you possibly offer? Mu Shishua was utterly disarmed by her sister's naivety. Only the 2 sisters remained of the Mu clan, destitute, possessing nothing but their bare hands. Even if they pledged themselves as slaves or servants, they could never hope to entice a supreme-rank yellow-grade alchemist into action. Her sister's words deflated Mu Shiyu instantly. Then what shall we do, sister? Shall we abandon our clan's vengeance altogether? Her voice trembled with sorrow. No, the debt must be repaid. Our 10,000 kinsfolk cannot have perished in vain. I will make those powerful factions pay a crushing price. Recalling the massacre of her clan, Mu Shishua's eyes flared with seething fury once more. Let us train together, sister. We possess exceptional talent. One day, we will exact our retribution. Her hatred for those factions burned no less fiercely than her elder sisters. Agreed. We shall strive side by side until the day vengeance is ours. Mu Shishua spoke with unwavering resolve. Then silence settled between them, broken only by the quiet sound of their porridge being eaten. Shiyu, we finished eating. It's time we met our savior. Yes, sister. Both sisters felt a quiet anticipation toward Lin Fan, the man who had saved their lives. After tidying themselves, they prepared to leave. Though still recovering, their injuries no longer impeded ordinary movement. Mayam, we've finished our meal. May we now be taken to meet our savior. Very well, please follow me. As they walked, the sisters kept glancing about, but despite the estate's vastness, few people were in sight. They only glimpsed several maidservants bowing respectfully to Lin Han. Though puzzled, they wisely held their tongues. Soon Lin Han led them into the main reception hall. Please wait here a moment. I shall inform the clan lord at once. Once Lin Han departed, Mu Shiyu could contain herself no longer. It's so quiet here, hardly anyone around. Sister, could it be that our savior only recently founded this clan? Mu Shishua's eyes lit up at her sister's words. Shiyu, that's remarkably astute. Such sparse attendance strongly suggests a newly established clan. If true, then perhaps our vengeance is not beyond reach. Mu Shishua's reasoning was deliberate and grounded. A nascent clan begins with but a handful of members. To flourish, it must steadily expand, through marriage, concubinage, and alliances. This has always been the way of noble houses in this world. If their suspicion proved correct, she might yet become the clan lord's concubine. Sister, you don't mean? Mu Shiyu's eyes widened in sudden realization. She was far from foolish. Her sister's implication was unmistakable. Yes, I am indeed considering it. Otherwise, revenge would remain a distant dream stretching across decades, perhaps centuries. Our talents are commendable, yet cultivation demands immense time. Revenge remains impossible within 100 years, or even longer. Moreover, if we left this place, we'd likely fall prey to the Huiyan sect and the 3 great families. Across Qingyun Prefecture, their spies and henchmen lurk everywhere. Escaping its borders safely would be near impossible. Hearing her sister's grim certainty, Mu Shiyu clenched her teeth and declared resolutely, "Then let us proceed together, sister." Agreed. Mu Shishua accepted without hesitation. Their chances improved markedly when united, and in their utter solitude, remaining together here was their wisest course. Sister, what if our benefactor asks about our origins? Should we speak truthfully? Naturally. There is no need to conceal our lineage. The Huiyan sect and the 3 great families hold no weight before a supreme rank yellow-grade alchemist. Such an alchemist could command allegiance from countless sects and clans. Concealment would only breed distrust. Besides, news of the Mu clan's annihilation will soon spread throughout Qingyun Prefecture. A simple inquiry would reveal our identity in moments. Understood, sister. I know precisely how to proceed. Inwardly, both sisters prayed fervently that their conjecture was correct, that this truly was a fledgling clan. Should their guess prove false, their plan would vanish like mist. Meanwhile, Li Han had located Lin Fan, who was visiting Hong Lu's residence. Clan Lord, the two young ladies have awakened. They await you in the reception hall. Very well, I shall meet them at once. Lin Fan turned toward Hong Lu beside him. Lu, would you accompany me? My lord, I'm quite well. Visiting them would be pleasant enough. Then let us go. I'll support you. My lord, I'm hardly so delicate. Though Hong Lu protested lightly, her radiant smile betrayed her delight. Moments later, the three arrived in the reception hall. Ladies, this is our clan lord, and beside him stands Madame Hong Lu. The sisters were genuinely startled. Lin Fan appeared far younger than they'd imagined. True ancient cultivators often preserved youthful appearances, but they sensed Lin Fan was no such venerable entity. His aura bore no trace of time-worn gravity. Thus they concluded he was still relatively young, certainly under 100 years. Compared to the 5-century lifespan of Sifchi realm cultivators, that was scarcely more than youth. Glancing at Hong Lu beside him, they noticed her gently rounded abdomen, a clear sign of pregnancy. This further confirmed their hypothesis, stirring quiet excitement within them. Yet they quickly composed themselves, and bowed deeply before Lin Fan and Hong Lu. We humbly greet our savior, and madam. Reverence was not optional. First, he had saved their lives. Gratitude was owed. Second, his status demanded deference. Even their grandfather, had he lived, would have knelt before him. Such was the prestige of a supreme-rank yellow-grade alchemist. As for the higher-tier, profound-grade alchemists, only the foremost nations possessed them. Zhao State had none. Seeing the two women being so respectful towards him, Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "There is no need for such courtesy, ladies. I can see that both of you are in good spirits, which suggests your injuries have healed quite well. With a bit more time to recuperate, you will fully recover. This is largely thanks to the pills refined by our benefactor. Without those, not only would we not have recovered, but our injuries would likely have worsened. At that point, it would have been uncertain whether we could survive." The Mu sisters were well aware of their own injuries. After their grandfather risked everything to send them away, they encountered numerous pursuers on their escape. They fought back with all their might, but the enemies were too many, leaving them gravely injured and on the verge of death. If not for their deep-seated desire for revenge, they would not have escaped so far and would have been encountered by Li Han and her companions. All right, ladies, there is no need to keep calling me benefactor. My surname is Lin, and my given name is Fan. You can call me the head of the Lin family. By the way, Head Lin, could you please tell us what region this is? They had been so focused on fleeing that they had no idea where they had escaped to. This is Wanxiang City. Wanxiang City. I can't believe we actually escaped here. They had heard of Wanxiang City as it belonged to the same prefecture as their Chongning City. However, in their understanding, the lord of Wanxiang City was only at the late stage of the opening Yuan realm. They never expected that someone like Lin Fan would be hidden here, which truly surprised them. But upon further thought, it was likely that Lin Fan had just established his family, and in a city like Wanxiang City, which was not particularly strong, it was actually more suitable for the early development of a family. Once the family's strength grew, it would not be too late to move to a larger city. Ladies, why don't you introduce yourself? Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, the sisters realized that they had indeed forgotten to introduce themselves. Apologies, Head Lin, it was our oversight. My name is Mu Shishua, and this is my twin sister Mu Shiyu. We come from the Mu family of Chongning City. The Mu family of Chongning City. Lin Fan feigned deep thought. I have some impression, isn't that one of the 4 great families of Chongning City? Yes, Head Lin, but now the Mu family no longer exists in Chongning City. As they spoke, a sorrowful expression appeared on the sisters' faces. Lin Fan at this moment was somewhat surprised. Judging by their expressions and words, it seemed the Mu family had been exterminated, which explained why the two were gravely injured. Ladies, why do you say the Mu family is no more? What happened, and is it related to your injuries? Lin Fan was curious about what had transpired. It was indeed surprising that a family that could be considered strong in Qingyun Prefecture was completely wiped out. Head Lin, our Mu family was besieged by the Fire Cloud sect in alliance with the other 3 great families of Chongning City. We no longer exist. It seems that only my sister and I survived from the entire Mu family. Thinking about how only the 2 of them remained, the sisters shed tears of sorrow. Hong Lu, witnessing this scene, felt a deep sympathy for them. At the same time, she was struck by the thought that such a large family could be exterminated just like that. No wonder her husband, despite his current strength, could easily dominate Wanxiang City, yet chose not to do so. Instead, he developed quietly here, drawing no attention from anyone. She finally understood her husband's, and being too ostentatious would definitely attract the notice of other forces. At that point, development would face considerable resistance. No force wishes for the emergence of someone who could compete with them for resources. However, Hong Lu wanted to know why the Mu family was attacked by the 4 great forces. So she asked the 2, did your family offend these 4 great forces? It was that young master of the Fire Cloud sect. Upon mentioning this young master, the sisters gritted their teeth. He was the root cause of their family's annihilation. Lin Fan and Hong Lu did not interrupt, but quietly watched the two. After the sisters calmed down, they began to recount their story again. We don't know how this young master learned that we sisters possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy. After confirming the authenticity of this news, the Fire Cloud sect immediately sent people to our Mu family to propose a marriage, wanting to take us in as concubines. But we are well aware of the character of this young master of the Fire Cloud sect. It seems he practices an evil technique. Anyone he takes as a concubine does not survive past a year, and their fate is quite miserable. Naturally, my grandfather and parents would not push us into the fire pit, and immediately rejected their proposal. Thus the conflict between our Mu family and the Fire Cloud sect arose. However, my grandfather and parents did not take this matter seriously at the time. In their view, although the Fire Cloud sect was stronger than our Mu family, a single Fire Cloud sect could not take down our family without paying a heavy price. Moreover, Chongning City has the other three great families and the City Lord's mansion, so the Fire Cloud sect would not dare to act rashly. But the outcome was beyond our expectations. In order to obtain the two of us, the Fire Cloud sect began secretly persuading the other three great families. The three great families actually joined forces with the Fire Cloud sect to deal with our Mu family in order to divide our assets. As for why the City Lord's mansion did not step in at the end, we do not know. After listening to the sisters' account, Hong Lu was furious. This Fire Cloud sect is too wicked. When their proposal fails, they wipe out an entire family. Lulu, there is no concept of good and bad in this world. It's all about the survival of the fittest. Only by becoming strong can one hold the power to speak. When one's strength reaches a point where no one dares to provoke them, even if they commit heinous acts, no one will dare to call them evil. This is reality. Lin Fan had lived in this world for 30 years and had heard of many such events. This was also the reason he was surviving allows for better development. Husband, I understand now, and I will strive to practice harder in the future. Seeing Hong Lu's resolve, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then Lin Fan looked at the Mu sisters and asked, "Ladies, what are your plans moving forward?" "Head Lin, there is no place for my sister and me in Qingyun Prefecture anymore. If we just go out like this, we will definitely be targeted by the eyes of the four great forces. For the sake of our own safety, we hope that Head Lin can take us in, even if it means becoming your servants." Mu Shix's tone was very sincere. The matter of becoming a concubine could be discussed later. The priority was to stay, which would provide them with an opportunity. Moreover, becoming a servant of a yellow-level top-tier alchemist was not something to be ashamed of. If the news got out, who knows how many people would envy them. Lin Fan did not immediately agree to the two. Instead, he checked the information of the two. Name Mu Shixua. Age 20. Qualification Mystic Level Supreme. Realm Initial Stage of Kaiyuan Realm. Favorability 65. Name Mu Shiyu. Age 20. Qualification Mystic Level Supreme. Realm Initial Stage of Kaiyuan Realm. Favorability 68. The favorability was already close to 70, likely because I am their lifesaver. I estimate it won't be long before their favorability reaches above 70. Lin Fan thought to himself. Seeing that Lin Fan was still in deep thought, the Mu sisters felt a bit anxious, and their gazes toward him began to grow tense. The two were uncertain if Lin Fan would keep them. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Fan finally spoke. "My Lin family has just been established. We indeed need manpower, and you can stay. However, I must make it clear up front, while you can stay, you must be loyal to the family. If you betray us, I don't need to elaborate on the consequences, you can guess." Upon hearing they could stay, the two were instantly overjoyed. Especially Lin Fan's statement about the Lin family just being established, which confirmed their previous suspicion. This was the best news for them. As for betrayal, that was impossible. They weren't fools. "Please rest assured, family head, we will definitely be loyal to the family from now on. The family head saved our lives. We are not the kind of people who forget kindness." The two's expressions were very determined. "I hope you can live up to your words." Upon entering the small world, Lin Fan naturally did not have to worry about anyone betraying him, but he still had to say what needed to be said. "Actually, you have another choice." Upon hearing there was another choice, the sisters perked up, looking at Lin Fan. They hoped the alternative choice would be advantageous for them. "If you are willing, you can become my concubine. I just established my family, and I need to expand. Of course you can refuse. This is not compulsory. Even if you refuse, you can still stay in my Lin family, without worrying about being treated poorly." Upon hearing Lin Fan wanted them to be concubines, the two immediately widened their eyes. They hadn't even started to act yet, and this wish was already fulfilled. It was too easy. Seeing the two did not respond, Lin Fan frowned. "If you haven't thought it over yet, you can take some time to consider it, and then come back to tell me your answer." "Family head, there's no need to think. We are willing." Such a great opportunity was right in front of them. How could they possibly miss it? "Very well." Lin Fan was quite satisfied with their answer. "Your injuries are not yet healed. You should rest for a while and recover before we talk." As for your enemies, I will take care of it for you. Of course, don't think about revenge for now, and the family still needs a few years to develop quietly. In the initial stages of the family's development, it's not suitable to act high profile. However, a few years later, perhaps you two sisters will be able to take revenge on your own without my intervention. The years Lin Fan referred to meant the time in the main world. With the continuous supply of cultivation resources, it was possible for the two to break through to the Purple Mansion realm in a few years. At that time, dealing with a few forces at the Chi-Si realm would be an easy task. Family head, will we really have the ability to take revenge ourselves in a few years? At this moment, the two sisters were extremely excited. To take revenge, they needed at least to reach the perfected Chi-Si realm. This meant that in the coming years, Lin Fan would be able to cultivate them into perfected Chi-Si realm expert. After regaining her senses, Mu Xiu hurriedly pulled Li Han to inquire. Sister Li, do you mean to say that the family head is very likely the reincarnation of a powerful being from the divine ability realm? Mu Xiu stared wide-eyed at Li Han, eager to know the truth of this matter, and Mu Shixiu felt the same way. Why didn't the two sisters think of a higher realm? It was because in their understanding, the divine ability realm was already the highest level that a martial artist could achieve. They had never considered whether there were higher realms beyond the divine ability realm. Not to mention them, even their grandfather was unaware of such things. Ultimately, the Mu family was one of the 4 great families in Chongning City, but in the land of 100 nations they were just an insignificant force. It was a luxury to even think about breaking through to the Purple Mansion, let alone aspire to the divine ability realm. The consensus in the land of 100 nations is that refining the body to the divine ability realm represents the pinnacle of cultivation. This is why the two believe that the powerful being Li Han referred to was indeed from the divine ability realm. Ladies, the powerful being I speak of is not from the divine ability realm, but from the Emperor realm. Ladies, your current understanding of the cultivation realms is still too limited. Uai was the same before. The primary reason is that the land of 100 nations is isolated from the world and information is scarce. Most people's understanding of martial artist levels is limited to the range from refining the body to the divine ability realm. In fact, the land of 100 nations is merely the tip of the iceberg in this world. Only by reaching the divine ability realm can one safely traverse the million mountains to reach a broader world. The vast majority of people in the land of 100 nations cannot even imagine what the world beyond the million mountains is like. To us, the divine ability realm holds the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and is an invincible existence in the land of 100 nations. However, in the entirety of the Xiantian continent, the divine ability realm can only be the head of a third-rate force, so it cannot be considered a powerful being. Since coming to the Lin family, Li Han had learned a general overview of this world from Lin Fan. Upon realizing the vastness of this world, they understood how limited their previous perspective was. At this moment, both sisters were somewhat stunned. The idea that the divine ability realm could only be the head of a third-rate force, along with concepts like the Xiantian continent and the Emperor realm, were all unknown to them. Sister Li, please tell us what realms exist above the divine ability realm. The sisters looked at Li Han with eyes full of curiosity. The title of Emperor sounded incredibly powerful, certainly something remarkable. Ladies, above the divine ability realm, there are the realms of Venerable Quasi-Sage, Sage, King Sage, Emperor Sage, Venerable Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor. I didn't expect there to be so many realms beyond that. Mu Shixiu's face was filled with longing, and Mu Xiu felt the same. Their previous understanding of this world had indeed been too limited. Li Han's words opened a door to a new world for them. They also came to realize that there was a much broader world outside. Only the top forces in the land of 100 nations were aware of this information. After digesting this information, Mu Shixiu remarked with some emotion, Sister Li, I didn't expect you to know so. This is what the family head told us, otherwise I wouldn't know these things. Ladies, there's no need to think too much with the family head around. Your futures are surely limitless. The family head's focus has never been on the land of 100 nations, but rather on the broader world outside. The two nodded vigorously, filled with anticipation for the future. By the way, Sister Li, how are you so sure that the family head is probably a reincarnation of an emperor? Did the family head admit it himself? Upon hearing this, Li Han shook her head. Ladies, this is just a guess between me and the other sisters. We wouldn't dare to ask the family head about such matters. But I can be certain that the probability of the family head being a reincarnation of an emperor is very high. Seeing how determined Li Han was in her belief, the two were also curious about the reasons behind it. Sister Li, please tell us in detail what this is all about. Since you've determined that the family head is a reincarnation of an emperor, there must be some basis for it, right? Li Han nodded. Of course there is a basis. Do you know where we currently are? Well, the family head mentioned earlier that we are in Wanxiang City. The two were somewhat puzzled as to why Li Han would ask so. We are indeed in Wanxiang City, but do you think such rich heaven and earth origin energy could exist here? Right, Sister Li, we wouldn't have realized it if you hadn't mentioned it. The origin energy here is so rich it's several times more concentrated than where my grandfather is in seclusion. Is it possible that there is a spirit gathering formation of a higher level set up here? Li Han shook her head directly. Ladies, there is no spirit gathering formation here. The place we are in is a world opened up by the family head. This place is isolated from the world. Without the guidance of a family, no one can enter. Moreover, what's more important is that the flow of time here is 5 times that of the outside. This means that while 1 day passes outside, 5 days have already passed in this small world, while our lifespan consumed is the same as that of the outside, only 1 day. This means that if we live in this small world, our lifespan is 5 times that of others. At this moment, the two sisters were completely stunned. The place they were in turned out to be a small world opened up, and even the flow of time was 5 times that of the outside. What kind of strength must one possess to achieve this? It must be as Li Han said, their family head is indeed a reincarnation of an emperor, otherwise how could it be explained? Li Han was not surprised by the shock of the two. She had been equally astonished after learning this information. After a while, the sisters finally came to their senses from their shock. Sister Li, how many concubines does the family head currently have? Mu Shishua asked the question she was most concerned about. The family head currently has only 15 concubines, all of whom are already pregnant. Upon hearing there were only 15, the sisters felt a lot more relaxed. 15 is indeed not many. Her father has several hundred concubines. Those with the Purple Mansion realm often have thousands of concubines as a norm. The higher the realm, the lower the fertility rate. Thus, to leave behind their bloodlines, the powerful ones can only cast a wide net. Ladies, your injuries have not yet healed. You need to rest well. I will take my leave now. If there is anything, you can call me directly, and I do not live far from here. Then, Sister Li, take care. The two did not try to keep Li Han any longer. They still needed time to digest the information Li Han had just shared. After a moment of silence, Mu Shishua spoke up. Little you, we must seize this opportunity. Whatever the family head tells us to do, we must do it. We absolutely cannot displease the family head. As for the Fire Cloud sect and the 3 great families, let them live a few more years. Once our strength increases, we will personally take revenge. As she spoke, a flash of killing intent crossed Mu Shikshu's eyes. She must avenge the grudge of the 100 members of the Mu family. Sister, I know what to do. Mu Shiyu revealed a determined expression. After confirming that Lin Fan is the reincarnation of the emperor, the two of them were certain that under Lin Fan's guidance, it would take no more than 5 years for them to personally take their revenge. Previously, they only thought Lin Fan was a yellow-grade top-tier alchemist, but they never expected his true identity to be far more terrifying than that of an alchemist. They had no idea how powerful the emperor was, as they had never seen records or heard legends regarding this. However, the emperor's realm was a full 8 major levels higher than the divine ability realm. Thus, just how strong the emperor truly was beyond their imagination. Shall you take good care of your injuries next? Once you're healed, make an effort to conceive a child as soon as possible. Only when we have a child can we truly be considered members of the Lin family. I will definitely do my best. The two of them were not acting out of malice. The destruction of the Mu family had helped them grow significantly. In the main world, the steward of the Fire Cloud sect, accompanied by over a dozen disciples, traveled for several hours and arrived at Wanxiang City. After entering the city, they did not linger, but headed straight to the city lord's mansion. Who goes there? This is the city lord's mansion. Without an invitation from the city lord, you cannot trespass, otherwise you will be killed on the spot. They had just arrived outside the city lord's mansion when they were stopped by the guards. As the largest force in Wanxiang City, the guards were accustomed to being arrogant, and their attitude towards these people was naturally unfriendly. I am Liao Chen, the steward of the Fire Cloud sect. Go report to your city lord Yang that I have important matters to discuss with him. After all, they were here seeking help. Even though Liao Chen was unhappy with the guard's attitude, he did not force his. Moreover, with his mid-stage Kaiyuan strength, he could not possibly overpower the latest-stage Kaiyuan city lord. So you are the steward of the Fire Cloud sect. Please wait a moment, I will report to the city lord right away. Upon hearing that he was the steward of the Fire Cloud sect, the guard's attitude shifted from arrogance to a subservient tone, even tinged with a hint of flattery. The Fire Cloud sect held significant power in Qingyun County, and the guards had naturally heard of its renown. If they offended the steward of the Fire Cloud sect, the consequences would surely be dire. Even the city lord might not protect them, as they were merely guards. Soon the guard found the city lord. Reporting to the city lord, the steward Liao Chun of the Fire Cloud sect requests an audience, claiming he has important matters to discuss. The steward of the Fire Cloud sect wants to see me. City Lord Yang was somewhat puzzled. He did not know this person and had no connections with the Fire Cloud sect. Why would he want to see him, and what important matters could he have to discuss? I would like to see what they want. Bring them in. Yes, City Lord. As a mere steward, there was naturally no need for him to personally greet them. Although the Fire Cloud sect was powerful, the position of City Lord of Wanxiang City was bestowed by the county, so he was not afraid of what the Fire Cloud sect might do. As footsteps slowly approached Liao Chun and his group arrived before City Lord Yang. Greetings, City Lord. We apologize for the disturbance, but there are important matters for which we seek your assistance. We hope for your understanding. Steward Liao, you flatter me. Your visit to my humble abode is a blessing, not a disturbance. I am just curious about what kind of assistance you require. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Given Liao Chen's politeness, City Lord Yang would naturally not show a sour face. However, regarding the matter of assistance, he wanted to see what it was about before proceeding. He would not engage in matters that offered no benefits. City Lord Yang, we are here to hunt down the enemies of our Fire Cloud sect. We previously discovered that the enemy we were pursuing was rescued near Wanxiang City, 100 miles away. Therefore, we would like to ask City Lord Yang for help in finding out whether it was a force from Wanxiang City that rescued them. Rest assured, City Lord Yang, this assistance won't be in vain. If we find the person, I will definitely present you with a top-grade broken mirror pill. Mentioning the top-grade broken mirror pill made Liao Chen feel a pinch. This time, he was truly spending a lot. The top-grade broken mirror pill was very precious within the Fire Cloud sect. Each year, the Fire Cloud sect only provided 3 top-grade broken mirror pills as rewards for disciples. Keep in mind that the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect numbered in the hundreds of thousands, with the outer disciples being the majority. However, even the inner disciples added up to several thousand. 3 pills were simply insufficient to distribute. This particular pill was given to him after he helped the young master find a girl with top-grade Xian level qualifications. After all, he was already at the mid-stage of Kaiyuan and had no need for this pill. Once he captured the Mu sisters, he would receive even greater rewards. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without putting the child at risk. He did not believe that with such a generous reward, City Lord Yang would not be tempted. Once tempted, he would surely do everything in his power to assist him. Upon hearing about the top-grade broken mirror pill, City Lord Yang was indeed moved. With this pill, their Yang family could produce another strong person at the Kaiyuan realm. Having made up his mind, City Lord Yang immediately put on a solemn expression and said, "Since they are the enemies of the Fire Cloud sect, I will certainly investigate thoroughly. Then I will trouble City Lord Yang. If you find them, I will personally present the top-grade broken mirror pill to you." Excellent. Next, Liao Chun provided City Lord Yang with some basic information about Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu, and after giving him 2 portraits, he left. "Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, someone quickly appeared before City Lord Yang. "City Lord, do you have any? Go to the 4 major city gates and investigate whether anyone has seen these 2 young ladies. Remember, it must be done discreetly." "Yes, City Lord." After the guard left, City Lord Yang muttered to himself, "The Chun Li and Wang families. Could it be one of them who has taken them? If so, then you are in danger. The Fire Cloud sect is not to be trifled with. If it was the 100 Flower Tower that made a move, then I will just give up." The former city lord of the county had told him not to offend the 100 Flower Tower and the 100 Treasure Pavilion, as these 2 forces were beyond the capabilities of the Zhao Kingdom. If the entire Zhao Kingdom could not afford to offend these 2 forces, then he, a mere small city lord, could not afford to offend them either. Fortunately, these 2 forces only engaged in business and did not meddle in the conflicts of other factions. City Lord Yang, 5 days have passed, and there is still no news. At this moment, Liao Chun was growing impatient. It had been so long without any information. "Steward Liao, I have already mobilized all the resources at my disposal, yet there is still no news. So I suspect that either the 2 of them never came to Wanxiang City, or they are in the 100 Flower Tower. I am sure Steward Liao is aware of the power of the 100 Flower Tower. They are not something I can afford to offend, so I have not dared to investigate there." Upon hearing about the 100 Flower Tower, Steward Liao's expression turned serious. He did not know how strong the 100 Flower Tower was, but it was definitely not something the Fire Cloud sect could contend with. If the Mu sisters had truly joined the 100 Flower Tower, then he would definitely not be able to take them back. "City Lord Yang, I appreciate your efforts these days. Here are 500 spirit stones as compensation for your hard work." Although Liao Chun felt a pang of pain in his heart as he offered the 500 spirit stones, he knew he had no choice but to give them. Though there were no gains in the past few days, City Lord Yang indeed put in significant effort. If he didn't offer some benefits this time, he could forget about receiving help in the future when difficulties arose. Upon seeing the 500 spirit stones, City Lord Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to accept them. "Thank you for your generosity, Steward Liao." Although City Lord Yang felt a bit regretful for not obtaining the high-grade mirroring pill, having 500 spirit stones was still quite comforting. Wealth in the Foundation establishment realm is not abundant. Having a few thousand or tens of thousands of spirit stones is already considered a lot, which is why Liao Chun felt such heartache. Those forces in the Foundation establishment realm that have been passed down for hundreds of years might have a bit more in their coffers, but it is still difficult to gather 500 spirit stones. At least the families in Wanxiang City cannot produce such sums. City Lord Yang has been the lord of Wanxiang City for over 100 years, yet he cannot scrape together 100 yellow-grade spirit stones. There's no way out with insufficient strength one cannot compete for many resources. Only when one reaches the Chi-Si realm does financial power begin to manifest. This is because only those above the Chi-Si realm have the ability to guard some small yellow-grade spirit stone mines. The main reason is that the extraction cost of small spirit stone mines is high and the yield of spirit stones is low. The forces in the Purple Mansion realm look down on such meager profits. It is precisely for this reason that these small spirit stone mines end up in the hands of the Chi-Si realm forces. Although the Purple Mansion realm forces disdain that little income, it is a substantial sum for the Chi-Si realm forces. A small spirit stone mine can conservatively yield tens to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones each year. Of course, a significant portion of the extracted spirit stones must be offered as tribute to the Purple Mansion realm forces. This is also a hidden rule. Returning to the main topic, after giving City Lord Yang the 500 spirit stones, Liao Chun left Wanxiang City in a dejected manner. He needed to quickly return to the Huyan sect to report this matter to the young sect master. If the Mu sisters truly went to the 100 Flowers Tower, they would have to give up. At the same time, they needed to be wary of potential revenge from the Mu sisters once they grew stronger. Although this would take a long time, they had to be vigilant. 5 days had passed in the main world, but nearly a month had elapsed in the small world. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu's injuries had completely healed, and their strength had also been restored. Their rapid recovery was greatly aided by the spiritual fish in the lake. Now the spiritual fish in the lake had started to form a scale and had already spawned. Coupled with the feed made from crescent rice shells, these spiritual fish were growing rapidly, with each weighing over 10 pounds. During this time, the two sisters had feasted on a considerable amount of spiritual fish. With the nourishment from spiritual rice and spiritual fish, their recovery was naturally swift. Besides recuperating, the sisters also built good relations with Luo Iran and the others. In addition, Lin Fan would occasionally visit them, further warming their feelings towards him. Now both sisters had a goodwill level exceeding 70, already branded by the family's divine tree. Aside from these matters, the two had gained a comprehensive understanding of the small world. The more they learned, the more astonished they became. Just the 9,000 acres of crescent rice left them speechless for a long time. It was simply too shocking. The value of just one season's harvest exceeded the Mu family's accumulation over 500 years. Sister, our injuries have healed, and the family head will come tonight. You must perform well. I know, Xiaoyu, you don't need to worry about me. The two had long agreed that Mu Shishue, as the elder sister, would take the lead. Sister, are you nervous? Mu Shiyu asked curiously. If you're not nervous, why should I be? I'm your sister. Mu Shishue feigned calmness. However, her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. Mu Shiyu naturally noticed, but didn't call her out, for otherwise her sister would probably be even more nervous. Sister, I heard from Iran that the family head is very nice. I know. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, I'm fine. Mu Shishue pretended to be calm. As the elder sister, she didn't want to be looked down upon by her younger sister. It's getting late. Let me help you get ready. A woman is at her most beautiful on this day, and we must leave Xiaoyu, then I'll trouble you. It's no trouble, you'll help me tomorrow too. With that, Mu Shiyu began to prepare After busying for an hour, Mu Shiyu finally stopped. Sister, you look truly beautiful. When the family head sees you, he will surely be mesmerized. Xiaoyu, don't say such things. What kind of person is the family head to be swayed by mere beauty? Mu Shishue shot Mu Shiyu an annoyed glance. Sister, have you ever heard that heroes can be troubled by beautiful women? Mu Shiyu said playfully. You really know how to talk. Mu Shishue rolled her eyes at Mu Shiyu. I won't argue with you, sister. Sister Iran has already prepared dinner, and I believe the family head will arrive soon. Let's hurry out. The two tidied up and left the room. Their residence was similar in style to a 3-entry 4-courtyard with an area of over 10,000 square meters, including the back garden. The entire small world belonged to Lin Fan, so naturally their residence was built to be grander. The only cost he incurred was for some materials which hardly counted as anything. Once he acquired higher-grade spiritual wood in the future, Lin Fan would replace these ordinary materials. The two arrived at the courtyard and found Li Han already waiting there. Ladies, the dishes are ready. The family head will arrive shortly. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Li. You're too kind, madam. This is what I should do. Li Han was not the exclusive maid assigned to serve the two by Lin Fan. Her status in the Lin family was akin to that of a palace supervisor managing all the maids of the Lin family. Since Lin Fan would be staying here tonight, she naturally had to come early to prepare. Of course, because Mu Shishue was the bride today, she needed to make arrangements, while Luo Iran and the others did not require her concern. Now, with the aid of the high-grade mirroring pill, Li Han's strength had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment. In fact, even without the high-grade mirroring pill, she could have broken through on her own, just not as quickly. The scene then grew quiet as the two sisters sat at the dining table quietly awaiting Lin Fan's arrival. Li Han also stood quietly to the side. Before long, Lin Fan appeared before the three of them. As he arrived, the sisters quickly stood and bowed. We greet the family head. All right, we are all family, no need for formalities. Please take your seats. Yes. With Lin Fan's instructions, the two obediently sat on either side of him. Lin Fan glanced around and suddenly remembered that he had not arranged maids to attend to the two of them. Thus, he instructed Li Han Xiaohan find a time to go to the Baihua Tower and bring back some low-quality maids. Xiaohan understands. He'll go take a look tomorrow. Even if Lin Fan didn't say it, she would have suggested it. The previous 30 low-quality maids had already been allocated with Luo Iran and the others just receiving 2 each. Now there were no arrangements for the 2 of them. By the way, Xiaohan, remember to conceal your strength. If the Baihua Tower sees that you've already broken through to the Kaiyuan realm, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Li Han was once a person from the Baihua Tower, so they are well aware of her situation. If the Baihua Tower sees that Li Han has quickly broken through to the Kaiyuan realm, they will naturally associate it with Lin Fan. Don't worry, Master. I know what to do. Li Han was not foolish, she understood the reasoning behind it. Fortunately, Lin Fan had obtained a technique called Lianxi Ju from the beginner's gift pack. This technique can conceal one's strength. When Lin Fan saw the effects of this technique, he had everyone practice. Currently, everyone had already practiced to a small success. Without the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, it was impossible to discern their true strength, which was sufficient for their needs in Wanxiang City. If they were to cultivate to perfection, it would not be noticeable without reaching the divine ability realm. As for Lin Fan himself, he did not need to practice this technique with the system at his disposal. After a meal, only Lin Fan and Mu Shishue remained. The atmosphere instantly became quiet. Just a moment ago, with Mu Shiyu and Li Han present, everyone was talking and laughing, creating a harmonious ambience. With only the 2 of them left, Mu Shishue became particularly nervous. She was fidgeting with her small hands, unsure of where to place them due to her anxiety. Lin Fan smiled and sat down beside her. Shishue, how is life here? Are you getting used to it? Oh, I'm doing quite well here. Sister Iran and the others are treating me well. There's no need to be nervous, Shishue. This will be your home from now on. With me here, no one can bully you. Thank you, Master. Mu Shishue felt genuine gratitude towards Lin Fan. When she and her sister were fleeing, they even contemplated ending their lives to find peace. However, recalling the tragic deaths of their family members ignited a strong desire for revenge within them. They absolutely could not die so easily. But with their combined strength, it was uncertain if they could survive the pursuit. Even if they were lucky enough to evade the pursuit of the 4 major forces, they would still have to live a life of hiding. After all, the strength of the 4 major forces was insurmountable for them at present. Their talents were relatively good compared to most, but they still required time to grow and an abundance of cultivation resources. To seek revenge for their family, they did not know how long it would take. Before losing consciousness, they thought they were doomed. Even in a forest coma, if they were not found by enemies, they would still be devoured by beasts. Who would have thought that shortly after losing consciousness, they would be fortunate enough to be discovered by Li Han and the others, thus changing their fate. Now, with Lin Fan backing her, she could focus on cultivating without worrying about resources, or revenge would just be a matter of time. After realizing all this, Mu Shishue suddenly felt less anxious. She then leaned against Lin Fan's embrace, looking up with wide eyes, and said, Master, it's getting late. Let's go back to our room and rest. There is also night in the small world. Although there is currently no sun or stars, there are still days and nights, and a day consists of 12 hours. This was created by Lin Fan. Without the transition of day and night, he always felt a bit out of sorts. Seeing Mu Shixu's sudden change, he felt a sense of surprise. Shishue, why are you suddenly less nervous? Because I feel at ease with you here. That's the right attitude. And remember to call me husband from now on. Lin Fan was very pleased with Mu Shixu's response. Husband? I didn't hear that, say it louder. Husband. Mu Shishue was not shy, instead she called out loudly. Haha, let's go back to the room. After a long journey, Mu Shishue had already fallen asleep, while Lin Fan began to check the system rewards. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired a new concubine. Reward 1,000 Xian level spirit stones and 1 Xian level supreme soul nurturing fruit tree. It seems that the rewards for taking in concubines are related to their talents. Mu Shishue has Xian level supreme talent, so the rewards are Xian level supreme spiritual herbs. Xian level supreme spiritual herbs are already quite precious in the land of 100 nations, corresponding to a strong individual in the divine platform realm. Lin Fan had heard of the soul nurturing fruit. It is said that consuming it can enhance the soul power of those in the divine platform realm, and it is also the main ingredient for the Xian level supreme soul consolidating pill. The soul consolidating pill can help a perfected Purple Mansion cultivator break through to the divine platform realm. In the land of 100 nations, it is considered a rare find. Each time it appears, divine platform cultivators contend fiercely for it. One soul consolidating pill represents the birth of a divine platform realm expert. Those in the divine ability realm in the land of 100 nations are either hidden masters or have crossed millions of mountains to reach the true Tianxian continent. Thus the divine platform realm is regarded as the pinnacle of strength in the land of 100 nations. Now that Lin Fan is at the Chi-Si realm, once he achieves perfection in the Chi-Si realm, he can begin to open the sea of consciousness and advance to the Purple Mansion realm. Those in the Purple Mansion realm possess spiritual awareness, enabling them to utilize spiritual martial techniques to silently eliminate enemies. Upon reaching perfection in the Purple Mansion realm, they need to elevate their spiritual awareness and condense it into soul power. Then within the sea of consciousness, they can use their soul power to construct a solid divine platform protecting their core soul essence. The effect of the soul consolidating pill is to allow perfected Purple Mansion cultivators to rapidly condense soul power, thereby constructing the divine platform and becoming divine platform realm experts. The soul nurturing fruit can't be used right now, but I can plant it first. It will take 30 years for the fruit to mature. 30 years is not long for a Purple Mansion expert, as they can live for 800 years. The higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the longer it takes to grow. Emperor-grade spiritual herbs take at least 10,000 years to mature. Looking at these rewards, Lin Fan feels increasingly hopeful for the future. The higher the talent of the concubines he takes in, the better the rewards will be. Subsequently, Lin Fan focused his thoughts and planted the soul-nurturing fruit tree not far from the family's divine tree. Truly a top-tier aptitude of the Xian level. My own aptitude is almost about to advance to the middle tier. Tomorrow, with Mu Shiyu's assistance, there is no doubt I will reach the middle tier. Moreover, my strength can also break through. Lin Fan's aptitude advancing so quickly is also due to prior accumulation. Although Luo Iran and the others only have yellow-level top-tier aptitude, their long-term support has still been very beneficial to Lin Fan. At the same time, they are not far from advancing to the lower tier of the Xian level. One can only say that the Qian Kuan He Dao Ju is incredibly powerful, enabling both partners to progress together. Mu Shishua also made significant gains tonight, her strength breaking through to the mid-stage of Kaiyuan. The next morning after breakfast, Mu Shiyu pulled Mu Shishua aside to whisper, "Sister, how do you feel?" Tonight it was her turn, so she naturally had to inquire thoroughly. "Xiaoyu, my husband treats me very well, so you need not worry. Moreover, my strength has already broken through to the mid-stage of Kaiyuan." "What? Sister, you actually broke through?" At this moment, Mu Shiyu was incredibly shocked. One must know that they had just broken through not long ago. She would need several more years of cultivation to reach the mid-stage, yet her sister had achieved it so quickly. This truly left her in disbelief. "Xiaoyu, you need not be surprised. According to my husband, the cultivation method he practices allows both parties to enhance their strength together." Mu Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise, as she never expected Lin Fan's cultivation method to be so powerful. However, thinking about how Lin Fan was a reincarnated emperor, Mu Shiyu felt relieved. Thinking about how her strength could also improve tonight, Mu Shiyu was filled with anticipation, even hoping that time would pass a little faster. It's just that Lin Fan had not yet informed them that the cultivation method he practiced could not only enhance strength, but also improve their aptitude. When they learn of this news, they will not know how shocked they will be. This world indeed has rare treasures that can enhance, but such spiritual objects are certainly not easy to find. As night fell amidst Mu Shiyu's expectations, her strength indeed broke through to the mid-stage of Kaiyuan. Seeing her strength improve, Mu Shiyu finally fell asleep contentedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new concubine. Reward 1,000 Xian-level spirit stones, 1 top-tier Xian-level flame sword. A top-tier Xian-level weapon is quite good. Even the divine platform realm only uses this level of weapon. With it, I am invincible in the Chi-Si realm against enemies without weapons of the same level. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this reward. Besides this reward, his aptitude was also, as expected, successfully advancing to the mid-tier of the Xian level. He could clearly feel that his speed of absorbing vitality was much faster than before. System, open my attribute panel. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 469 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level 1. Family members 17 wives and concubines 60 maids. Offspring in gestation. Family fortune 18000. Strength mid-stage of Chi-Si. Aptitude mid-tier of Xian level. Cultivation method Qian Kuan. Martial skills entry level of top-tier Xian level layered wave palm. Entry level of flowing cloud sword technique. Entry level of top-tier Xian level bamboo shadow step. Weapon top-tier Xian level flame sword. Family wealth 4,000 Xian level spirit stones, about 210 yellow level spirit stones. Small world area 1,000 square kilometers. Time flow rate is 5 times that of the main world. Apart from my aptitude, my strength has also advanced to the mid-stage. It's just that the small world has not expanded. To enlarge the small world, a breakthrough to a higher realm is necessary. Feeling the changes within himself, Lin Fan was naturally very satisfied. By the way, system, why is it that their pregnancy time is synchronized with the main world, but those milk cows and spirit fish have no such restriction? The milk cows Lin Fan bought previously had successfully given birth to 8 calves after more than a year of cultivation in the small world. The same goes for the spirit fish. This phenomenon filled Lin Fan with confusion. This restriction only applies to the host's wives. If the host moves people from the main world to the small world for reproduction, then those individuals will have no contact with the outside world and will reproduce according to the small world cycle. As for the host, he is different. The host can freely travel between the main world and the small world, which means he is not detached from the main world, so time must be calculated according to the main world. After the system's explanation, Lin Fan finally cleared up the doubts in his heart. The next day, Li Han arrived at Baihua Tower with the spirit stones given by Lin Fan. Xiaonyang was sharpied and immediately noticed Li Han. "Oh, isn't this Miss Li Han? Does young Master Lin have any instructions?" For Lin Fan, this major client Xiaonyang had always been thinking of him. Now that Li Han was with Lin Fan, Xiaonyang dared not show off in front of her. Especially sensing Li Han's strength at the bone refining stage, she felt that Lin Fan must value Li Han highly. Previously, when Li Han left, she was only at the marrow cleansing stage. In just a few months, she had advanced to the bone refining stage, which must have consumed a significant amount of resources. If Li Han with this upper-tier aptitude can advance so much, then Luo Iran and the others with top-tier aptitude must have progressed even more. She thought that Luo Iran and the others might have already broken through to the organ refining stage. If Xiao and I knew that Li Han's true strength was at the Kaiyuan realm, she wouldn't know how she would feel. Xiaonyang the master asked me to purchase 100 maids of lower-tier aptitude. Do I wonder if you have that many here? Li Han got straight to the point without unnecessary chatter. Of course we do. I will prepare them for you right away. Alright, here are 10 spirit stones. You just deliver the people to the residence later. Seeing Li Han directly using spirit stones for the transaction, Xiaonyang was quite surprised. Although 1 spirit stone equals 1,000 taels of gold. Even if one used 2,000 taels of gold, it would be impossible to find a place to exchange for a spirit stone. Exchanging spirit stones for gold is easy, but exchanging gold for spirit stones is out of the question unless one meets someone in need. Miss Li Han, since you are trading with spirit stones, I will take the liberty of giving you 150 people, Xiaonyang said with a smile. Although it seemed like she was giving 50 more people. In reality, this was not a losing transaction for Baihua Tower. After all, the value of 10 spirit stones far exceeds 1,500 taels of gold. Li Han naturally understood this reasoning, so she nodded and accepted Xiaonyang's goodwill. Seeing Li Han so agreeable, Xiaonyang felt even happier. So she continued cheerfully saying, "Please, Miss Li Han, say a few good words in front of young Master Lin, so he'll come to Baihua Tower more often to take care of our business." Miss Li Han, you also emerged from our Baihua Tower, so you naturally know how tough life is for the girls here. If they can be bought by young Master Lin, it would be considered a good fate for them. Xiaonyang's words deeply touched Li Han. The girls here indeed have a hard life. If only they could marry into a good family, they could live their lives in peace. However, the probability of encountering a good family is very small. Not everyone is as fortunate as her to meet such a good master as Lin Fan. Xiaonyang, don't worry, I will definitely speak well of you in front of the master. As for whether it will be effective, that's not up to me to decide. Alright, regardless of the outcome, I thank you on behalf of the girls here. Xiaonyang did not expect Li Han to persuade Lin Fan, she merely said it casually. Mainly Li Han does indeed look like she is doing well. If Lin Fan can visit here often, they can not only earn money, but also help the girls find a good place. After leaving the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Li Han followed Lin Fan's instructions and purchased several kinds of first-tier poultry, such as Fireflame Kuan and Spirit Feather Duck. She also bought a few pairs of other livestock like Mountain Spirit Sheep, Mighty Bulls, and Flame Blood Pigs. Once these reproduce, they will not lack meat in the future. Although spirit fish is delicious, eating fish every day can become monotonous. After taking care of these matters, Li Han finally returned to the residence. In the small world, after Lin Fan brought in these 150 people, he entrusted all arrangements to Li Han. With Li Han and the others present, Lin Fan didn't need to explain the situation inside to them. As for the Fireflame Kuan, Lin Fan divided them into areas for breeding. The poultry was fed crescent moon rice, while the mountain spirits were fed straw along with a batch of spirit pasture. If outsiders knew that Lin Fan directly used top-grade spirit rice to feed the Fireflame Kuan and other first-tier poultry, they would be curious about their reactions. But who cares, since Lin Fan has plenty of crescent moon rice. The 600 square kilometer field of crescent moon rice has already yielded a harvest. In his storage space, along with the previous harvest, he now stored a total of 9,500 tons of crescent moon rice. With so much crescent moon rice, isn't it normal to take some out to feed the Fireflame Kuan? This is the time in the main world. All those previously dispatched by Lin Fan to study have now returned. At this moment, under the ample resources provided by Lin Fan, they all began their cultivation. This is the time in the main world. All those previously dispatched by Lin Fan to study have now returned. At this moment, under the ample resources provided by Lin Fan, they all began their cultivation. Lin Fan hoped that before the children were born, all 60 maidens who had followed him could reach the opening origin realm. Thousands of miles away from Wanxiang City at the Fire Cloud sect, their young master Luo Cong was in a furious rage. Liao Steward, I hope you can give me an explanation. Why did so many people pursue them, yet still lose them? What do you all? Do you know how many resources our Fire Cloud sect has spent for those two? Thinking of the resources given to the three major families in Chongning City and the city lord's manor, Luo Cong felt his heart bleed. The resources provided to these four major forces added up to at least 1 million yellow-grade yuan stones. It would take their Fire Cloud sect several years to accumulate such a large sum. Although their Fire Cloud sect has an annual income of over 1 million yuan stones after deducting the expenses for the disciples and the offerings to the Zifu powers, they could barely keep 0 yuan stones. Now losing 1 million yuan stones and still not getting the people makes Luo Cong feel like he wants to spit blood. The reason for his urgency this time is that as long as he can complete the collection of those two, he can elevate his qualifications to the low-grade earth level. As long as his qualifications reach the low-grade earth level, this loss would be nothing. Unfortunately, the result was akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. After putting in so much, the people disappeared, making it hard for him to accept. Looking at Luo Cong's predatory gaze, Liao Chun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Young master, we did our best. We pursued them to near Wanxiang City, but they were rescued by someone. I had the city lord of Wanxiang City cooperate in the search, and it has been confirmed that the two were rescued by the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Although there is no definitive evidence that it was the 100 Flowers Pavilion, attributing it to them at this moment is the best choice. Their Fire Cloud sect does not have the guts to confront the 100 Flowers Pavilion about this matter. So ultimately this matter will definitely come to nothing. 100 Flowers Pavilion, why are you opposing me? Luo Cong howled to the heavens. At this moment he was filled with hatred for the 100 Flowers Pavilion, yet felt powerless. The influence of the 100 Flowers Pavilion was too immense, far beyond what their Fire Cloud sect could provoke. Though he was brutal, he was not foolish. Kenga, what are you doing? It's just two women, why get angry? I have seen the sect master. Liao Chen hurriedly saluted upon seeing the newcomer. The visitor was a graceful and noble woman, Luo Qingyan, the sect master of Fire Cloud sect, and Luo Cong's mother, who had reached the early stage of the Qi realm. Above her there was another powerhouse in the late stage of the Qi realm, Luo Yunju, who was the sect master Luo Qingyan's father and Luo Cong's grandfather. This is also the reason why Luo Cong was so favored in the Fire Cloud sect. With the two strongest figures being his close relatives, he could do as he pleased in the Fire Cloud sect. Liao Steward, you may leave now. Yes, sect master. At this moment Liao Chun felt as if he had received a great pardon and hurriedly left. The pressure Luo Cong put on him was simply too great. Mother, I am filled with hatred. Luo Cong's voice was full of indignation. Kenga, in this world there are not only two girls with top-grade qualifications in the Mu family. Since we lost them, we just need to spend more time searching. Sai, I don't know whether letting you practice this technique was right or wrong. Just look at you now, you seem like you've gone mad. Although this technique can enhance others' qualifications, it can only raise them to the low-grade earth level at most. Due to its excessively sinister cultivation method, this technique has significant drawbacks with a high probability of leading one to madness. Now hundreds of girls with Xian-level qualifications have tragically died in Luo Cong's collection. Luo Cong's qualifications have improved from initially being top-grade yellow to top-grade Xian. Though his qualifications have greatly improved, Luo Cong's personality has become increasingly brutal. Many of the maidservants who served him were cruelly killed for no reason. Now whenever the miscellaneous workers of the Fire Cloud sect hear that they are to serve the young master, they are filled with fear. Mother, at this point it is already irretrievable. Luo Cong knew his personality had drastically changed, but he just couldn't control his violent nature. Mother, you must help me. I can feel that as long as my qualifications reach the low-grade earth level, I can immediately break through to the Qi realm. At that time our Fire Cloud sect will have 3 Qi realm powerhouses, which will allow our Fire Cloud sect to advance further in Qingyun County, and thus obtain more resource allocations. Alright, Mother will definitely send people to search with all their might. Luo Qingyan resolved in her heart to find 2 girls with top-grade Xian-level qualifications as quickly as possible. She did this not only for her son, but also for the benefit of the Fire Cloud sect. Lin Fan was unaware of the happenings at the Huoyan sect. Even if he did know, a mere Huoyan sect would not concern him too much. He intended to reserve it for Mu Shishue and the others to take revenge personally. Soon another 4 months passed in the main world. The small world today became unusually busy. At Luo Iran's residence, the maidservants were bustling in and out, busy with their tasks. Today, Luo Iran, who was the first to become pregnant, was about to give birth. At this moment, Lin Fan was pacing back and forth outside the delivery room. Although he knew that with Luo Iran's current strength, giving birth would not be dangerous. Yet having lived 2 lives today, he was about to become a father, and it was inevitable that he felt nervous. Mu Shishua, feeling a bit dizzy from Lin Fan's pacing, quickly grabbed him. Husband, there's no need to be nervous. It's not good for you to pace back and forth like this. Sister Iran is not an ordinary person. There won't be any danger. That's right, husband. Instead of walking around here, why not think about the baby's name? Mu Shiyu suggested. Hearing Mu Shiyu mention the baby's name, Lin Fan stopped. Shiyu, I have already thought of a name for the child. If Iran's baby is a boy, I have named him Lin Haochan. As the eldest son, I hope he shines like the stars in the sky. Naturally, Lin Fan's perception could not be fooled about whether the child was a boy or a girl. Besides the child's name, I have also prepared 10 generational names for him. 4 boys, Hao Ming Chung Yu Xiu Yuan Jing Xing Qi Yuan, these 10 generational names. For girls, Yu Yao Bing Qing Ruo Shi Ji Yun Yu Yin, these 10 generational names. If we run out of generational names later, we can add more. Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu clearly did not expect that Lin Fan had already prepared the names in advance. The name Lin Haochan was indeed quite pleasant to hear. Wow, 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 a baby's cry interrupted the discussion outside. Upon hearing the baby's voice, Lin Fan disregarded everything else and walked straight in. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishua followed him in. As for Hong Lu and the others who were not far from giving birth, Lin Fan did not let them come over. Seeing Luo Iran lying on the bed looking exhausted, Lin Fan quickly appeared by her side. Iran, you've worked hard. Husband, what's so hard about this? Isn't this what I should be doing? Luo Iran felt very touched by Lin Fan's concern, especially since Lin Fan's first concern upon entering was for her rather than the child, which warmed her heart even more. Though thinking this way did seem a bit like vying for affection with the child. But what woman does not want her husband to treat her well? Husband, quickly look at our child. Upon hearing that Luo Iran wanted to see the baby, Li Han hurriedly brought the child over. Master, Madam Iran, the young master is so adorable, and his skin is very smooth, nothing like an ordinary newborn. He will surely be extraordinary in the future. Li Han had seen many babies being born while studying outside, and every one of them was wrinkled at birth. Unlike their young master who looked so good right after being born. Lin Fan took the child, and a feeling of blood connection surged in his heart. This also made him feel a sense of responsibility and duty. Iran, our child is so cute. By the way, I have named him Lin Haochan. Saying this, Lin Fan carefully placed Lin Haochan beside Luo Iran. Luo Iran looked at Lin Haochan and gently scratched his face with her finger. Little Haochan, did you hear? Your father has named you Lin Haochan. Do you like it? Giggling husband, look. Little Haochan smiled. He must really like this name. Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu revealed expressions of fondness upon seeing Lin Haochan. Congratulations, sister. Little Haochan is so clever. He will surely be extraordinary in the future. Thank you both. My future siblings will surely be extraordinary too. While the three were discussing Lin Haochan, Lin Fan's eyes fell upon his son's attribute panel. Name Lin Haochan. Identity Lin Fan's eldest son, age just born. Talent Earth grade low tier. The panel was simple and clear. When Lin Fan saw Lin Haochan's talent, he was genuinely astonished. He never expected Lin Haochan's talent to reach Earth grade low tier. It should be noted that when Luo Iran was pregnant, her talent was only Mystic grade low tier, and Luo Iran herself had merely Yellow grade top tier. Based on their talents at that time, the child's talent would most likely be Yellow grade top tier or Mystic grade low tier. There was a very slim chance of becoming Mystic grade middle tier. Yet now it had become Earth grade low tier. It seems to be the contribution of the small world. Lin Fan remembered that the system had mentioned that staying in the small world during pregnancy could gradually enhance the child's talent. He never thought it would enhance so much. Although parents of low-grade talent could give birth to high-grade talent children, the probability was indeed too low. Husband, quickly look at how little Haochan's cultivation talent is. They knew that Lin Fan could discern others' talents with the naked eye. If it were anyone else, they would need to use testing tools to gauge talent. Of course, after reaching the divine ability realm, one could also see the talent of ordinary people with their naked eye without needing tools. To be honest, Luo Iran felt quite anxious at this moment. She did not know how Lin Haochan's cultivation talent would be. If the talent was too poor, would Lin Fan look down on him? It was quite normal for Luo Iran to have this thought, as in this world of cultivation families, people without talent were often looked down upon. Iran, don't worry. Haochan's talent is very good. It has reached Earth grade low tier. Wow, it's actually Earth grade low tier. Congratulations, Sister Iran. Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu offered their congratulations to Luo Iran. At this moment, Luo Iran was also enveloped in joy, her smile unable to be hidden any longer. This was Earth grade low tier talent, and under Lin Fan's guidance, becoming a powerhouse in the divine ability realm was a certainty. All worries vanished at this moment, and her mood completely relaxed. You two sisters don't need to envy. Your talents are much higher than mine. Once your children are born, their talents will surely be even higher. Then let's borrow Sister Iran's good fortune. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishua naturally hoped that their children would have better talents. Seeing that the three were concerned about the child's talent issue, Lin Fan spoke up. Actually, you don't need to worry about the child's talent. Even if it's ordinary talent, he is still my child. Oh, I won't. Moreover, our family is not lacking in resources. Even if it's ordinary talent, I can still cultivate them. Lin Fan's words served as a reassurance for them. This immediately lightened Mu Shiyu and Mu Shikshu's spirits. Although their talents were higher than Luo Iran's, no one could guarantee that their children's talents would necessarily be high. Even with Earth-grade talents, their offspring could still be of ordinary grade. In truth, even those with ordinary talent can break through to higher realms. It merely requires more time and resources for cultivation. The body refinement stage only has a lifespan of 150 years, and they do not have the luxury of time to strive for higher realms. However, Lin Fan's situation is different. In this small world, even those in the body refinement stage have a lifespan of 750 years. Such a lengthy period is sufficient to aspire for higher realms. Therefore, Lin Fan is not at all worried about his child's talent. Once the family's divine tree grows to a certain extent, it will bear fruits that enhance talent. By that time, even ordinary talent will have the potential to become a holy body. Wah wah wah, the sudden cries of the child startled Luo Iran, who had been playfully teasing the baby. She looked anxiously at Lin Haotzen, who was lying there and crying, feeling at a loss. Husband, why is Xiao Hao? Facing the incessant cries of the baby, Luo Iran, a new mother, was completely unsure of what to do. Just then, before Lin Fan had the chance to respond, Li Han quickly approached. Master, madam, the young master must be hungry. Leave it to me. I will feed the young master some spiritual milk. Hearing that the child was crying due to hunger, Luo Iran finally felt relieved. You little rascal, you really are a worry. Scaring your mother right after being born. After a playful reprimand, Luo Iran handed the child over to Li Han. Once Li Han took Lin Haotzen away, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishua also prepared to take their leave. Husband, you stay here and keep Sister Iran company. We will head off first. Mu Shishua gently spoke to Lin Fan. Yes, husband, the other sisters are still waiting for us to report this. Mu Shiyu echoed. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, feeling very gratified and satisfied watching their harmonious interaction. If there were palace intrigues, he would be in for a headache. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the first child. Reward 100 Earth-grade spirit stones and the Earth-grade low-level technique, 10,000 transformations returning to origin technique. All rewards are Earth-grade. It seems the rewards for the child's birth are also related to talent. Though he didn't receive a holy or imperial grade reward, Lin Fan was still quite satisfied. With the system at his disposal, he believed such rewards would come in the future. For now, he just needed to focus on his development. In the following period, Hong Lu and the others also began to give birth one after another. In just 20 short days in the main world, Lin Fan became the father of 15 children. They included Hong Lu, who gave birth to a daughter named Lin Yue with Earth-grade low-level talent, Fan Ying, who had a daughter named Lin Yuqing with profound-grade supreme talent, Peng Yu, who had a son named Lin Haoyu with profound-grade supreme talent, Achong Ji, who had a son named Lin Haoshuan with profound-grade supreme talent, Su Yi, who had a daughter named Lin Yuhan with profound-grade supreme talent, Su Ziyi, who had a son named Lin Haoqian with Earth-grade low-level talent, Huang Ye, who had a daughter named Lin Yuding with Earth-grade low-level talent, Zhou Tong, who had a daughter named Lin Yushi with Earth-grade low-level talent, Mi Shan, who had a daughter named Lin Yufei with profound-grade supreme talent, Ning Yue, who had a son named Lin Haoyuan with profound-grade supreme talent, Zhu Haiyan, who had a son named Lin Haoza with Earth-grade low-level talent, Bao Xinting, who had a son named Lin Haoran with profound-grade supreme talent, Zhong Siki, who had a daughter, Num. Adding Lin Haotzen, born to Luo Iran, Lin Fan now had a total of 7 sons and 8 daughters. Their cultivation talents comprised 7 Earth-grade low-level and 8 profound-grade supreme. Overall, the cultivation talents are quite impressive, considered to be genius level in the land of 100 nations. However, on the entire Xinjiang continent, they are not particularly noteworthy. With the birth of these children, Lin Fan also received numerous system rewards. Including the rewards from Lin Haotzen, he accumulated a total of 700 Earth-grade spirit stones and 8,000 profound-grade spirit stones. In addition to spirit stones, the Earth-grade low-level rewards included 1 technique, 3 martial skills, and 3 weapons. The profound-grade supreme rewards included 1 profound-grade supreme Zhu fruit, tree, 100 talent detection jade stones, and 100 message jade talismans. 10 bottles of profound-grade supreme solidifying essence, 1 inheritance of a profound-grade supreme weapon refiner, and 5 pairs of 5th tier demon beast dragon horse cubs currently at 2nd tier strength, with adult strength reaching 5th tier. 2 sets of profound-grade supreme formations, 1 defensive and 1 offensive. A hive of purple crystal bees containing 1 queen currently at 3rd tier strength, capable of growing to 5th tier. 100 male bees currently at 2nd tier strength, capable of growing to 4th tier. 100 worker bees currently at 1st tier strength, capable of growing to 3rd tier. Purple crystal honey can enhance strength. The honey produced by 1st tier purple crystal bees is effective for those in the body refinement stage, and likewise for third-tier honey for those in the Chi-Si stage. The effect of royal jelly is even better. Aside from enhancing strength, it also has beauty-enhancing effects. As for the jelly from the queen, it greatly assists those at the divine ability stage. Looking at these rewards, Lin Fan was very satisfied, especially with the 2 sets of profound grade supreme formations, once combined and arranged in the family's residence. By then, with no one in the divine ability stage, no one would be able to pose a threat to the Lin family. However, Lin Fan still decided to wait until he reached the purple mansion stage to construct the family residence. With his current strength, he couldn't find a suitable place to build the family residence. The timing for the profound grade supreme solidifying essence was also perfect. After Luo Iran and the others give birth, they will exhaust their own essence. If not replenished, it will affect the talent of the next child and similarly impact their cultivation. Now, with the solidifying essence consuming, just one will quickly replenish the exhausted essence. Originally, Lin Fan had planned to refine pills himself. However, he can currently only refine yellow-grade supreme pills, which naturally do not match the effectiveness of the solidifying essence. As for the weapon refiner inheritance, Lin Fan did not intend to use it himself. He already knows how to refine pills and does not wish to engage in weapon refinement in the short term. He will discuss it further once he obtains a higher-level weapon refiner inheritance. He could find a suitable time to pass this inheritance to a certain concubine. Next, Lin Fan planted the Zhu fruit and also set up the purple crystal beehive near the family's divine tree. The 5th-tier dragon horse cubs were also properly settled with a designated area of 1 square kilometer for them. Once the small world expands, it will be straightforward to provide them with more space. Once these dragon horses reproduce, they will become mounts for the Lin family. These are 5th-tier demon beasts. Once they mature, they are equivalent to those at the divine platform stage, a dominant force in the land of 100 nations. On the Xintian continent, they cannot be overlooked. However, it takes at least 500 to 600 years for the dragon horses to mature. Lin Fan is not worried, as the time in the small world is 5 times that of the main world. As long as there are sufficient resources for their cultivation, the growth rate of the dragon horses can also be accelerated. Perhaps in the future, with good resources, they can even evolve. After handling all these matters, Lin Fan returned to his residence, and now he needed to devise his next plan. Not long after, the door was gently pushed open, and Li Han entered with a light step. She approached Lin Fan, respectfully bowed, and softly said, "Master." Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand, signaling her not to be overly formal. He then asked directly, "Xiao Han, please report on your cultivation progress." Li Han straightened her posture upon hearing this. "Reporting to the master, with your ample resource supply, I and the other 9 sisters with superior qualifications have successfully broken through to the mid-stage of Kaiyuan." She paused for a moment and continued, "The remaining 50 sisters have also smoothly broken through to the early stage of Kaiyuan." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What about the additional 150 new members? How is their cultivation progress?" "Master, due to time constraints, they have currently only reached the training period. However, a few among them have achieved the perfected stage of body tempering." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's face revealed a gratified smile, and he praised, "Very good, it seems everyone is working hard in their cultivation." He contemplated to himself that the improvement rate of these individuals was quite remarkable. This was merely the result of his year-long development in Wanxiang City. Now the strength of the Lin family had undergone a tremendous transformation. If their power were to be exposed, they would probably have a place even in Qingyun County. Currently, the only gap between them and those powers was population. Those families in the Chi-Si realm had at least over 100 members. And as for him, counting the maids, there were merely over 200 people, a gap that was far too significant. But there was no need to rush after all those powers had developed for hundreds of years, and he had only just begun. Li Han did not feel proud about Lin Fan's praise. The master provided so many resources and such a good environment. If everyone does not work hard in cultivation, they would not deserve to stay here. You must understand that such cultivation conditions are unimaginable for countless people, so the sisters cherish them greatly. Li Han's words reflected not only her thoughts, but also the sentiments of everyone. Lin Fan was even more satisfied with Li Han's response. "Li Han, the reason I called you here was not only to understand your cultivation situation, but also to arrange for you to handle some tasks." Upon hearing there were tasks, Li Han immediately perked up. "Master, please give your orders." "You are to arrange for 30 individuals, all of whom must possess strength above the Kaiyuan realm. Then divide them into 10 groups with 3 people in each group. They will then leave Wanxiang City to search for children with potential in various mountain villages and towns and bring them back. Of course, all of this must be done on a voluntary basis. They must never be forced to follow us. Even if their potential is high, if they are unwilling, I do not need them. The ones missing out on opportunities would be them, not me. At the same time, for those willing to follow us, their families must receive a generous reward. Absolutely no one is allowed to take advantage of their situation. Oh, we are not short of money." Additionally, special attention must be paid to the requirements for boys, which should be stricter. Their qualifications must reach the Xian level or above, and their age cannot exceed 12 years. As for girls, their qualifications can be at the low grade of Huang level, and their age must not exceed 20. As long as they are not yet married, they can be included. Understood, Master. I will go arrange the personnel right away and ensure the task is completed. Li Han was decisive, and after leaving she immediately began to gather people. Lin Fan's high expectations for boys were because he needed to start cultivating the Lin family's hidden power. If the qualifications were too low, these children would cultivate very slowly, offering little assistance to the Lin family, and would struggle to keep pace with the family's growth. In contrast, the qualification requirements for girls could be slightly lower. After all, even if their strength fell somewhat short, they could still remain at home as maids. Before long, Li Han led 30 people to Lin Fan. We greet the master. Everyone need not be overly formal. Lin Fan smiled and said, I believe Li Han has already explained the general situation of this task to you, so I won't elaborate further. Lin Fan continued, during this outing you must be extremely cautious. Although the task is important, your personal safety must come first. Lin Fan's tone was serious and earnest. He did not want to see any casualties among them. Rest assured, Master, we will be cautious. Lin Fan's concern warmed their hearts, filling them with a surge of warmth and deepening their respect for him. If calculated by the time of the small world, they had been following Lin Fan for over 5 years. Over these 5 years, Lin Fan had continuously provided them with cultivation resources without interruption. Encountering a master who treated them so well, they were willing to give their all. Here are 10 jade stones for testing qualifications and 10 jade talismans for communication, Lin Fan said as he displayed the items in his hands to everyone. I believe you all understand the jade stones for testing qualifications, so I won't elaborate further. Lin Fan paused for a moment and continued, these jade talismans are magical artifacts for communication. Even from thousands of miles away, they can transmit voices to each other. Each group will receive one for contact. This time you will be traveling far with Wanxiang City, as the center your activity range will be within 10,000 miles. You will pass through the territories of other cities and powers along the way, so be sure to exercise caution. When you find some children, gather in a hidden location and contact me at the hour of Shun in the afternoon. I will be in the main world at that time every day. After contacting me, just wait there, and I will come to you. With Lin Fan's current flying speed within 10,000 miles, he could arrive in less than a quarter of an hour. Next, Lin Fan also distributed the yellow-grade exquisite longswords he had obtained from the beginner's gift package to them. This time they might face combat, and having weapons was essential. After explaining these matters, Lin Fan took them out of the small world. Remember, be cautious and keep the qualification tests discreet. Do not make a big fuss. Lin Fan did not forget to remind them again. Master, rest assured we know what to do. Good, then you may leave. No matter the outcome, return after 1 year. Take care, Master. You all take care too. After bidding farewell, the 30 individuals split into 10 small groups and secretly left Wanxiang City. After exiting the city, they exchanged blessings with each other before quickly dispersing. Lin Fan watched them leave, murmuring to himself, with a radius of 10,000 miles, we are nearing half the territory of Qingyun County. I hope you can gain something from this journey. If there aren't many people, then we will need to expand the search area in the future. Lin Fan did not stay long in the main world before returning to the small world. With nothing much to do, he accompanied Luo Iran and the others in playing with the 15 little ones. The small world was bustling, and the sounds of children crying could be heard from time to time. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu were not due to give birth anytime soon, still having nearly 4 months to go. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on their growth in the small world, otherwise after 5 years of growth, they would still look like 1-year-olds, which would be quite troublesome. However, their bone age would not increase. By then, a 5-year-old body would only have a bone age of 1. But this had little impact as long as they stayed in the small world until their teens in the main world. Others would not notice any discrepancies. Iran, I plan to visit the Million Great Mountains tomorrow. During their conversation, Lin Fan revealed his husband. What are you saying? You are going to the Million Great Mountains tomorrow? Luo Iran exclaimed with concern on her face. Her outburst drew the attention of Mu Shiyu and the others, who all focused intently on Lin Fan and Luo Iran. Sister Iran, what happened? Why such a loud noise? Husband said he is going to the Million Great Mountains tomorrow. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Luo Iran directly explained the reason. Once everyone learned that Lin Fan was going to the Million Great Mountains, deep concern appeared on their faces. The Million Great Mountains were a place filled with unknowns and dangers where the ferocious beasts could easily claim lives with the slightest carelessness. Moreover, the Million Great Mountains were rich in resources, leading many warriors to seek resources there. When many people gathered, incidents of robbery and murder naturally followed. It's just going to the Million Great Mountains. You don't need to be like this, right? Lin Fan looked at everyone's reactions in surprise. He merely wanted to go experience training, not expecting to cause such worry. Having reincarnated in this world for 30 years, he had never truly experienced intense combat. He wanted to go to the Million Great Mountains to practice against some beasts and enhance his combat skills. After all, having great power alone is far from enough. Without sufficient combat experience, he would undoubtedly suffer in confrontations with enemies. Currently, he could only seek out beasts for practice. If he sought out humans, it would expose his strength, resulting in more losses than gains. Husband, didn't you say that the Million Great Mountains are very dangerous, and that only those at the divine realm can safely pass through? Now that your strength is only at the mid-stage of the Sea of Qi realm, why are you suddenly thinking of going to the Million Great Mountains? Luo Yiran gazed at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes revealing concern and confusion. Lin Fan looked at Luo Yiran's worried face, feeling a warm sensation in his heart, and he understood why they were so concerned. So you were worried about this? It's my fault for not explaining clearly back then. The Million Great Mountains are indeed dangerous, but that is mainly for those who venture deep inside. As long as one stays on the periphery, it is relatively safe. The powerful beasts reside deep within the Million Great Mountains, while the periphery mainly houses some first and second-tier beasts whose strength does not pose much threat to me. Lin Fan smiled confidently, fully assured of his strength. Besides, even if I encounter danger, I am not entirely defenseless. Don't forget, I have the small world. If I encounter an emergency, I can always retreat into the small world to ensure my safety. As long as I am not killed instantly, I am not worried about my safety. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, the expressions of Luo Yiran and the others eased slightly. They had previously thought that every part of the Million Great Mountains was filled with deadly dangers, which is why they were so worried about Lin Fan's decision. Since there isn't that much danger, they naturally wouldn't stop Lin Fan's decision. Husband, no matter what, you must pay attention to safety. Rest assured, I cherish my life more than anyone. Now enough of this, let the children be taken care of by Li Huan and the others, and let's make another one. With the aid of the Gu Yuan Dan, Luo Yiran and the others' essence had fully recovered, allowing them to conceive again. In the main world, a day equals several days. In the small world, they might not have enough time. However, enhancing their qualifications was still not a problem. Now Luo Yiran and the others were only one step away from advancing to the low-grade Xian level. As Lin Fan expected, Luo Yiran and the others' qualifications had all improved to the low-grade Xian level. Not only that, but their improvement in qualifications also fueled their cultivation advancement. Now they had all broken through to the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu were astonished into speechlessness upon seeing their changes. If they weren't worried about the two children in their bellies, they would surely have dragged Lin Fan to the room and not let him go out. Yes, each of them had two children in their wombs. It can only be said that they truly are identical twins, having the genes for carrying twins. The next morning in the main world, after Lin Fan left the small world, he headed towards the city outskirts. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he flew towards the Million Great Mountains. The distance from Wanxiang City to the outskirts of the Million Great Mountains is not very far, approximately 1.0 kilometers. Of course, this distance is quite far for ordinary people. They would never reach there in their lifetime because the road is... Lin Fan flew for 5 hours before finally arriving at the city of Qianfeng, located on the outskirts of the Million Great Mountains. Tianfeng City does not belong to any nation. It was built collectively by several major forces. There are 5 major forces in the city. The strongest is the Zhang family of the City Lord's Mansion, with the City Lord Zhang Bao at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, along with 3 elders at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Next is the Wolf Mercenary Group, with the leader at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm and the vice-leader at the early stage. Additionally, the Gao Ning and Feng families each have 2 early-stage Purple Mansion realm experts. Of course, Baibao Pavilion and Baiwa Tower are also here, but they only engage in business. There are actually quite a few such cities on the outskirts of the Million Great Mountains. After all, the outskirts of the Million Great Mountains stretch for billions of miles, and many nations border the Million Great Mountains. Unlike other places, outsiders wishing to enter Tianfeng City must pay an entrance fee of 1 spirit stone, and if they stay for more than a month, they must continue to pay. However, those who reach this place are not ordinary people, so 1 spirit stone is not much. At the same time, fighting is not allowed inside the city, otherwise they would face the siege of the 5 major forces. This is also a form of protection for most people. Many settle here to evade enemies. Of course, if the enemies are stronger than these 5 major forces, then it's another story. Even the 5 major forces wouldn't be foolish enough to offend a force stronger than themselves. Lin Fan controlled his strength to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm before walking towards the city gate. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the continuous shouts of vendors. The level of prosperity here was comparable to the royal city of the Chu Kingdom, where Lin Fan once resided. The abundant resources of the Million Mountain were enough to support this prosperity. Lin Fan planned to find a place to stay before exploring Tianfeng City. Soon Lin Fan found an inn. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Would you like a meal or a room? Please prepare a room for me." Certainly, esteemed guest, it's 1 gold piece for the night. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised by the price. He hadn't expected it to be so high. After all, it was just an ordinary, but he thought about it and realized that everyone coming from outside were martial artists, and most of them were above the Kaiyuan. That amount of money really wasn't much. Lin Fan didn't say anything further and directly handed over 10 gold pieces. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Soon the waiter led Lin Fan to a room. If you need anything, just call for me. All right, you may go about your business. Once the waiter left, Lin Fan set up a barrier and returned to his small world. Husband, have you reached the Million Mountain? I've arrived at a city on the outskirts of the Million Mountain, Tianfeng City. Oh, I'll settle here first and later go out to explore. Then please be careful. Rest assured I will. After having a meal with everyone in the small world, Lin Fan exited. Stepping out of the inn, although it was nearly dark, many pedestrians were still bustling about outside. From time to time, he could see someone hurriedly carrying an injured person to the clinic for treatment. Such scenes had become commonplace for the people here. They could not guarantee that one day the person lying injured would not be themselves. With the Million Mountain nearby, many people ventured there to hunt monsters and search for spiritual herbs. If they encountered powerful monsters, getting injured or even eaten was inevitable. In addition to monsters, one must also beware of being ambushed by other martial artists. There were quite a few robbers. If a solitary person caught the attention of a robber, their fate would not be any better. Such is this world. Most people must risk their lives to compete for cultivation resources. One wrong step, and it could lead to utter ruin. Let's go browse and see if I can find some good items. As he walked, Lin Fan found nothing appealing. At that moment, he noticed a group of people ahead discussing something, so he prepared to check it out. Upon approaching, he discovered an exceptionally beautiful woman sitting there. In front of her was a sign that reads, seeking a yellow-grade supreme detox pill. She is willing to sell her services. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback upon seeing this. The woman had reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, and in Wanxiang City, she would be invincible. Oh, it made no sense that she couldn't afford a yellow-grade supreme detox pill. Though he had not been familiar with the market for pills, the price of a yellow-grade supreme detox pill should not exceed 5,000 yellow-grade spirit stones. Lin Fan quietly stood aside and began to investigate the girl's information. Name Suqing Yuan. Age 35. Realm peak of Kaiyuan realm. Talent high-grade Shin level. Identity loose cultivator. Favorability 0, a unfamiliar. As a loose cultivator, reaching the peak of the Kaiyuan realm at the age of 35 was quite impressive. At this moment, someone suggested to Suqing Yuan. Miss yellow-grade supreme detox pills are extremely rare. Baibao Pavilion only supplies 3 each month, all of which are bought in advance by the 5 major forces. If you urgently need a pill to save someone, you might want to check with those 5 major forces. This person might have been well-meaning, which prompted them to give a reminder. After speaking, he left. Suqing Yuan naturally knew that the 5 major forces had such pills. She had sought them out before, but unfortunately others were unwilling to help her. Yellow-grade supreme pills correspond to Qi Si realm martial artists. Although the 5 major forces have Zifu realm cultivators overseeing them, the Qi Si realm is the backbone of these 5 forces. The Zifu realm cultivators of the 5 major forces were in closed-door training, and those managing the affairs were Qi Si realm martial artists. Her talent was indeed good, but it was somewhat lacking in front of the 5 major forces. Many people seek to ally with the 5 major forces every year, and those with supreme talent can secure 1 or 2 each year. They would certainly not waste a yellow-grade supreme detox pill on her. Moreover, yellow-grade supreme detox pills can be life-saving in critical situations, and each family has limited stock. It is known that there are numerous poisonous monsters within the Million Mountain, and many die from poison each year. Baibao Pavilion only provides 3 pills each month, which is simply insufficient to meet the demand. Watching the crowd murmur among themselves, yet no one produced an antidote pill. Suqing Yuan rose dejectedly. She had made up her mind, rather than waste more time here, she would return home to be with her elder sister. Without an antidote pill, her sister's time was running perilously short. In these final hours, she resolved to remain by her sister's side. Seeing Suqing Yuan's slightly trembling figure, Lin Fan followed closely behind. Might I speak with you privately, miss? Who are you? Suqing Yuan asked, her gaze wary. You seek a grade yellow supreme grade antidote pill. I can provide it. Truly, you possess such a pill. Her voice trembled with fragile hope. She had already surrendered to despair, only to glimpse salvation anew. If Lin Fan truly held it, her sister would be saved. For years they had relied solely on each other. The thought of losing her elder sister was unbearable. Worse still, her sister had been wounded while saving her, a burden that had gnawed relentlessly at her conscience. This is hardly the place for such a conversation. Standing openly in the bustling street, Lin Fan had no intention of revealing himself as an alchemist. Should Suqing Yuan cry out in excitement, his identity would be exposed instantly. At present, he cultivated only to the Qi Si realm. Drawing the attention of Purple Mansion realm experts would spell grave danger. Though alchemists commanded great prestige, he possessed no backing or affiliation. Should he be captured and enslaved as a forced alchemist, it would not be unthinkable. Only upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm would such fears recede. After all, sects anchored by divine platform realm masters would scarcely covet a mere grade yellow supreme alchemist. As for Purple Mansion realm factions, they would hesitate to provoke him once he attained their rank unless their interests were directly threatened. Su Qingyun glanced around at the steady stream of passers-by. Indeed, this was no place for such delicate matters. She realized belatedly her own oversight. Even if another possessed such a pill, none would dare display it openly in public. Without sufficient strength, one would inevitably invite greed and peril. Within Tianfeng City, safety might hold, but beyond its walls danger loomed. Should the five great powers take notice, even the city itself could no longer guarantee sanctuary. The five powers wielded countless covert means to spirit away individuals. This, after all, was their domain. After brief reflection, Su Qingyun spoke softly. "If you bear no objection, sir, you may accompany me home." She harbored no fear that Lin Fan would harm her. His aura resonated with hers. Both had reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Even should he surpass her slightly, subduing her swiftly would prove impossible. Moreover, combat was strictly forbidden within Tianfeng City. She doubted he would dare raise a hand against her there. And yet something about his presence stirred an inexplicable sense of kinship within her, prompting her almost unconsciously to extend the invitation. Though mildly surprised, Lin Fan had no intention of declining. With a respectful bow and a gentle smile, he replied, "Since you honor me with your invitation, I shall accept without hesitation." They exchanged little along the way. Lin Fan simply walked quietly in her wake, until soon enough Su Qingyun led him to the modest residence she shared with her sister. Their dwelling was a small courtyard compound, one main hall, 3 chambers, a woodshed, a kitchen, and an outhouse. Unassuming yet functional. Yet such a residence in Tianfeng City demanded no less than 1,000 yuan stones. Not because the structure itself held such value, but because the sum functioned as a protection fee paid to the city's overlords. "Sir, please rest a moment. I shall go check on my sister." "Very well." No further inquiry was needed. It was now clear the antidote pill was meant for Su Qingyun's elder sister. Moments later, Su Qingyun emerged from her sister's chamber. "How fares your sister?" "She lies unconscious. The situation grows dire." Worry and sorrow etched deep lines across Su Qingyun's face. "Oh, and sir, my name is Su Qingyun. Might I ask yours?" "I am Lin Fan, Lin of the Lin clan, Fan meaning ordinary." "Master Lin, let us address the matter at hand. Do you truly possess the supreme grade antidote pill?" Her eyes brimmed with desperate expectation, until his reply struck like cold water. "I do not possess it at present." Her heart sank. Had fate mocked her once again? "Miss Su, do not despair. I may not have it now, but I can refine it." "What? Master Lin, you are an alchemist." Her disappointment vanished in an instant, replaced by breathless astonishment. An alchemist, standing before her. It defied all reason. Lin Fan had anticipated precisely so. He was grateful he'd withheld his identity on the street. Had she shouted aloud, then concealment would have been impossible. "Please, Miss Su, do not be so agitated. Yes, I am an alchemist. A supreme-grade antidote pill requires only the proper ingredients. I can refine it at any time." His tone carried unshakable confidence. Well-founded, for yellow-grade pills posed no challenge to it. Seeing his certainty, Su Qingyun felt an instinctive trust bloom within her. "Master Lin, tell me what ingredients you require. I shall procure them immediately. I swear, should you save my sister, I shall obey your every command, without question." She added fervently, "Not only I, but my elder sister as well." Su Qingyun was no fool. An alchemist capable of refining supreme-grade yellow pills was a rare, irreplaceable boon, especially for unaffiliated cultivators like herself. She intended not only to secure his favor, but to bind her sister to him as well. Such an opportunity was unimaginable for wanderers like them, yet fortune had delivered it into her hands. She understood keenly the immense influence an alchemist wielded. Were the 5 great powers to learn of him, they would surely elevate him to honored guest status. As for her sister's consent, that was assured. Refusal was unthinkable. After all, he would be her sister's savior. Even marriage would be no excessive recompense. Lin Fan mused inwardly. 1 rescue, 2 devotees. What a most profitable transaction. Yet seeing Su Qingyun's urgency, he promptly listed the required ingredients, adding several irrelevant ones as camouflage lest observers deduce their true purpose. Though Baobao Pavilion stocked no finished pills, its herb inventory remained rich. Proximity to the 100,000 mountain range ensured an abundant supply of medicinal flora. Though his personal world cultivated numerous herbs, its diversity remained insufficient, specifically lacking the precise components needed for the antidote pill. Soon he resolved he would visit Baobao Pavilion in Tianfeng City to acquire rare spirit herb seeds, enriching the botanical spectrum of his inner world. "One more thing, Miss Su. My alchemical abilities must remain strictly confidential. Not a word to anyone." "Rest assured, Master Lin. I understand perfectly." Su Qingyuan was far from naive. The fewer who knew of Lin Fan's art, the safer he would be. With that, she hurried away. After about half an hour, Su Qingyuan hurried back. Young Master Lin, all the herbs are here. I bought 3 of each. I wonder if that will be enough. Su Qingyuan's tone was somewhat worried, as her spirit stones could only buy so much, most of them having been used for cultivation. Why buy so much? Do you think you have too many spirit stones? Lin Fan looked at her with a hint of exasperation. Young Master Lin, don't alchemists need to prepare several sets of herbs? Otherwise, if I ruin them, I'll have to buy them again. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan became anxious, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Who do you look down on? How could I possibly ruin them? However, considering that Su Qingyuan meant well, he refrained from saying much more. All right, find me a quiet place. I need to start refining pills. Young Master Lin, please follow me. Then Su Qingyuan led Lin Fan into a room. Young Master Lin, my home is quite simple. Is this place suitable? That works as long as I won't be disturbed. For Lin Fan, the location of alchemy was irrelevant. Having already mastered all the methods for refining yellow-grade pills, as long as he wasn't interrupted during the process, failure was not an option. Rest assured, young master, no one will disturb you. I just wonder if I can watch from the side. If you want to watch, then watch. Learning to refine pills isn't just about watching, so Lin Fan wasn't worried about her stealing his skills. Moreover, Su Qingyuan would soon be part of his circle. If she wanted to learn to refine pills, it would indeed be a good choice. Su Qingyuan was thrilled to see Lin Fan agree to let her stay and watch. Had it not been for Lin Fan saying not to disturb him, she would have jumped up in excitement. Lin Fan ignored the excited Su Qingyuan. He first took out the alchemy furnace and then laid out the necessary herbs. Once all the preparations were complete, Lin Fan focused his mind and intense flames began to blaze in his hands. If not for Lin Fan's control, the flames could have instantly burned the entire building to ashes. After throwing the herbs in one by one, Lin Fan had a moment of leisure. Noticing that Su Qingyuan was watching him intently, he decided to chat with her. It wouldn't delay his alchemy. Miss Su, refining pills is quite a tedious process. Are you interested in learning? Su Qingyuan was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Fan still had time to chat with her. She remembered Lin Fan just said he couldn't be disturbed. How come he still had time to talk now? However, since Lin Fan asked, she had no choice but to respond. Young Master Lin, alchemists are highly respected. If I have the opportunity, I would naturally love to learn. Moreover, I feel that being an alchemist is lucrative. The 3 sets of herbs I just bought only cost 6,000 spirit stones. Yet these 3 sets of herbs, if I refined 2 pills, could sell for at least 1,000 spirit stones. This is simply a windfall without much risk. My sister and I risk our lives in the Million Mountain hunting monsters to earn spirit stones. Our combined annual income is only about 6,000 spirit stones. Subtracting the cost of the pills we need for cultivation each year, if we can save 1,000 spirit stones, we would consider ourselves lucky. Lin Fan wasn't surprised by Su Qingyuan's thoughts. As scattered cultivators, Su Qingyuan and her sister had no forces backing them to provide cultivation resources. Thus, they had to tirelessly seek resources every moment. In fact, the income from hunting monsters was much higher than that of the families in Wanxiang City, but the dangers were also great. Just like Su Qingyuan's sister, who was currently gravely injured and on the brink of death. Some people choose to settle in small cities to establish their own forces for greater stability. However, that way they cannot acquire more resources for cultivation, leading to slow progress in their strength. Just look at the Lord of Wanxiang City. At over 100 years old, he is merely at the later stage of opening origin. Given his status, he would likely go bankrupt after buying a few top-grade pills. Although he is the city lord, most of his income must be turned over to the county, leaving him with very little. Compared to Su Qingyuan and her sister, it was vastly different. Seeing that Su Qingyuan was indeed interested in alchemy, Lin Fan had already formed an idea in his mind. However, before that, he needed to let her know how difficult it is to become an alchemist. Miss Su, being an alchemist is indeed lucrative. Even a low-grade alchemist commands a considerable price compared to others of the same level. But have you ever thought that not everyone is born to be an alchemist? Before becoming an alchemist, one must endure countless failures, and the spirit stones consumed in this process are a staggering number. Except for those major forces that can invest resources to cultivate their own alchemists, it is very difficult for scattered cultivators to become alchemists. Unless one has exceptional talent, they can become an alchemist without wasting too many resources. However, even with good talent, inheritance is a major issue. Without the inheritance of alchemy, trying to explore the art of pill refinement on one's own is nearly impossible. This involves not only the techniques of alchemy, but also the formulas, which are of utmost importance. Therefore, the high prices of pills are not without reason. Lin Fan's words left Su Qingyuan silent. As Lin Fan said, the initial investment to become an alchemist was simply too great. With their current worth, the two sisters had no hope. If they were to invest resources in alchemy, they would have no resources left for cultivation. Looking at the disappointed expression on Su Qingyuan's face, Lin Fan had already made a decision in his heart. Miss Su, if you truly have the desire to learn alchemy, I can teach you later. Su Qingyuan, who had been quite disheartened, widened her eyes when she heard Lin Fan say he would teach her alchemy. Young Master Lin, is what you said true? You are willing to teach me alchemy. You will be my person in the future, so teaching you alchemy is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Qingyuan's face flushed. She couldn't help but ponder, what does it mean to be his person in the future? Does young Master Lin have feelings for me? Should I agree? Perhaps young Master Lin doesn't mean it that way. Maybe I am overthinking. After all, I will be young Master Lin's mate in the future, so I truly will be his person. Moreover, given that young Master Lin is a top-grade alchemist, how could someone like me, a scattered cultivator, ever be worthy? Just being his mate is already my greatest fortune. But if young Master Lin says he'll teach me alchemy, if I also become a top-grade alchemist, will I then be worthy of? Thinking of this, Su Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Su Qingyuan, you can do it. At this moment, Su Qingyuan had resolved to become an alchemist as quickly as possible. Lin Fan, unaware of the changes in Su Qingyuan, was focused on removing impurities from the medicinal liquid. An hour passed, and amidst Su Qingyuan's idle thoughts, Lin Fan's elixir was about to be completed. Miss Su, bring me the elixir bottle. Okay. Su Qingyuan, with little time to think, immediately brought over the elixir bottle and uncorked it. At the same time, her mood began to swell with excitement. She knew that Lin Fan had successfully refined the elixir, which meant her sister was saved. Rise. Lin Fan called softly, and the lid of the alchemy furnace instantly floated up. Gather. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 milky white elixirs, emitting a fragrant aroma, flew out from the furnace. Then, under Lin Fan's control, they were placed into the elixir bottle. 10 elixirs, he actually managed to produce 10. Su Qingyuan murmured to herself, her face filled with disbelief. Although she could not refine elixirs, she had heard rumors about it, and had some general understanding. As far as she knew, producing more than 5 elixirs was exceedingly rare, and 9 was the limit. The appearance of these 10 elixirs was simply beyond her comprehension. Most importantly, this represented immense profit. A portion of medicinal materials costs 2,000 yuan stones, and each elixir is worth 5,000 yuan stones, totaling 50,000 yuan stones for 10. This was a 25-fold profit, and it was the kind that others would scramble for, so there was no worry about selling them. They would need to kill many beasts to exchange for such a sum. This also solidified her determination to learn alchemy from Lin Fan. Alright, stop daydreaming here, the elixirs are ready. Take me to see your sister? Yes, young Master Lin, please follow me. Now was not the time to think about other things, as saving her sister was the priority. Soon the two arrived at Su Qingyuan's sister's room. At this moment, a woman lay unconscious on the bed, her lips darkened and her brows occasionally furrowed. Clearly, even in a comatose state, the poison was causing her great suffering. Young Master Lin, this is my sister. Her name is Su Qingyuan. Looking at her sister lying on the bed, Su Qingyuan's face was filled with heartache. Lin Fan took this opportunity to check Su Qingyuan's information. Name Su Qingyuan. Age 37. Realm perfect, opening realm heavily poisoned, in an extremely weak state. Talent superior, grade Xian. Favorability 0, a never met before. Seeing that both sisters had superior grade talent, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. They were not identical twins, their situation was somewhat different from the Mu family sisters. To have the same level of talent, one could only say their parents' genes were powerful, at least at this level. As for the age of 37, it was not significant compared to the 300-year lifespan of the opening realm. Thus, Su Qingyuan appeared to be about 20. Lin Fan did not delay any further. He took out a detox pill and placed it in Su Qingyuan's mouth. Then he took out a gourd filled with the spiritual liquid from his small world. Lin Fan also fed her some, aiding in the better absorption of the elixir. Alright, after taking the elixir, your sister will be able to wake up by tomorrow morning. It is already late at night. If there's nothing else, I will head back to rest. Originally, when Lin Fan went out, night was about to fall. Afterwards, with buying medicine and refining elixirs, a lot of time had passed, and it was already late at night. Young master, where is your home? Let me escort you. Actually, besides escorting Lin Fan, she also wanted to see where he lived. She was truly afraid that once Lin Fan left, he might not appear before her again, and she would miss her greatest opportunity in this life. Having decided to cling to Lin Fan, she could not let any chance slip away. Particularly Lin Fan's alchemy skills just now further proved his extraordinary talents. She was certain that being a yellow-grade alchemist was definitely not Lin Fan's endpoint. Becoming a superior-grade alchemist was merely a matter of time. Superior-grade alchemists held high status in the entire 100 Kingdoms. Even if she were just a maid, it would be far better than her current status. Lin Fan was unaware of Su Qingyuan's thoughts at this moment, but he had no intention of hiding anything. He had just noticed that Su Qingyuan's favorability towards him had already reached over 80. Although he did not know why it had increased so quickly, it was a good thing, and Lin Fan did not dwell on it. Miss Su, my home is not here. I just arrived in Tianfeng City today, and am currently staying at an inn. Hearing that Lin Fan had just come to Tianfeng City, Su Qingyuan felt an immense sense of relief. If Lin Fan had arrived a day later, or if she had not gone out to seek elixirs, her sister would have undoubtedly died. However, since Lin Fan was staying at an inn, it would be more convenient for him to stay at her home. "Young master, if you don't mind, you can stay here. We happen to have 3 rooms available." After saying this, Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan with anticipation, truly hoping he would stay. Lin Fan thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then I will stay here for now. Oh, I hope I won't disturb you." Staying at the inn was inconvenient. There were too many people coming and going, and Lin Fan did not like that. Seeing Lin Fan agree to stay, Su Qingyuan was overjoyed. "Young master, I will be delighted that you are staying. How could it possibly disturb us? Please wait here for a moment. I will go tidy up your room." With that, Su Qingyuan hurriedly left. Soon she reappeared before Lin Fan. "Young master, the room has been tidied up. You can rest now." "All right, then I will go rest." Lin Fan entered his room, and after surveying it, he found it quite decent, more comfortable than the inn. Then he set up a restriction and returned to his small world. There was no choice. Uluo Iran and the others were eager for a second child, and he could not afford to be idle. After finishing the main tasks, Lin Fan shared with everyone about encountering the Su sisters. "Husband, judging by what you said, we will soon have 2 more sisters." "That's great. It seems that husband needs to go out more often. Staying in Wanxiang City, one can hardly encounter anyone." Indeed, just stepping out led to meeting 2. Staying in Wanxiang City does not bring such good fortune. Everyone began to discuss, hoping that for the sake of family development, Lin Fan could find more sisters. In order to develop the family quickly, relying solely on them was not enough. A small city's Qi realm family had a population of 1,000. Compared to them, the Lin family had a long way to go. Watching everyone discuss, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. "All right, I need to go outside. Currently, it is inconvenient to stay in the small world." Lin Fan had been in the small world for nearly 2 days, and it was almost dawn in the main world. "Then husband, you go ahead. With so many of us here, you don't need to worry about us." Returning to the main world, Lin Fan found that it was still dark, so he had no choice but to lie down on the bed. At this moment, the unconscious Su Qingyuan slowly opened her eyes in a daze. She also noticed Su Qingyuan resting beside her bed. Last night, Su Qingyuan did not return to her own room, but stayed by her sister's side. "Xiao Yuan." Su Qingyuan raised her hand and gently nudged Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan was instantly awakened. When she saw her sister had awakened, she became extremely excited. "Sister, you finally woke up. That's wonderful." "Xiao Yuan, what happened? I should have been unable to wake up. Why is the poison in my body already cured?" Su Qingyuan found it hard to believe that she was able to awaken. She was very aware of how deep the poison she had suffered was. If it weren't for the exceptional detoxification pill, there would have been no chance of survival. But given her family situation, it was utterly impossible to purchase detoxification pills. "Sister, it's like this. I encountered a powerful alchemist." Su Qingyuan then explained in detail how she met Lin Fan to Su Qingyuan. After listening to her sister's account, Su Qingyuan was dumbfounded. What kind of luck did her sister have to befriend an alchemist who even helped refine a detoxification pill? Even at this moment, that alchemist was still living in their home. This luck was truly incredible. As for Su Qingyuan's declaration of loyalty to Lin Fan, she had no objections and was even quite pleased. Such good fortune was something others could only dream of. How could she possibly refuse? At the same time, she felt a growing fondness for the Yedobemit Lin Fan. "Sister, you don't need to worry. The young master is very easy to get along with. He is nothing like those alchemists of legend who carry themselves with an air of superiority. He chats with me quite casually. Being with the young master is a tremendous opportunity for us." Su Qingyuan, fearing that Su Qingyuan might have reservations about her decision, hurried to speak well of Lin Fan. "Xiao Yuan, you don't need to worry. I have no objections to your decision. Moreover, my life was saved by him. It is only right for me to serve him in the future." Serving a powerful alchemist was not a disgrace for her. Rather, it was an elevation. She was aware of this. Seeing that her sister had no objections to her decision, Su Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If her sister had disagreed, she wouldn't have known how to explain it to Lin Fan. "Xiao Yuan, you have truly worked hard for your sister these past few days." "Sister, don't say that. A bit of hardship is nothing. If it weren't for you, I would be the one injured now." As they chatted, the sky outside gradually brightened. "Xiao Yuan, it's dawn now. Oh, I still can't move, so please prepare breakfast for our benefactor." At their level, going without food for 10 days or half a month was not an issue. They usually ate very little. But since Lin Fan was her benefactor, she couldn't possibly leave him without a meal. "All right, sister, leave this to me. You can rest assured." After half an hour of busy work, breakfast was almost ready. Su Qingyuan then took her toiletries and knocked on Lin Fan's door. "Come in." Lin Fan's lazy voice came from within. Creaking sound, Su Qingyuan pushed the door open and walked in. "Young master, breakfast is ready. Oh, I am here to assist you with your washing." At this moment, Su Qingyuan had fully embraced the role of a maid. "Miss Su, what are you doing?" Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. "Young master, I previously mentioned that as long as you save my sister, I would serve you for life, and that includes my... Now that my sister has awakened, I should fulfill my promise. From now on, I will be your maid, young master." My sister is still in a bit of discomfort due to her injury. After saying this, Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. Yesterday Lin Fan indeed agreed to her, but he hadn't formally accepted her yet. Whether the sisters could genuinely remain by Lin Fan's side depended on his current decision. Alright, since you've made your decision, I won't say anything more from now on. You sisters will follow me. In the early stages of family development, Lin Fan didn't have high standards as long as they met his aesthetic. Once he became stronger, he would raise the requirements for talent. Moreover, having a Xianpin talent was already quite good in the land of 100 nations. Thank you for taking us in, young master. At this moment, Su Qingyuan had completely set her mind at ease. Following this, Lin Fan finished his breakfast under Su Qingyuan's service. The breakfast was quite simple. A bowl of porridge made from medium-grade spirit rice accompanied by some beast meat, which tasted rather good. Medium and low-grade spirit rice was the most common type in the market and could be bought with gold. High-grade rice was relatively scarce and not always available. 1 yuan stone could buy 10 pounds. As for exceptional grade rice, it could not be found in the market even though it was priced at 1 yuan stone per pound. At least in the market of the land of 100 nations, it was nowhere to be seen. As for the Xiantian continent, Lin Fan was uncertain. However, it was likely to exist as the land of 100 nations was too barren compared to the Xiantian continent. Qingyuan, take me to see your sister. Since Su Qingyuan had awakened, Lin Fan naturally wanted to go see her. Young master, please follow me. Very quickly the two appeared in Su Qingyuan's room. Greetings, benefactor. Forgive me, Qingyuan is unable to pay her respects due to her injuries. I hope the benefactor will not be offended. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, Su Qingyuan took the initiative to greet him. Miss Qingyuan, you are too kind. Your poison has just been cured, and you still bear injuries, so there is no need to worry about formalities. By the way, here is a healing pill. Take it first, and you will recover in 3 to 5 days. Lin Fan had already refined this pill when he was in Wanxiang City. This time he came to the Million Great Mountain to fight, so Lin Fan dared not guarantee he wouldn't get injured. He naturally had to be well prepared. Seeing Lin Fan take out a top-grade pill truly shocked Su Qingyuan. Although the number available at the annual auction would be slightly more, it was still beyond their means. Coming back to her senses, Su Qingyuan gently shook her head and said, benefactor, this is Although the number available at the annual auction would be slightly more, it was still beyond their means. Coming back to her senses, Su Qingyuan gently shook her head and said, benefactor, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Miss Qingyuan, you should know my identity. A healing pill is nothing to me. I believe Qingyuan has also mentioned that you are to serve me from now on. Now that you are injured and lying in bed, how can you serve me? Yes, sister, quickly accept it. We cannot disappoint the young master's goodwill. Fearing that her sister would upset Lin Fan, Su Qingyuan also began to persuade her. Then, benefactor, I will accept this pill. After all, the debt of gratitude could never be fully repaid, so a little more wouldn't matter. Su Qingyuan took the pill and directly placed it in her mouth. The pill dissolved upon entry, and Su Qingyuan could feel a warm current repairing her injuries. Truly a superior elixir, its effects are simply extraordinary. Compared to high-grade elixirs, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. After feeling the power of the supreme elixir, Su Qingyuan couldn't help but express her thoughts. However, this is quite normal. High-grade elixirs correspond to the opening yuan realm, while supreme elixirs correspond to the Qi realm. Injuries in the Qi realm can be healed, let alone her being only in the opening yuan realm. The healing elixir will have an even better effect on her. Alright, Qingyuan, after you take the elixir, make sure to rest well. I will step out for a moment. Thank you so much. Su Qingyuan finished speaking and instructed Su Qingyuan, Xiao Yuan, you must take good care of our benefactor. He is truly my savior. Rest assured, sister, I will definitely take good care of the young master. Sister, you should rest. If you need anything, just call me. I will step out with the young master for now. Alright. Watching the two leave, Su Qingyuan smiled. I never expected that after surviving a great calamity, I would still have such an opportunity. Stepping out of the room, Su Qingyuan began a casual chat with Lin Fan. Young master, where are you from? How did you come to Tianfeng City? Now that Su Qingluan's poison was cured, Su Qingyuan was in high spirits, and her personality had become, I come from the Zhao Kingdom, Qingyun County, Wanxiang City. I plan to go to the Million Mountains to practice against some demon beasts, and see if I can find some higher-grade spiritual herbs. Zhao Kingdom, Qingyun County isn't that very far from here. Tianfeng City borders Zhao Kingdom, so Su Qingyuan had indeed heard of Qingyun County. As for Wanxiang City, she had not heard of it before. It's not too far, about 2.0 miles or so. It's not that Lin Fan was being boastful. 2.0 miles isn't far for him, now merely a few hours of flight. That's not far at all. If we hurry at full speed, it will still take us several months. In Su Qingyuan's view, Lin Fan's strength was similar to hers, so it would definitely take him a long time to arrive. Lin Fan smiled and did not elaborate further. The strength he was currently displaying was only at the peak of the opening yuan realm. By the way, young master, you must have an extraordinary background to become a supreme alchemist. I wonder if I've heard of it. Su Qingyuan was indeed curious about Lin Fan's background. Now that she was already his maid, asking this question wasn't considered offensive. I don't have any background. I was like you, a wandering cultivator before. After leaving the Lin family in Chu Kingdom, he couldn't disclose his relationship with the Lin family, so Lin Fan could only claim to be a wandering cultivator. Young master, you are actually a wandering cultivator. That is truly unbelievable. At this moment, Su Qingyuan was already astonished. Being a wandering cultivator herself, she naturally knew how difficult it was. Every day, she had to scramble for cultivation resources, otherwise her progress would stagnate. Yet Lin Fan, relying on his identity as a wandering cultivator, had become an alchemist whom most people looked up to. It was truly impressive. Qingyuan, I can't really be considered a wandering cultivator anymore. A year ago I established a family in Wanxiang City, and now I am the head of that family. Young master, you even established a family, and are now its head. Why would you think about going to the Million Mountains? Are you really just looking to practice against demon beasts? In Su Qingyuan's view, Lin Fan had just established a family, and should be busy marrying and expanding the family. How could he have time to go to the Million Mountains? If it were someone else, they might worry about a lack of cultivation resources. As for whether or not he was lacking resources, the likelihood was low. As an alchemist, Lin Fan's family would certainly not lack resources in the early stages of development. As for looking for demon beasts to practice against, that was even less likely. If he merely wanted to fight, he could find someone to spar with anywhere. Why make the long journey here? Qingyuan, I am indeed here to seek demon beasts for a spar. He knew Su Qingyuan might not believe him, but he was speaking the truth. Seeing Lin Fan say this, Su Qingyuan felt he was not lying to her, as there was no need to. However, Su Qingyuan found it hard to understand Lin Fan's thoughts. But such matters were not for her to question. Qingyuan, you sisters often hunt demon beasts in the Million Mountains, so you must know a lot about it. Tell me about the situation inside. Lin Fan was still unfamiliar with the Million Mountains. Since Su Qingyuan and her sister often hunted demon beasts there, they should know quite a bit. Seeing Lin Fan wanting to learn about the Million Mountains, Su Qingyuan naturally would not refuse. Young master, the Million Mountains are vast, and it is said that passing through them can lead to a new world. Their powerhouses abound, and those in the Purple Mansion realm have little standing. As for whether it is true, I do not know. As for the Million Mountains, my sister and I usually only dare to venture 500 miles in this area, can only be considered the periphery, or not even that. Within 500 miles there are many first and second tier demon beasts, and many spiritual herbs also grow there. Beyond 500 miles, my sister and I dare not step in. There live even stronger third tier demon beasts. The reason my sister got injured this time was that she encountered a Mo Lin snake deep within 500 miles. This type of demon beast is extremely poisonous and very troublesome. Adults can reach the third tier. If it weren't for the fact that this Mo Lin snake was not yet an adult and only at the second tier, my sister and I would certainly not have come back. Remembering that Mo Lin snake, Su Qingyuan still felt a bit of lingering fear. Although it was only at the second tier, it was much stronger than ordinary second tier demon beasts. Otherwise her sister and she wouldn't have been so helpless. By the way, young master, actually the most terrifying thing in the Million Mountains is not the demon beasts, but other martial artists. Those martial artists will attack and rob anyone whose strength is lower than theirs, and those who are ruthless will even kill for treasures. Such things happen frequently in the Million Mountains. More people die at the hands of martial artists than at the mouths of demon beasts. After listening to Su Qingyuan's account, Lin Fan had a rough understanding of the Million Mountains periphery. By the way, Qingyuan, do you know how large the activity range of third-tier demon beasts is? Now that Lin Fan was in the Qi realm, he couldn't just bully second-tier demon beasts. That would be too uninteresting. Young master, the activity range of third-tier demon beasts is quite extensive. I have heard others say that within 500 miles deep, it is the activity range of third-tier demon beasts. As for the activity range of fourth-tier demon beasts, I do not know. Only the 5 major forces in Tianfeng City would know that, because only they have experts in the Purple Mansion realm to preside over things. Without the strength of the Purple Mansion realm to venture in, it is likely to end in disaster. Although Lin Fan already knew that the Million Mountains were vast, the activity range of third-tier demon beasts extended to 500 miles. What about the subsequent 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier demon beasts? How large could their activity range be? It was likely that the activity range of 4th-tier demon beasts would be calculated in millions of miles. Young master, the Million Mountain is very dangerous. Are you really going to go? To be honest, Su Qingyuan genuinely does not recommend Lin Fan to venture into the Million Mountain. Lin Fan is an alchemist. There is no need for him to take risks in such a perilous place. Qingyuan, I must go to the Million Mountain. As for the danger, you need not worry. I have ways to ensure my safety. Alright then, please wait a few more days. Once my sister's injuries have healed, we will go together. We are quite familiar with the Million Mountain, and we can provide a lot of help to you when the time comes. Since they couldn't dissuade Lin Fan, they naturally decided to accompany him. Okay, then we will go together once your sister has recovered. There is nothing else to do next, so just accompany me to stroll around Tianfeng City. Lin Fan plans to visit Baibouge to buy some spirit herb seeds that are not available in his small world. Tianfeng City is very prosperous, and the variety of seeds here must be much greater than that in Wanxiang City. After all, it relies on the Million Mountain. Lin Fan wants her to accompany him in exploring Tianfeng City, and Su Qingyuan naturally does not refuse. After saying a few words to Su Qingyuan, the two arrived on the street. Young master, where should we go next? Let's first go to Baibouge. Oh, I want to buy some spirit herb seeds. Sure, I will take you to Baibouge right away. Su Qingyuan was not surprised that Lin Fan wanted to buy spirit herb seeds. After all, Lin Fan is an alchemist, and he naturally needs a lot of medicinal materials. Cultivating them himself is the most economical. Soon the two entered Baibouge. Upon seeing customers enter, a servant approached. Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you? I would like to purchase some spirit herb and spirit fruit seeds. Of course, viable seedlings are also acceptable. I wonder how many varieties you have here. Upon hearing Lin Fan's request, the servant recognized it as a big business opportunity. He immediately became more enthusiastic. Young master, we have over 10,000 varieties of spirit herb seeds here. Among them, there are over 500 varieties of Xian grade, but most are low grade. There are 60 varieties of middle grade, 20 of high grade, and only 5 of supreme grade. The rest are Huang grade spirit herbs, and there are plenty in every grade. By the way, young master, all the introductions are recorded in this jade slip. You can take a look. With so many types of seeds, it is not appropriate to record them in a book, so all information about the seeds is inscribed in the jade slip. In the end, Lin Fan eliminated over 600 types of spirit herb seeds that his small world already had, keeping all the rest. In the end, Lin Fan eliminated over 600 types of spirit herb seeds that his small world already had, keeping all the rest. This naturally included those Xian grade spirit herbs. When Lin Fan stated his requirements, the servant was left dumbfounded. Su Qingyuan was equally shocked and speechless. To require so many seeds, she had no idea how many spirit stones it would cost. Although seeds are much cheaper than medicinal materials, the quantity is substantial. Regardless, even if her sisters sold everything, they wouldn't be able to gather that many spirit stones. Young master, do you really need that many seeds? The servant, coming to his senses, asked Lin Fan once more. You heard me correctly. I'll prepare what I just said, 100 of each. 100 is sufficient, and it allows for future propagation. Buying too much would be wasteful. Young master, there are many people around. Please follow me to a private room. Baibouge is crowded, and those with ill intentions might target large customers like him, planning to ambush and rob them after leaving the city. As a major client, Baibouge naturally must ensure Lin Fan's safety. If they are seen making a large transaction of spirit stones during the trade, it could be disadvantageous for Lin Fan. Not only for Lin Fan, Baibouge treats all major clients this way. Lin Fan felt very satisfied with Baibouge's approach. It must be said that Baibouge is very considerate. There is a reason their business has grown this large. After arriving in the private room, the servant brewed a pot of tea for Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan. Young master, please rest here for a bit. I need to report this big business to the manager. Alright, you go ahead. After the servant left, Su Qingyuan finally spoke. Young master, you are buying too many seeds. It will likely require a significant amount of spirit stones. Especially those Xian grade spirit herb seeds. They can only be traded with Xian grade spirit stones. Yes, Huang grade spirit stones cannot be used to buy Xian grade spirit herbs. Only Xian grade spirit stones will do. This is actually for a reason. Once reaching the Purple Mansion realm, Huang grade spirit stones have no effect on their cultivation. Cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm must utilize Xian grade spirit stones. This results in a situation where it is easy to exchange high-level spirit stones for low-level ones, but no one would actually do so. Hence, exchanging low-level spirit stones for a higher grade is nearly impossible. Qingyuan, you need not worry. I am well aware of what I am doing. For spirit herb seeds that I do not have, I welcome all. You will understand the reason later. In fact, many high-level pills also require a considerable amount of low-level spirit herbs as support. Therefore, having more varieties of spirit herbs is naturally better. He has a small world, so he does not need to worry about not having space to plant them. Lin Fan hopes that one day all varieties of spirit herbs in the divine wilderness realm can be found in his small world. Seeing Lin Fan say this, Su Qingyuan felt it was inappropriate to say more. She was a bit curious about where Lin Fan would plant so many spirit herb seeds. So many spirit herb seeds would require a lot of spiritual fields to plant. Moreover, spirit herbs grow slowly, and it takes a long time to yield returns. The family has just been established, and planting spiritual rice in the initial stages is the most suitable approach. If they lack income, it will affect the family's development. Just the thought that Lin Fan is an alchemist reassured Su Qingyuan. Casually refining some pills would earn much more than planting spiritual rice. Soon the servant returned with "This young master, my surname is Zhou, and I am the manager here. I need to confirm if you really require that many spirit herb seeds." To be cautious, the manager still needs to confirm face to face. "Of course, is there a problem?" "No, there is no problem. Please wait a moment, I will prepare everything right away." Bai Baioji's efficiency is swift. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the seeds were packed for Lin Fan. "Young master, the seeds you requested are here. The Xian grade seeds are worth 1,300 Xian grade spirit stones, and the Huang grade seeds are worth 500 Huang grade spirit stones. The most expensive among these is the supreme grade spirit herb seed, with each seed requiring 2 Xian grade spirit stones. Just these 500 seeds will require over 1,000 Xian grade spirit stones." Hearing the total amount of spirit stones required, Su Qingyuan felt a shock in her heart. Even if they sisters were frugal, they wouldn't be able to save that much in 100 years. However, this amount of spirit stones is nothing to Lin Fan. "Manager Zhou, here are the spirit stones, please count them." Manager Zhou used his spiritual sense to check the storage bag, and the spirit stones came into view. "The amount is correct. Is there anything else you need, young master?" "I have nothing else to buy today. Oh, I will come back when I—" "Then please take care." After Lin Fan left the Baibao pavilion, he sensed that someone was watching him. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Interesting, I didn't expect to still be targeted after going to the private room. However, it makes sense those who can go to the private room must hold some status. But I hope you don't come looking for me, or else you may come with your life, but not return with it." Lin Fan could feel that the one watching him only had the strength of an early-stage Kaiyuan realm, and there were definitely accomplices behind. Even if the opponent had a Qi realm warrior, Lin Fan was not worried. He was currently using a top-grade Xian-level weapon, and he had also cultivated a top-grade Xian-level martial art and movement technique. Moreover, the cultivation method he practiced was beyond the imperial grade. Therefore, even though Lin Fan lacked combat experience, being invincible within the same realm was still not a problem. Lin Fan did not suspect that it was someone from the Baibao Pavilion. The amount of spirit stones he pulled out was truly not enough for the Baibao Pavilion to consider. If the Baibao Pavilion had such a small vision, it would never have grown this large. "Young master, what should we do next?" Su Qingyuan did not sense anyone spying, as the person was very well hidden. If it weren't for Lin Fan being at the Qi realm, he would probably have a hard time noticing his presence. This also showed that the guy was very experienced. Who knows how many people had fallen victim to their treachery. "Let's check out those stalls and see if we can find some good stuff." Although he was being watched, Lin Fan was not anxious. No matter what, the other party would not dare to act against him in Tianfeng City. Thus the two strolled around for most of the day. They did have some gains. Lin Fan bought about 10 seedlings of low-grade, Xian-level spiritual herbs. The seedlings were not expensive, costing only 1 Xian-grade spirit stone, and he bought them all. What excited Lin Fan the most was that the other party also gifted him over 1,000 seeds of the top-grade, Xian-level Linghua crystals. The other party didn't even recognize these seeds, claiming to have found them in a warrior's cave. Lin Fan also identified them through the system, otherwise he wouldn't have recognized them either. This was quite normal, as there were too many types of spiritual herbs in the divine wilderness realm, and even high-level alchemists could not recognize all of them. Moreover, since they were just seeds, it was even harder to recognize them. The Xianjing flower was a main ingredient for many Xian-level pills, and was beneficial for the growth of the purple crystal bees in Lin Fan's small world. The honey produced from them would be of even better quality. Lin Fan could only say he made a great profit. This was worth 2,000 Xian-grade spirit stones in spiritual herb seeds. Qingyuan, today's harvest was quite good, but it's getting late, let's head back. "Okay, young master." When the two returned home, Lin Fan sensed that the one watching them had already left. "Since they regard me as a fat sheep, I look forward to seeing who the real fat sheep is." As the two entered, they saw Su Qingwan sitting in the courtyard, already having prepared the meal. "Benefactor Xiao Yu, on your back. The meal is just ready. You came back at the perfect time. Sister, why are you up? You even made the meal. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. With the healing pill from the benefactor, our injuries are almost healed, but our strength hasn't fully recovered yet, so don't worry about me." "That's good." Upon hearing that her sister was fine, Su Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Benefactor, please sit down and have a meal. You see how my cooking is." "All right then, I'll taste your cooking." Lin Fan picked up a piece of monster meat and started tasting it. The taste is quite good." Seeing that Lin Fan liked it, a smile appeared on Su Qingluan's face. "Okay, everyone, don't just look at me. Let's eat together." After the meal, Lin Fan decided to take them into the small world. Now that both of them had a favorability rating of over 80 towards him, it was time to make them true members of his inner circle. With a decision made in his heart, Lin Fan did not delay. "Qingyu and Qingwan, don't resist. I'm taking you to a place." "Okay." Although they didn't know what Lin Fan meant by this. However, they only needed to obey what Lin Fan said. Then, with a thought from Lin Fan, all three disappeared from their original location. In the blink of an eye they arrived in a strange environment, and the sisters were naturally shocked. However, upon seeing Lin Fan was there, the two felt relieved. At the same time, unbeknownst to the two, the family's divine tree had marked them. Just then, before they could start out, they saw over 10 stunning women walking towards their position. Husband, you're back. I suppose these two are the Su Qingyuan and Su Qingwan sisters. Luo Yiran was the first to greet Lin Fan. Correct. Lin Fan nodded, then looked at the two sisters. Qingwan Qingyan, these are all my wives, please meet them. Hearing that these were all Lin Fan's wives, the two hurriedly bowed. We greet all the ladies. However, in their hearts they were far from calm at that moment. Could it be that with just a thought the young master brought us sisters to the Qingyun county of Zhao country? If that's true, how strong is the young master's true power, or what powerful treasure did he use? Su Qingyuan thought in shock. You two don't need to be too formal. From now on we will address each other as sisters. My husband said that we should rank by age. Luo Yiran and the others knew that both of them possessed high-grade Xian-level talent, so they were naturally not meant to be maids. Yiran, please introduce them to everything here. I have some matters to attend to. Okay, husband, you go ahead, or we'll take care of things here. Lin Fan nodded, then looked at Su Qingwan and Su Qingyuan. You don't need to be nervous. Yiran will explain everything here to you. I'll go plant those spiritual herb seeds now. Young master, you go ahead, we're fine. Lin Fan nodded, then disappeared from the spot, and arrived at the place where he planted the spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs he had previously cultivated had already yielded quite a few seeds. Now the scale of the spiritual herbs had reached 1,500 mu. Lin Fan did not harvest the mature spiritual herbs. The longer the spiritual herbs were planted, the better their efficacy would be, and they would not wither. In fact, under certain conditions they could even evolve. Since there were so many benefits, Lin Fan would naturally not rush to harvest them. After all, he did not lack spiritual fields. Then Lin Fan made some plans for these spiritual herbs. He designated an area for each grade. After that, Lin Fan planted all the seeds he had just bought. Nearly 1,800 mu already, with over 10,000 varieties. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. In the future, he would likely not lack materials for refining Huang-level pills. He had all the commonly used materials here. In the main world, the person who had been watching Lin Fan had now returned to a secluded courtyard. This individual exuded the aura of a perfected Kaiyuan realm practitioner, and his fierce expression appeared quite terrifying. In the lower left there sat a cunning-looking middle-aged man possessing latest-age Kaiyuan realm strength. Third brother, you have returned, sit down quickly. After the man took his seat, the one in the main position continued to ask, Third brother, do you have any findings? The middle-aged man sitting in the lower left also looked at him with anticipation. Elder brother, second brother, I have found a big fish. Hearing this, the man in the main position was overjoyed. Third brother, tell me in detail. At this moment, everyone present turned to look at the newly arrived individual. This person was the third leader of their group, Scorpion. Together with the eldest poison flood dragon and the second poison snake, they were collectively known as the Three Poisons, all sworn brothers. They had also jointly established the Three Poisons gang, which served as their base. The rogue cultivators deeply detested the Three Poisons gang. This gang specialized in robbery, causing much suffering for many rogue cultivators. Numerous rogue cultivators had fallen at the hands of the Three Poisons gang. This time Scorpion had set his sights on Lin Fan. After confirming Lin Fan's residence, he immediately rushed back. Elder brother, second brother, I saw a young man coming out of a private room in the treasure pavilion. Although I don't know what their transaction was, or its value. But I saw that the steward was extremely happy, which indicates that the deal must have been substantial. I suggest that our next target should be him. After Scorpion finished speaking, he looked at the person in the main position, their eldest brother, Poison Flood Dragon. The outcome still needed his elder brother to decide. Third brother, your analysis is correct. This guy is likely a big fish. Anyone who can have the steward of the treasure pavilion handle transactions must have a conservative transaction price of over 500 yellow-grade spirit stones. Such a number of spirit stones would be enough to significantly enhance our strength in a short time, but have you ascertained his identity and strength? Although they engaged in robbery, they only targeted those without much background. This was also the reason they had not been exterminated over the years. For those large powers, as long as they were not provoked, they would not bother with such matters. Elder brother, after leaving the treasure pavilion, I followed that guy. I even found his residence, which is a very ordinary courtyard not belonging to any major power. The only tricky part is that he should be a perfected Kaiyuan realm practitioner, and the woman beside him is also at the perfected Kaiyuan realm. Two perfected Kaiyuan realm practitioners. Poison Flood Dragon frowned. Although they appeared to have more people, he was the only perfected Kaiyuan realm practitioner among them. If a fight broke out, they would be at a disadvantage. At this moment, second brother Poison Snake spoke. Elder brother, I believe this matter is feasible. Second brother, do you have any ideas? Poison Snake nodded. Elder brother, they only have two perfected Kaiyuan realm practitioners. When the battle starts, you can engage one, while third brother and I can hold off the other. As long as you quickly slay the one you are facing, you can then help us take down the remaining one. Moreover, we are in the dark while they are in the light. If we catch them off guard, our advantage will be even greater. The only thing I am worried about now is whether they have other helpers. After listening to Poison Snake's analysis, Poison Flood Dragon found it very reasonable. The opportunity for wealth was right in front of them, and there was no reason not to act. Third brother, investigate their information as thoroughly as possible without being discovered. As long as there are no extra helpers, we will go for this. Then when he leaves the city, we will act immediately. Alright, elder brother, I will take care of this matter. I will investigate thoroughly. In the small world, under the guidance of Luo Iran and the others, Su Qingyuan and Su Qingwan had already understood the situation here. They could never have imagined that this was actually a small world controlled by Lin Fan. Su Qingyuan finally understood why Lin Fan had bought so many spiritual herb seeds. Having a small world, not growing some spiritual herbs would truly be a waste, as these were all cultivation resources. In the following days, with the matchmaking of Luo Iran and the others, the two successfully became Lin Fan's concubines. As for Su Qingluan's injuries, only a day had passed in the main world, and she was already healed. Now with Lin Fan's help, the two sisters had successfully broken through to the Qi realm. Their strength had increased, and Lin Fan reaped many benefits as well. His own strength had reached the late stage of the Qi realm. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 468 years. Identity head of the Lin family. Family level 1. Family members 19 wives and concubines 210 maidservants. Offspring 7 sons, 8 daughters. Family fortune 250000. Strength late stage Qi realm. Talent medium grade Qian level. Technique Qian Koan He Dao Ju. Martial arts movement entry level of earth grade skill Thunder Finger small success of top Qian grade skill. Layering waves palm small success of flowing cloud sword technique small success of top Qian grade skill bamboo shadow step. Weapon top Qian grade flame sword. Family wealth 700 earth grade spirit stones 10697 Qian grade spirit stones approximately 1600 yellow grade spirit stones 1.85 million tons of yellow grade spiritual rice. Small world area 1000 square kilometers. Time flow rate is 5 times that of the main world. After checking the growth of the spiritual herbs, Lin Fan found Su Qingyuan, who was studying alchemy. Seeing Lin Fan arrive, a joyful expression appeared on Su Qingyuan's face. Husband, I have made some progress. Refining the body refinement pill should not be a problem. The body refinement pill is a low-grade yellow pill, also an introductory pill. It is suitable for those in the body refinement realm and can enhance the cultivation speed. It costs 2 taels of gold per bottle. Qingyuan, it seems you indeed have a talent for alchemy. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Su Qingyuan was naturally very happy. Would you like to try refining a batch? I will watch you. A practice is the most important thing in alchemy. Sure, I was just thinking of trying. Then under Lin Fan's guidance, Su Qingyuan began her first attempt at alchemy. Suddenly, with a loud bang, black smoke erupted from the alchemy furnace. Su Qingyuan's first attempt at alchemy ended in failure. Seeing this, she looked at Lin Fan with an embarrassed expression. Husband, this. Qingyuan, don't worry, it's normal for the first attempt to fail. You need to control the heat slowly. If it's too high, it will burn the herbs. Come, let's try refining another batch. Only by learning from failure can you progress. Okay, I will try again. Thus, after failing 10 more times, Su Qingyuan attempted to refine another batch. By this time, she had begun to sweat on her forehead. 11 failed attempts at alchemy had taken a considerable toll on her internal vital energy. Qingyuan, steady your mind and control the heat. You are almost there. The previously anxious Su Qingyuan stabilized her mind instantly upon hearing Lin Fan's words. At this moment, the herbs in the alchemy furnace had all turned into medicinal liquid. The next crucial step was to condense the pills. After another quarter of an hour, the furnace emitted a fragrant aroma. Rise! With a delicate shout, the lid of the furnace was opened. Gather! As the words fell, 3 pills flew out from the furnace. Husband, I finally succeeded. Su Qingyuan excitedly embraced Lin Fan. Although there were only 3 pills, it was a significant breakthrough for her. The successful refining of the pills meant she had become a low-grade yellow alchemist. Qingyuan, congratulations on becoming a qualified alchemist. It's all thanks to you, husband. Ooh, I must reward you well. Oh, what kind of reward do you have in mind? Lin Fan said with a smile. Husband, let's discuss this in our room. Saying this, Su Qingyuan took Lin Fan by the hand and walked towards his residence. So, husband, are you satisfied with this reward? You little girl, are you rewarding me or yourself? Husband, you are annoying. If you say I'm annoying, then I must reward you again. After the playful banter, Lin Fan turned to serious matters. Qingyuan, I plan to go to the Million Mountain tomorrow. Alright, I will accompany you, but we need to be cautious as we will be entering the territory of third-tier magical beasts. Now that Su Qingyuan had broken through to the Qi realm and learned of Lin Fan's true strength, she naturally wanted to venture into the territory of third-tier magical beasts. Okay, I will call you out once I reach the location tomorrow. Lin Fan had not forgotten about the people who had targeted him. Currently, Su Qingyuan had just broken through to the Qi realm and had not yet begun training her breath control technique. If she were to come out early, they would surely recognize her strength and would not dare to act. Lin Fan had no intentions of acting as a hero, but since the enemy had set their sights on him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. By the way, Qingyuan, do you know which magical beasts in the Million Mountain have good flavor? I plan to catch some to raise in the small world. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to raise some magical beasts in the small world, Su Qingyuan immediately became interested. Husband, there are many magical beasts in the Million Mountain that taste quite good. For example, the golden horn sheep is a second-tier magical beast. Although its strength is not very strong among second-tier beasts, its taste is excellent. In the market, one yellow-grade spirit stone can buy 5 gene of golden horn sheep meat, and a single golden horn sheep can grow up to about 500 gene. There's also the blue-striped sheep, another second-tier magical beast, which also tastes great and can weigh up to 2,000 gene. Its price is similarly 5 gene per spirit stone. However, blue-striped sheep are generally social creatures with at least 30 or more together, so those at the Foundation Establishment realm would not dare to attack them. The ones in the market are hunted by those in the Qi realm. For those at the Foundation Establishment realm to engage the blue-striped sheep, they would need at least dozens of people to act together. Of course, there are other magical beasts. We can catch them directly when we encounter them. The next morning, Lin Fan walked towards the outskirts of Tianfeng City. Sensing the eyes on him from behind, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since they are so eager to find death, I shall fulfill their wish. Then Lin Fan leisurely headed towards the Million Mountain. At the base of the Sand Poison Gang, a subordinate rushed back from outside in a hurry. Boss, just now the 3rd in command sent word that the big fish has left the city heading towards the Million Mountain, and he is alone. Upon hearing this, the boss was overjoyed. Haha, it's truly heaven's help. Brothers, let's hurry and set off, or we hope to reach the Million Mountain before him and lay an ambush there. Yes, boss. Then the Sand Poison Gang mobilized their entire force under the leadership of the boss Poison Jiao towards the Million Mountain. What's going on? Who is the Sand Poison Gang planning to rob again, mobilizing everyone? Why hasn't anyone taken care of this cancer? They must be up to no good again. The main reason is that the boss of the Sand Poison Gang is clever. They never rob those with backgrounds. It's said that the Sand Poison Gang has ties with the Evil Wolf mercenary group, and they hand over part of the resources they rob to them. With the Evil Wolf mercenary group backing them without offending the major powers in the city, naturally no one would dare to act against the Sand Poison Gang. The martial artists in Tianfeng City watched as these people hurried by discussing amongst themselves. An hour later, Lin Fan finally arrived at the Million Mountain. This time he did not fly and deliberately slowed down, which is why it took so long. At this moment, Lin Fan had already sensed that someone was lying in ambush in the forest ahead. The strongest among them had reached the completion of the Foundation Establishment realm. Lin Fan looked down upon this. How could someone at the Foundation Establishment realm dare to surround him, a Qi realm martial artist? He could not comprehend their thought process. At this moment, a tremor coursed through the heart of the poison scorpion, following Lin Fan. What's going on? Has he discovered me? No, I've hidden myself so well, how could he possibly notice? He must be trying to trick me. What a cunning fellow, but I won't be fooled. The poison scorpion smirked coldly, choosing to remain still. Seeing that guy hiding behind a large tree, unmoving, Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. Does this guy really think I'm trying to deceive him? He has some brains, but not much. Lin Fan, too lazy to waste words, directly unleashed a thunderstrike at that large tree. In an instant, an arc of electricity struck the tree at the speed of light. With a resounding boom, that tree was reduced to ashes. A scream immediately reached Lin Fan's ears. The residual force of the thunderstrike sent the poison scorpion flying, causing him to crash to the ground and spit out blood continuously. Haha, Lin Fan sneered, then swiftly appeared beside the poison scorpion. Looking at the poison scorpion, half-dead Lin Fan felt no pity whatsoever. If he hadn't held back, this guy would have been dead by now. In front of the Qi realm, the opening Yuan realm was utterly vulnerable. You didn't come out when I called, thinking I was trying to deceive you. What kind of brain do you have? You? How could you be this strong? Are you a powerful Qi realm warrior? The poison scorpion looked at Lin Fan, with eyes full of fear, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. Lin Fan's strength exceeded his imagination. The opening Yuan realm definitely did not possess such power. Now you know fear. I knew you'd had your eye on me the moment I left the treasure pavilion. What do you want to rob me? What kind of brain do you have to come out and try to rob me without knowing my strength? Honestly, I wouldn't bother with someone like you, but since you've run into me, I have no reason to let you go. Lin Fan said to the poison scorpion with a playful look. What? You discovered me back, then you truly are a Qi realm warrior. The poison scorpion forced a wry smile as he spoke. The poison scorpion knew he had no chance of surviving. An opening Yuan realm warrior trying to rob a Qi Si realm warrior, wasn't that courting death? Those hiding in the woods are your companions, right? Yes. The poison scorpion admitted outright. He saw no point in hiding as it was meaningless. With Lin Fan's Qi Si realm strength, there was no way they could escape. The Qi Si realm could fly moving at speeds over 100 times theirs. How could they possibly flee? Since that was the case, it was better to be honest. It might even lead to a quicker death. Haha, you were well prepared. Any warrior at the opening Yuan realm would have no chance of escaping, but unfortunately you've encountered me. Just give me a swift death. The poison scorpion didn't want to say anything more. There was no point in talking further. Alright, I'll give you a swift death. I'll send your brothers down to accompany you. After saying this, Lin Fan first seized the poison scorpion's storage bag, then directly struck him with a palm. In the blink of an eye, the poison scorpion turned to ashes beneath Lin Fan's hand. The poison scorpion had never imagined that after robbing for half his life, he would end up being robbed by his prey. For my first kill, I felt no discomfort at all. It seems this world suits me well. There's still a group over there, let's go deal with them first. Lin Fan would not let anyone who posed a threat to him off, because they were several miles away and had many large trees obstructing their view. The poison serpent and his companions were unaware of what was happening here. Big brother, it's been such a long time. That fat sheep should be arriving soon. The poison snake rubbed his hands together, filled with desire for Lin Fan, the fat sheep. Second brother, you were right. Just now third brother sent me a message that the fat sheep is arriving soon. Clearly there are two perfectly capable opening Yuan realm warriors at home, yet this guy dares to venture out alone. Isn't that a gift just waiting to be taken? Saying this, the poison scorpion burst into laughter. What happened that made you so happy? Just then Lin Fan's voice reached their ears. Who? The poison scorpion, who had been laughing heartily, was instantly startled awake. The ability to approach them silently indicated that the opponent's strength was terrifying, at least above their own. Oh, weren't you all waiting for me? Why are you asking who I am? As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan appeared beside the poison scorpion. What? It's you. How is that possible? At this moment, the poison scorpion looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of fear. He hadn't sensed Lin Fan's approach. Such a person was definitely beyond his capability to deal with. Seeing the expression of their leader, the others began to feel afraid as well. If their boss was terrified, how could they possibly be his match? Do you have any last words? If not, I'll send you on your way. Hearing Lin Fan saying he would kill him, the poison scorpion was filled with terror. No, you can't kill me. Behind me is the evil wolf mercenary group. If I die, they will definitely avenge me. Haha, you don't even believe those words yourself, do you? Lin Fan did not believe that the evil wolf mercenary group would avenge these guys. No, if the evil wolf mercenary group finds out you killed us, they will definitely avenge me. I provide offerings to the evil wolf mercenary group every year, especially to their leader's son. I give him plenty of benefits every year. Even if you provide offerings to the mercenary group thinking they will avenge you, is just wishful thinking. You can. Lin Fan didn't want to waste any more words. He directly executed the wave palm technique against them. Even if the evil wolf mercenary group truly wanted to avenge these people, Lin Fan was not afraid, because they had no idea who had killed them. Besides, he was not from Tianfeng City. Once his journey in the Million Great Mountains ended, he would return to Wanxiang City. No. Seeing Lin Fan's palm strike, the poison scorpion's hair stood on end. Second brother, let's join forces to face him, otherwise we'll only have a dead end. Alright. The poison snake didn't hesitate, directly going all out to respond. Because Lin Fan's palm strike was aimed at all of them. He had no way to escape. He could only brace himself to take it heed in. Unfortunately, their attempts to block were in vain. When the palm force struck them, everyone was sent flying. In just an instant, all sound disappeared, including that of the small fry at the body refinement realm. Thus, the hated sand poison gang was annihilated by Lin Fan. If only they knew, they would surely be grateful to Lin Fan. Afterwards, Lin Fan collected the storage bags of the poison scorpion and poison snake and left the place. I wonder what rewards I've gained from these storage bags. Let's return to the small world and see. With that, Lin Fan thought of returning to the small world. Soon Lin Fan appeared at Su Qingyuan's residence. Husband, why did it take you so long to arrive? With your strength, you shouldn't have taken this long to cross the Million Great Mountains. Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan, her expression somewhat puzzled. I dealt with a few rats along the way, which delayed me a bit. Lin Fan replied with a relaxed demeanor. Dealt with a few rats. Su Qingyuan was somewhat confused. However, she quickly realized. Husband, did you encounter some bandits? Lin Fan nodded. I did encounter some bandits. In fact, ever since we left Baibao Pavilion that day, we have been targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Today I traveled slowly on purpose to draw them out, but I didn't expect these guys to actually follow me. After hearing Lin Fan's account, Su Qingyuan felt it was a bit unbelievable. What kind of vision did these bandits have to consider her husband an easy target? Now her husband's strength had reached the late stage of the Qi Si realm. She didn't believe anyone in Tianfeng City would be a match for him. But those in the Purple Mansion realm were all in seclusion, so they had no time to rob others. Su Qingyuan could only lament that these guys had no sense of timing. However, thinking of her husband who clearly had the strength of the late stage of the Qi realm, yet always presented himself as fully accomplished in the opening Yuan realm, she mourned for those with ill intentions. Su Qingyuan could feel that today was just the first batch, but they would definitely not be the last. There would surely be more blind fools coming to provoke them. But these weren't things she needed to worry about, as she still had confidence in Lin Fan's strength. Those people were not coming to create trouble, but rather to provide them with opportunities. I need to quickly learn the breath concealment technique so that I can also pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. After all, none of these people are good. I won't take the initiative to eliminate threats, but if they provoke me, it's another story. With that thought, Su Qingyuan smiled slightly and looked at Lin Fan. Husband, do you know who they are? Su Qingyuan was quite curious about the identities of those unfortunate fellows. I don't know their identities yet, but from their conversation, I heard them call their leader Poison Flood, and the second Poison Snake, and the third Poison Scorpion. Lin Fan had clearly heard their conversation when they gathered behind him. So it's these guys, they deserve to be killed. Oh, Qingyuan, have you heard of these three? Su Qingyuan nodded. These three are the founders of the Three Poisons gang. They have always engaged in robbery, and the loose cultivators in Tianfeng City despise them greatly. Hearing that these guys were so infamous in Tianfeng City, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. Qingyuan, since they are so notorious, why hasn't anyone dealt with them? Husband, these guys mainly bully weaker cultivators. They don't dare offend any of the forces in the city. Moreover, they also provide resources to the Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps every year. With this connection, it leads those forces in the city to avoid taking action against them for the sake of the Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps. As for the slightly stronger loose cultivators, they are also afraid of offending the Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps, so they haven't made a move against them either. Su Qingyuan explained the intricate relationship to Lin Fan. So that's the relationship. No wonder these guys are so rampant. Does that mean the Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps isn't a good group either? Su Qingyuan nodded. The Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps is certainly not good. In the Million Great Mountains, aside from searching for resources, they also engage in robbery. Of course, if it's just some worthless items like second-tier demon beasts, they won't bother with them. Moreover, the Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps generally robs outside forces. They typically don't rob the forces in Tianfeng City. Not only the Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps, but the other major forces aren't much better. If you encounter their people in the Million Great Mountains, it's better to be cautious. After listening to Su Qingyuan's account, Lin Fan was not surprised. This world was one of the survival of the fittest. The weak could only be dominated by the strong, so he needed to become stronger quickly. Only by reaching the Purple Mansion realm would he have a say in a nation. This time he came to the Million Great Mountains not only for combat experience, but also to acquire some resources. For instance, to domesticate some demon beasts. The Wanxiang city only has first-tier demon beasts, and there aren't many varieties, which is of little use to him. With his current strength, capturing some third-tier demon beasts is not a problem. Once he has a supply of demon beast meat, his children can grow rapidly. Qingyuan, here are the storage bags of those three. Oh, let's see what we have gained. Alright. Su Qingyuan was quite looking forward to the storage bags of these three. The Three Poisons gang had robbed so many cultivators over the years, there might be many good things among them. Lin Fan did not delay and directly emptied the contents of the three storage bags. After counting roughly, Su Qingyuan felt a bit disappointed. It seems there isn't much of value, just over 500 spirit stones along with some miscellaneous low-grade pills and a few low-grade weapons. If she had obtained these materials before meeting Lin Fan, Su Qingyuan would have been very excited. Just these spirit stones alone would be comparable to the harvest of her sisters over several years. However, after witnessing the resources Lin Fan possessed, this amount of resources could hardly pique her interest. Well, you know, the Three Poisons gang has to submit resources to the Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps, so they naturally won't have anything good. Having this many spirit stones is already quite good. That's true. Come on, Qingyuan, let's go out. Okay, husband, let's set off. I haven't been to the territory of third-tier demon beasts yet. Su Qingyuan was still quite looking forward to the territory of the third-tier demon beasts. With Lin Fan by her side, she didn't need to worry about danger. If they encounter a demon beast they can't defeat, they can return to the small world at any time. Lin Fan did not call for Su Qingyuan. After Su Qingyuan expressed her interest in refining weapons, Lin Fan had passed on the inheritance of the Xian-level weapon refining master to her. Now Su Qingyuan had become a bona fide Xian-level weapon refining master. However, due to a lack of refining materials, she had only attempted to refine some yellow-grade weapons. The results were quite good. She had already refined several top-notch yellow-grade weapons. Now these two sisters, one refining pills and the other refining weapons, would greatly benefit their family once they grew up. Qingyuan, do you know where the golden horn goat and the blue-striped sheep are found? Let's go catch some. Husband, I know the general area. Oh, just follow me. With that, Su Qingyuan began to lead the way ahead. Husband, look, that's the golden-horned goat. At this moment in Lin Fan's vision, 6 goat-like magical beasts appeared grazing peacefully. These magical beasts were much larger than ordinary sheep, each weighing over 400 jin, with some even approaching 600 jin. They had a pair of golden horns, which was the origin of their name. Lin Fan did not hesitate utilizing his form. The 6 golden-horned goats were easily subdued and then stored in his small world. Lin Fan had harvested crescent rice yesterday, and this batch covered only 300 square kilometers. Apart from the land on the island in the lake, Lin Fan had set aside 300 square kilometers of land for future use, so there was no need to worry about lack of space for raising them. The magical beasts that Lin Fan had raised previously had already been moved out of the island in the lake. In the future, apart from the manor where they lived, the other areas would be dedicated to planting spiritual herbs. Of course, the amethyst bees remained on the island in the lake. Following Su Qingyuan's lead, Lin Fan collected a total of 1,000 golden-horned goats, 500 blue-striped rams, and 300 spirit wind deers. The spirit wind deer were also second-tier magical beasts, their flavor even better than the former, capable of growing to around 200 jin. They were slightly more expensive, as 1 spirit stone could only buy 3 jin. The most precious part was their antlers, a pair valued at 50 yellow-grade spirit stones. The spirit wind deer were very swift and hard to catch, making it difficult for ordinary opening origin realm warriors to pursue them. However, in front of Lin Fan, once discovered, they would certainly not escape. Fortunately, these were herbivorous magical beasts with low intelligence, making them suitable for mixed breeding. Lin Fan designated a 50 square kilometer area in his small world for them, leaving plenty of crescent rice straw for them to eat. Crescent rice, as a top-grade yellow-level spiritual rice, had straw that was also rich in nutrients, making it a favorite among these magical beasts. After entering the small world, they calmed down quickly. Before long, they began to munch on the straw of crescent rice. Seeing their harvest, Su Qingyuan was quite delighted. Husband, with this many magical beasts caught, we will never lack for magical beast meat again. Indeed, today's harvest is quite good. Lin Fan was very satisfied with today's gains. If sold, they could fetch over 100,000 yellow-grade spirit stones. One must say that earning spirit stones at the Qi realm was much easier than at the opening origin realm. For a solitary warrior at the opening origin realm, killing even one beast was not easy, because these magical beasts often gathered in groups of at least 2 or 3. Although their intelligence was low, they still had the advantage of numbers. Of course, Lin Fan could capture so many because of his small world. For other Qi realm warriors, having a storage bag of 100 cubic meters was already quite luxurious. Storage bags of 1 cubic meter, 5 cubic meters, or 10 cubic meters were more common and not very expensive. A 10 cubic meter storage bag could be bought for just 1,000 spirit stones. However, a storage bag that could hold 100 cubic meters was pricey, costing 500 yellow-grade spirit stones. Achieving 1,000 cubic meters would require 1,000 mysterious grade spirit stones. The reason why larger storage bags were exorbitantly priced is that they cannot be stacked inside another storage bag. However, if one hangs too many storage bags on their body, it would attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, Qi realm warriors would bite the bullet and buy a 100 cubic meter one. As for better storage rings or bracelets, warriors at the Qi realm were still unworthy of such items. Qingyuan, it's getting late. Let's return to the small world and come out again at dawn. The Million Mountain must be very dangerous at night, with many magical beasts out searching for food. We should be careful. By the way, let's see if your sister's fishing net has been made yet. Indeed, upon hearing that there were large lakes in the Million Mountain, Lin Fan had instructed Su Qingyuan to start crafting fishing nets. Where there are lakes, there must be spiritual fish. The lake in his small world was filled with first-tier spiritual fish, which, while tasty, were only effective for body tempering. He needed to catch some higher-level spiritual fish for breeding. Whether for personal consumption or for nurturing his subordinates, it would be quite beneficial. Since he needed to catch spiritual fish, a fishing net was necessary, but ordinary nets would not suffice. Thus, Lin Fan spent 500 yellow-grade spirit stones at the treasure pavilion to purchase a large quantity of refining materials. He then entrusted the task of crafting the fishing nets to Su Qingyuan. This task was naturally not difficult for Su Qingyuan, who had now become a mysterious-level refiner. Soon the two returned to the small world. They then arrived at the refining chamber together. Upon seeing their arrival, Su Qingyuan ended her research work. Husband Xiao Yuan, you're here. Sister, husband and I spent the day catching magical beasts in the Million Mountain and had a good harvest. Hearing about the good harvest, Su Qingyuan was naturally very happy. Following that, as Su Qingyuan shared today's gains, Su Qingyuan became even happier. Over the years, their combined harvests as sisters had not even reached half of today's. By the way, husband, the task you assigned to me is also complete. Saying this, Su Qingyuan took out the fishing net. Lin Fan took the net and examined it carefully. It was a casting net that, when fully spread, could cover a radius of 100 meters, reaching a top-grade yellow-level quality. As long as the caught fish did not exceed the third tier, they would hardly escape. Of course, one would need the strength to control third-tier spiritual fish. After all, third-tier spiritual fish were not weak compared to Chi-Si realm warriors, and had the advantage in water. Ordinary Chi-Si realm warriors in the water would be no match for them. Qingyuan, you've crafted this very well. This fishing net should bring us great gains. As long as you're satisfied, husband. Su Qingyuan felt very happy to be of help to Lin Fan. Qingyuan, don't stay in the refining room all the time. You should interact more with the other sisters. It will strengthen everyone's bond. Husband, don't worry. I know how to do it, and won't become estranged from the other sisters. Although she spent a lot of time in the refining room, she still made time to chat with everyone. By the way, today is the 15th day for the family banquet. Let's go together. All right, husband. Lin Fan had previously established a rule that there should be a family banquet on the 1st and 15th of every month. Still counting according to the time in the small world, this would help strengthen everyone's relationship. Naturally, this excluded those in seclusion for cultivation. Soon the three arrived at the palace where Lin Fan resided. Behind the palace, a huge garden was built where they held every family banquet. Luo Yiran saw the three people and immediately welcomed them. My husband Qingyuan, you have arrived. I was just about to ask Li Han to call you. It seems we arrived just in time. Lin Fan said with a smile. Yes, my husband, come and sit down. Besides their large table, Lin Fan's 15 children were also having a table nearby under the care of the maidservants. Although these little ones were only a few months old in terms of the small world's time, they could not yet speak, let alone eat the food. However, Lin Fan cherished this atmosphere. My husband, after spending a day in the Million Mountains, did you gain anything? Mu Shiyu asked curiously. Today's harvest was quite good. Then Lin Fan elaborated on the gains of the day. Upon hearing how much Lin Fan had harvested, everyone was at the same time, everyone couldn't help but express their astonishment. No wonder so many martial artists come here to train. I didn't expect the resources in the Million Mountains to be so abundant. More importantly, this is just the tip of the iceberg in the Million Mountains. Indeed, this place is simply a paradise for martial artists, but it is also a grave for most martial artists, primarily because the Million Mountains are too dangerous. Although there are area divisions among the demon beasts, who can say for sure when a high-level demon beast might come out to hunt. If a hapless martial artist happens to encounter such a situation, they will likely become food for the demon beasts. At this point, everyone reminded Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan, my husband Qingyuan, you must be cautious in the Million Mountains. After all, this is a paradise for demon beasts. Don't worry, I am aware. Lin Fan would never joke with his own life. He would not underestimate the dangers in the Million Mountains just because today was smooth sailing. Whatever the women could think of, he had already considered. As soon as he sensed danger, he would immediately take Su Qingyuan back to the small world. With a system and a small world, as long as he develops discreetly, he would surely become a powerful figure in the future. He would never let carelessness cost him his life here. After having dinner and chatting for a while, Lin Fan began his task. There was no choice. Luo Yiran and the others were eager for a second child, and he had to work hard. He didn't know if it was because everyone's strength had improved, making pregnancy more difficult. After so long, not a single one was pregnant. However, Lin Fan was not anxious. He had plenty of time. The next day, Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan appeared in the Million Mountains once again. Subsequently, the two flew deeper into the Million Mountains. Today, their goal was the domain of third-level demon beasts. After traveling 1,000 miles deeper, a massive lake appeared before them. According to the rumors from Tianfeng City, the width of the lake before them exceeded 1,000 miles, with countless islands of various sizes within the lake. The 1,000 mile width was merely a lake. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. In the land of the 100 nations where he resided, he had only heard of a vast shattered star sea with countless other lakes and rivers. Lin Fan found it hard to imagine how vast the ocean in this world would be. He remembered that the widest part of the Pacific Ocean in his past life was less than 4,000 miles. In other words, the size of the lake before him was more than 10 times that of the Pacific Ocean, perhaps even dozens. My husband, look, there is a demon beast drinking water over there. It looks like a weasel-type demon beast with purple fur all over, looking so adorable. As for the specific type of demon beast, Su Qingyuan did not know. There were too many kinds of demon beasts, and she only recognized those that were common. However, such an adorable demon beast made Su Qingyuan want to catch it and raise it. Women are inherently unable to resist such fluffy and cute creatures. Lin Fan also did not recognize what kind of demon beast it was. However, it was not a problem, as Lin Fan had a system. He then summoned the system in his mind. System, please check the information on this demon beast. Soon the information about the demon beast appeared in his mind. Race, purple lightning weasel. Growth potential 6th level. Growth stage juvenile. Strength 2nd level. Racial talent treasure-seeking lightning. Upon reading this information, Lin Fan was astonished. This was actually a cub of a 6th level demon beast. A sixth-level demon beast was equivalent to the Divine Passage realm, a dominant presence in the Million Mountains. How could its cub appear here? Then Lin Fan cautiously looked around, but found nothing unusual. He was genuinely afraid that a sixth-level demon beast might suddenly appear, and he would not have time to return to the small world. Seeing Lin Fan suddenly so vigilant, Su Qingyuan was a bit confused. My husband, what's wrong? Does this demon beast have something particularly alarming? Qingyuan, this demon beast is not just special, it is a cub of a sixth-level purple lightning weasel. I was worried that its parents might be nearby, so I took a look around. Lin Fan did not hide anything and directly revealed the identity of this demon beast. What? It is actually a cub of a sixth-level demon beast. How could it appear here? Should we return to the small world first? At this moment, Su Qingyuan was shocked by the identity of this demon beast, her face also showing a worried expression. Qingyuan, you don't need to worry, its parents should not be here. I just checked the surroundings and heard a lot of sounds of demon beasts hunting. If there were sixth-level demon beasts here with the aura they emit, these weaker demon beasts would not dare to move, let alone hunt. Naturally, the activity area of third-level demon beasts is not solely inhabited by third-level demon beasts. First and second-level demon beasts also exist here, and they are even more numerous than on the outskirts. Otherwise, where would third-level demon beasts find their food? Upon hearing that sixth-level demon beasts were not here, Su Qingyuan also relaxed. My husband, what should we do next? Should we stay away from here? It's fine. I plan to capture this purple lightning weasel and train it. It has a treasure-seeking talent, and I cannot miss this opportunity. Upon hearing that Lin Fan wanted to catch the purple lightning weasel, Su Qingyuan's expression immediately changed. My husband, won't that be too dangerous? After all, this is a cub of a sixth-level demon beast. Su Qingyuan still worried that the parents of the purple lightning weasel might be nearby. Qingyuan, rest assured there won't be any danger. I will first send you into the small world, and then I will catch it as quickly as possible. My husband, you must be careful. Su Qingyuan knew she could not dissuade Lin Fan, so she could only accept it. Staying outside would only impede Lin Fan. After Lin Fan sent Su Qingyuan into the small world, he cautiously checked the surroundings once more. After confirming there were no unexpected events, he quickly appeared beside the purple lightning weasel. Before the purple lightning weasel could react, Lin Fan controlled it. After all, the current strength of the purple lightning weasel was only second level, and it had no power to resist in Lin Fan's hands. In the instant he controlled the purple lightning weasel, Lin Fan brought it back to the small world. Seeing Lin Fan return safely, Su Qingyuan, who had been worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. How is it, my husband? Is there any unexpected situation? I'm not sure yet. Let me sense it first. Lin Fan did not hesitate, and directly sensed the external situation through the small world. After a while, realizing there was no commotion outside, Lin Fan felt relieved. Although what he did today was indeed somewhat risky. If the parents of the purple lightning ferret were truly nearby, then his actions would undoubtedly be very dangerous. Lin Fan was unaware of how powerful a sixth-tier demon beast could be. After all, he had never seen one. If a sixth-tier demon beast appeared before him, he might not even have time to return to the small world. Lin Fan took the risk mainly because he was attracted by the treasure-hunting talent of the purple lightning ferret. Otherwise, a single offspring of a sixth-tier demon beast would not be enough to make him take such a risk. Qingyuan, it seems we were overthinking. This little fellow's parents are not nearby. Hearing that everything was fine, Su Qingyuan also felt relieved. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, the purple lightning ferret in Lin Fan's hand began to protest impatiently. It just couldn't speak. Otherwise, it would definitely let Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan know just how foul its language was. It was already difficult enough to be captured just for a drink of water. Ha, husband, this little guy looks so cute. Su Qingyuan chuckled at the purple lightning ferret's pouting expression. You're the cute one, your whole family is cute. The purple lightning ferret bared its teeth and glared at Su Qingyuan. Lin Fan was also amused by the little guy's expression. Little fellow, you're actually angry. But don't worry, following me is definitely your greatest opportunity. You'll understand later. With that, Lin Fan looked at Su Qingyuan and said, Qingyuan, keep an eye on it for me. I'll go out first. All right, husband, be sure to stay safe. Since they had already arrived at the lake, it didn't matter whether Su Qingyuan. In any case, Lin Fan only planned to catch some fish here today. After confirming that there was no danger outside, Lin Fan turned his gaze to the lake. At that moment, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that after cultivating, I would have the chance to experience the feeling of fishing. Upon sensing movement in a certain area, Lin Fan quickly flew above that region and, finding the right moment, swiftly cast his net. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the massive fishing net was cast over the surface of the lake. Got it, it seems there are quite a few fish. Feeling the commotion in the net, Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. This haul was quite significant. As he felt the fish struggling more intensely, he wasted no time. He quickly pulled up the net and swiftly returned to the small world. Looking at the hundreds of lively fish in the net, Lin Fan had to call for Li Han and the others to come help. After removing the fish from the net, he tossed them directly into the lake of the small world. Fortunately, Lin Fan utilized the power of the master of the small world to suppress the strength of these fish, preventing them from flailing about. After all, these fish were equivalent to second-tier demon beasts. Even out of the water, their combat prowess should not be underestimated. If not suppressed, even with Li Han and the others possessing the strength of the opening Yuan realm, it would take great effort to clear these fish, and it would also take a long time. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of Luo Iran and the others. Husband, so many fish. The largest weighs at least 100 pounds. What kind of fish are these? Although Lin Fan didn't know what kind of fish these were, it didn't matter. He had the system. Species flame-tailed perch. Level 2nd tier. Effect delicious flavor. Long-term consumption can expel toxins from the body, effective only for those below the Qi realm. With this information, Lin Fan suddenly felt confident. He ran, this is the flame-tailed perch. Lin Fan then explained the effects of the flame-tailed perch to them. Wow, I didn't expect these fish to have such great effects. They can actually expel toxins from the body. Martial artists have toxins in their bodies. Those who have been consuming pills for cultivation accumulate quite a bit of toxins. When the toxins reach a certain level, they will affect the progress of cultivation. Therefore, pills cannot be taken continuously. Generally, after consuming a pill, one needs to spend several days expelling the toxins from their body. Of course, perfect pills are the exception. When pills reach perfection, there are no toxins present. The pills Lin Fan concocted were all of perfect quality. After finishing with these fish, Lin Fan once again returned to the outside world. A day passed quickly, and under Lin Fan's methodical approach, today's harvest was also quite impressive. The types he caught included moon spirit, herring, a second-tier spiritual fish that can enhance the cultivation speed of the opening Yuan realm over long-term consumption. Crimson Eye Ray, a second-tier spiritual fish that can assist in breaking through to the opening Yuan realm. Cloud Pattern Cod, a second-tier spiritual fish that can heal injuries. Frost Scale Sturgeon, a third-tier spiritual fish that can enhance the cultivation speed of the Qi realm. Indeed, Lin Fan had caught third-tier spiritual fish. However, there weren't many, only 15. Fortunately, both males and females were present, so they could breed in the small world later. Catching these fish took Lin Fan considerable effort. After all, a net containing more than 10 third-tier spiritual fish unleashed terrifying power together. Fortunately, in the end, Lin Fan triumphed over them, bringing them back to the small world. The other second-tier fish were more numerous, with thousands caught, and the least amount being a few hundred. In addition to these, he also captured a large number of first-tier fish. Lin Fan planned to isolate some of these first-tier spiritual fish for breeding, while the rest were mixed with the second-tier spiritual fish. In other words, these first-tier spiritual fish were essentially Lin Fan's prepared feed for the second-tier spiritual fish. Even the ones previously bought in Wanxiang City were treated the same way. As long as there were breeding fish present, these fish wouldn't face the possibility of extinction. At night, Lin Fan gathered everyone for a fish feast. It must be said that the second-tier spiritual fish, without mentioning effects, had truly great taste. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Come here and die for me. Roar, a reluctant beast roar echoed as a third-tier wind-chasing wolf fell to the ground lifeless. Looking at the already deceased wind-chasing wolf, Lin Fan murmured to himself, "This is the 100th third-tier demon beast I have killed." Since that day of catching spiritual fish, Lin Fan had spent another 2 days fishing and capturing demon beasts. This also enriched the species in the small world considerably. After that, Lin Fan began seeking out third-tier demon beasts for training. Half a month passed just like that, and Lin Fan had killed exactly 100 third-tier demon beasts. This significantly improved Lin Fan's combat experience. Of course, in addition to battling, Lin Fan also harvested a considerable amount of spiritual herbs. He transplanted all of them into the small world. Regardless of whether they were for enhancing strength or highly toxic, Lin Fan did not turn any away. Toxic spiritual herbs could also be used to refine many good things. The purpose of coming out has been achieved. It's time to return. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the gains from this outing. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Fan decided to continue his journey at dawn. Now he had ventured deep into the Million Mountains for 30,000 miles, and traveling at night was not very safe. If a fourth-tier monster were to suddenly appear, it would be troublesome. Subsequently, Lin Fan stored the wind-chasing wolf in his storage space and vanished from the spot. A third-tier monster was worth quite a few spirit stones, so Lin Fan naturally wouldn't waste it. Of course, Lin Fan didn't plan to sell it. Although he was wealthy, he had many people under his care, and this was a perfect opportunity to enhance their strength. During this time, with Lin Fan's generous supply of monster meat, the 10 young women with top-tier yellow-grade talent, including Li Han, had already progressed to the later stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The rest had also advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. Even the 150 maidens who joined later had all now broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. There was no way around it. Lin Fan provided so many resources. Eating third-tier monster meat without restraint. No other force in the 100 nations had such treatment for their subordinates. With such an abundance of resources, if they did not break through, it would truly be a waste of effort. They all broke through, and as for Luo Iran and the others, it went without saying, they had all reached the perfected stage of foundation establishment. As long as Lin Fan was willing, he could help them break through to the Qi Si realm at any time. However, Lin Fan planned to let them consolidate their cultivation for a while and not rush the breakthrough. Not only that, but during this time, they had finally conceived again. This included the newly joined Su Qingyuan and Su Qingwan. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As soon as Lin Fan returned to the small world, the purple lightning weasel leaped into his arms. In the main world, half a month had passed, while in the small world 2.5 months had gone by. After such a long time together, the purple lightning weasel had become very affectionate towards Lin Fan. It was no wonder a Lin Fan had plenty of food and pills here. With such sweet benefits, capturing a small monster cub was hardly difficult. You little female weasel, I will take you out tomorrow. Oh, remember to help me find treasures. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The purple lightning weasel nodded eagerly. Good, let's see your treasure-finding skills tomorrow. Lin Fan didn't plan to fly directly back. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he thought it would be more interesting to take a different route while searching for treasures on the way back. Lin Fan had confirmed that the purple lightning weasel's parents were no longer around, otherwise he wouldn't dare to let the purple lightning weasel out here. Every time Lin Fan asked about its parents, the purple lightning weasel's expression was filled with sorrow, which was enough to indicate that its parents were indeed gone. Since its parents were no longer around, Lin Fan no longer needed to worry about a 6th-tier monster coming after him. As a cub of a 6th-tier monster, the purple lightning weasel was highly intelligent, equivalent to the intellect of a 6-year-old child, though it couldn't speak yet. Once its strength reached the 5th tier, it would be able to speak. To transform, a monster had to reach the 9th tier, which was equivalent to a martial artist's saint realm. After spending 2.5 days in the small world, dawn broke in the main world. After greeting everyone, Lin Fan appeared amidst the million mountains with the purple lightning weasel. Little one, I am about to start my journey. If you find anything good, remember to let me know. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Oh, I forgot you can't chirp, just make your usual sound. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, the purple lightning weasel protested to Lin Fan. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's set off. With that, Lin Fan took to the skies with the purple lightning weasel. However, he didn't fly too high and kept a moderate speed. Otherwise, if something good appeared, the purple lightning weasel wouldn't be able to sense it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just 15 minutes into flying, the purple lightning weasel transmitted a message. So soon you found something? Ew, I want to see how your treasure-finding ability is. Following the guidance of the purple lightning weasel, Lin Fan arrived next to a spirit fruit tree. Roar! Before Lin Fan could get close, a roar echoed. Soon a beast resembling a leopard appeared before it. Looked at Lin Fan warily. Clearly it could sense that Lin Fan was not to be trifled with. However, this spirit fruit tree belonged to it, and it would not allow this human to take it away. Lin Fan had the system probe the beast, and its information appeared in his mind. Species: ripping wind leopard. Potential 3rd tier. Strength 3rd tier. Too ordinary, not worth cultivating. Lin Fan abandoned the idea of capturing it. To seize the spirit fruit tree, he would have to eliminate it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As if sensing Lin Fan's thoughts, the purple lightning weasel looked provocatively at the ripping wind leopard. Although it was only 2nd tier, as a cub of a 6th tier monster, it did not fear the ripping wind leopard. Moreover, with Lin Fan by its side, it had nothing to fear. Roar! The ripping wind leopard roared again, attempting to scare Lin Fan away. What kind of person was Lin Fan, and how could he possibly be scared away? Thunderfinger. Lin Fan took the initiative, as it should be the monster that was the first to act. He directly struck the ripping wind leopard with a thunderfinger. Instantly, a powerful finger force flew toward the ripping wind leopard. Although the ripping wind leopard was on guard, it was still injured in an instant. Roar! In pain, the ripping wind leopard howled and began to retaliate against Lin Fan. The ripping wind leopard was a speed-type monster, and in the blink of an eye it appeared beside Lin Fan. It then swiped a claw at Lin Fan. Such attack speed would only leave afterimages in the eyes of most people, but in Lin Fan's eyes it was different. He could easily catch its trajectory. Lin Fan countered with a wave-piling palm. Bang! The two attacks collided, and the ripping wind leopard was instantly sent flying over 1,000 meters, crashing into a cluster of towering trees. Lin Fan did not hesitate. He directly pressed the attack. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared beside the ripping wind leopard and delivered another palm strike. Roar! The ripping wind leopard let out its final howl. With a loud boom, the ripping wind leopard completely lost its breath. With Lin Fan's current strength, a 3rd-tier monster could not last long before him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing the ripping wind leopard dead, the purple lightning weasel cheered excitedly. Little one, let's go see how the treasure you found is. With that, Lin Fan stored the corpse of the ripping wind leopard and quickly appeared next to the spirit fruit tree. This spirit fruit tree was quite large, estimated to be over 6 meters high, with more than 100 purple fruits the size of cantaloupes hanging from it. They resembled peaches. Variety, Purple Essence Peach. Grade Mystic, Grade Premium. Effect can restore essence energy for warriors at the God Platform realm in a short time and be used for brewing wine. Little one, you did great. I didn't expect it to be a Mystic Grade Premium Spirit Fruit. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Purple Lightning Weasel was very happy with Lin Fan's praise. Next, Lin Fan transplanted the Purple Essence Peach into the small world. Currently, these Purple Essence Peaches have yet to ripen, otherwise the Riftwind Leopard would likely struggle to guard them. When the Purple Essence Peaches ripen, the fragrance they emit will attract many nearby beasts vying for them. As a top-grade spiritual fruit of the Xian level, it holds great allure even for 6th-tier beasts. If the Riftwind Leopard can defend them and then consume these spiritual fruits, it has a significant chance of breaking through its racial limits and becoming a 4th-tier beast. Little one, let us continue, I hope, for even greater gains ahead. With that, Lin Fan picked up the lightning mink and set off once more. Thus, after a month passed by, Lin Fan finally left the Million Great Mountains and returned to Tianfeng City. The harvest from this month had been quite impressive. With the help of the lightning mink, he found quite a few top-grade spiritual herbs of the Xian level, including Soul, Gathering Grass, 7-Star, Grass Dragon Blood Vine, Xian Ice Lotus Moon Soul Flower, Crimson Bone Mushroom, and Dew Gathering Vine. He also discovered a Crimson Sun Fruit Tree, which also reached top grade of the Xian level. This was thanks to the lightning mink, otherwise Lin Fan would not have found these spiritual herbs so easily. Apart from these, he also found numerous other lower-tier herbs. This journey through the Million Great Mountains could be deemed highly fruitful. For the captured beasts, Lin Fan utilized 200 square kilometers of land in the small world. He also transplanted a large expanse of trees into this area. These were no ordinary trees, the lowest quality was of the yellow level's mid-tier. As for the beasts, Lin Fan suppressed their powers, limiting them to the strength of 1st-tier beasts. Otherwise, if a 2nd-tier beast were to go berserk one day, it could cause significant losses. By keeping their power in check at the 1st tier, their destructive capability would not be as great. As for the remaining 100 square kilometers, Lin Fan had already constructed many houses there. Of course, not every inch of the 100 square kilometers was built upon. The houses already built could accommodate 1-0 people. They were small courtyards, each covering 200 square meters with 4 rooms that could house 4 individuals. Before arriving at the Million Great Mountains, Lin Fan had arranged for many people to go out and gather qualified children. He certainly wanted to use the resources at hand to build the houses first. As for the materials used for construction, Lin Fan encountered a large area of top-grade yellow-level fir wood on his way back. The hardness of these fir woods surpassed that of steel from his past life, with diameters exceeding 2 meters. Fortunately, Lin Fan was omnipotent in the small world, so it did not hinder his house construction. This fir wood was discovered 300 miles away in the Million Great Mountains. Many martial artists who encountered it could only watch helplessly as they couldn't transport it back. Their storage bags were only so big and would be full after carrying just one tree. Carrying them back one by one was not cost-effective, as this place was too far from Tianfeng City. They would be better off hunting beasts instead. Although those dynasties had large flying boats, they required a substantial amount of yuan stones to operate, which also wasn't cost-effective. Flying boats were typically used for warfare between nations, not for such trivial matters. Since others could only watch these spiritual woods helplessly, it naturally benefited Lin Fan. Not only that, but every time he encountered beautiful plants, they became part of the greenery on the island in his small world. And all were of top-grade yellow level or above. Lin Fan had long since lost interest in anything lower. Now the island in his small world had been transformed into a paradise. Flowers, grasses, trees, melons, fruits, and vegetables were all present. The planting area for spiritual herbs had also reached 2,000 acres. Looking at the changes in the small world, Lin Fan could only exclaim this journey was worth it. After being busy for so long, Lin Fan planned to stay in Tianfeng City for a few more days before preparing to return to Wanxiang City. Having been out for nearly 2 months, although the maid he sent out for tasks hadn't contacted him, yet she must have had some results by now. Husband, would you like to visit the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Tianfeng City? Su Qingwan suggested to Lin Fan. That sounds good. I wonder what you know about the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Tianfeng City. Since we are here, it would be nice to find a time to visit the 100 Flowers Pavilion. If I find something suitable, I must take it. I don't know much about it, only that the owner possesses strength at the Purple Mansion level. As a woman and a loose cultivator, Su Qingwan naturally did not pay much attention to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Lin Fan was not surprised to learn that the owner possessed Purple Mansion level strength. After all 5 major forces here have existences at the Purple Mansion level, so it was only natural that the 100 Flowers Pavilion would arrange for a Purple Mansion master to oversee it. It was likely that their strength had reached the perfection of the Purple Mansion, otherwise they couldn't maintain control over these forces. With nothing to do next, Lin Fan began preparing the tools for brewing wine. Yes, Lin Fan was preparing to brew wine. When he took Su Qingwan as a concubine, Lin Fan received 500 Xian grade yuan stones and the inheritance of a top-grade Xian-level winemaker. As for Su Qingyuan, Lin Fan obtained 500 Xian-grade yuan stones and the inheritance of a top-grade Xian-level alchemist. After Lin Fan received these two inheritances, he was now not only a top-grade Xian-level alchemist, but also a top-grade Xian-level winemaker. With so much crescent moon rice, brewing it into spiritual wine would be even more profitable. A pound of top-grade yellow-level crescent moon rice sells for 1 yuan stone. However, a pound of top-grade yellow-level spiritual wine can fetch over 100 yuan stones, with some even worth several hundred yuan stones, and there is still a supply shortage. 1 pound of crescent moon rice can produce about 1.5 pounds of top-grade spiritual wine. Of course, this would require adding some spiritual herbs. However, Lin Fan calculated the cost, and a pound of spiritual wine would only cost about 2 yuan stones. That's a profit margin of 50 times, which rivals alchemy. Moreover, the effects of spiritual wine of the same level are not inferior to those of medicinal pills. Besides, spiritual wine does not have the toxicity associated with pills. However, one would need to consume a lot of spiritual wine to achieve effects similar to those of medicinal pills, so medicinal pills still have their advantages. In the end, Lin Fan spent 2 days, and with Su Qingluan's assistance, successfully crafted a set of winemaking tools. Next, Lin Fan prepared all the materials for brewing and began his first brew. Thus, for several days in the small world, the scent of steamed crescent moon rice lingered in the air. The maids were all helping out in the process. Finally finished. Now we just wait for fermentation. For this round of winemaking, Lin Fan used 1.0 pounds of crescent moon rice. He brewed 5 varieties, all top-grade yellow level. Lin Fan also gave them 5 names: Moonlight Brew, Xian Frost Liquid, Qingming Drunk, Heartburn Dew, and Starry Brew. The effects of these 5 wines are similar, capable of enhancing cultivation speed, though they differ slightly in taste. There are varieties with lower alcohol content, as well as those with higher. As for how they taste, we will have to wait until they are brewed. Although this is Lin Fan's first time brewing wine, he is not worried about it failing. Because not only is he a top-grade Xian-level winemaker, but he is also the master of the small world. Compared to other winemakers, Lin Fan has a significant advantage. Within the small world, he can precisely control the fermentation temperature, allowing it to reach the most perfect state. As for higher-grade Xian-level spiritual wine, it will have to wait. Currently, the Xian-level spiritual fruits in the small world have yet to ripen. Thus, brewing Xian-level spiritual wine will require some more time. Lin Fan had been busy brewing wine these days. Su Qingluan was equally occupied in crafting the vessels for storing the wine. These vessels were transparent, akin to glass bottles from his past life. Although the grade had not yet reached the yellow level, they were significantly sturdier than the glass bottles from his previous life. They wouldn't break even if dropped, unless a martial artist forcefully threw them. There were large jars for storing spiritual wine capable of holding up to 1,000 jeans. There were also 1 jean bottles, as well as 5 jean and tinjin jars, making future sales convenient. With many people assisting, the crafting process was quite swift. Several maids interested in refining tools were learning under Su Qingluan. Similarly, many interested in alchemy were learning from Su Qingyuan. Even Luo Yiran and others had several who were keen on alchemy. They had been staying in the small world and wanted to find something to do. Lin Fan fully supported this. As for pregnancy concerns, there was no need to worry. Everyone was a martial artist. As long as it wasn't a life-and-death battle, there was no need to worry about issues arising with the fetus. The day after finishing the brewing, Lin Fan left the small world and arrived at the Baiwa building in Tianfeng City. In the early stages, to quickly enhance his strength, he needed to take more concubines. The Baiwa building here was much more grand than that in Wanxiang City, standing 5 stories tall. Its area was more than 10 times that of Wanxiang City. This filled Lin Fan with anticipation. At the same time, the strength he displayed was at the early stage of the Qi realm. Lin Fan knew the rules of the Baiwa building. Any girl with qualifications above the Xian level had the right to choose for herself. If he showed too low a level of strength, few would be willing to follow him. They were not foolish. If they could not have a better life after marrying out than at the Baiwa building, they might as well stay there. If they performed well, they could even become the manager of a branch. Of course, competition for the position of manager was fierce. Even in a small city, many competed for it. As Lin Fan entered the Baiwa building, a matchmaker approached him. "Young master, welcome to the Baiwa building. I am the matchmaker Xuanning. If you need anything, please let me know." As Xuanning spoke, she also scrutinized Lin Fan. Although his strength was only at the early stage of the Qi realm, she felt that this young man was extraordinary. Though she couldn't explain why she felt this way, she trusted her intuition. At that moment, with the help of the system, Xuanning's information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name: Xuanning. Age: 61. Qualification: upper grade Xian level. Strength: mid-stage, Qi realm. Affiliation: Baiwa building. Favorability: 30. First meeting. Lin Fan was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected that a matchmaker from the Baiwa building would possess strength at the mid-stage of the Qi realm. It was known that there were many matchmakers here, so it was likely that other matchmakers had similar strength, and at only 61 years old, there was still much room for improvement. At 61, one might seem old, but in the face of a lifespan of 500 years in the Qi realm, 61 was still quite young. Xuanning's appearance also maintained a youthful look, around 20 years old. Xuanning, please introduce me to the girls here. I want to know about their cultivation qualifications. Of course, young man. Xuanning had just felt as though Lin Fan could see through her, which surprised her greatly. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Young master, the qualifications of our girls are at least of the top quality in the yellow level. At most they are of the top quality in the Xian level, but there are not many, only 3 have Xian level top qualifications, while others have varying levels. The prices range from low to high: 100 yellow quality spirit stones, 200 Xian quality spirit stones, 500 Xian quality spirit stones, 1000 Xian quality spirit stones, and 2000 Xian quality spirit stones. Their strengths are body refinement realm, bone forging stage, early stage, Kaiyuan realm, mid stage, Kaiyuan realm, late stage, Kaiyuan realm, and perfect Kaiyuan realm. The higher the qualification, the stronger their strength. Of course, for girls with qualifications above the Xian level, young master will need to win them over. We won't impose any requirements on them. It must be said that the price for Xian level qualifications was indeed high. A top quality Xian level qualification required 2000 Xian quality spirit stones, which was equivalent to 2,000 yellow quality spirit stones. Of course, if Lin Fan exchanged 2000 Xian quality spirit stones for yellow quality spirit stones, he could probably offer 4,000 yellow quality spirit stones and still find someone willing to exchange. However, it was fine. Lin Fan was not at a loss. By taking a concubine with a top quality Xian level qualification, he could gain 1000 Xian quality spirit stones and a top quality Xian level resource or inheritance. At that time, if he had another child, even if it were just a top quality Xian level qualification, he could recoup his costs in spirit stones and gain 2 additional top quality Xian level resources or inheritances. Xuanning, I want to see the 3 girls with top quality Xian level qualifications first. Alright, young master, please wait a moment while I arrange that. After a while, Xuanning returned. Young master, please follow me. You will need to meet each of them one by one. Lin Fan nodded and directly followed Xuanning upstairs. Soon they arrived at the door of a room. Young master, it's your turn now. I will wait outside for you. After you come out, I will take you to meet the next one. Lin Fan nodded and knocked on the door. Bang! 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 Please come in. With a creak, Lin Fan pushed the door open and quickly shut it behind him. At that moment, a girl in a red robe was sitting by the tea table in the room. As for her appearance, there was no need for concern. The Baiwa building absolutely had no one of mediocre looks. All were stunningly beautiful. Upon seeing Lin Fan, this girl quickly stood up. She then greeted Lin Fan with a smile, saying, "Young master, please sit." "You're too kind, young lady," Lin Fan replied as he sat down opposite her. At that moment, the system also transmitted the girl's information into his mind. Name: Zhang Wanqing. Age: 30. Qualification: top quality Xian level. Realm: perfect Kaiyuan realm. Favorability: 35. A perfect Kaiyuan realm at 30 years old was indeed impressive. One could only say that the Baiwa building invests in those with good qualifications. Cultivating someone to the perfect Kaiyuan realm at 30 years old requires cultivation resources worth several tens of thousands of yellow quality spirit stones. After Lin Fan sat down, Zhang Wanqing poured him a cup of tea. "Young master, please have some tea." "Thank you." Lin Fan accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude. "Young master, my name is Zhang Wanqing. May I ask how to address you?" After Zhang Wanqing finished speaking, her large eyes kept sizing up Lin Fan. "I am Lin Fan, Lin from the Dual Woods, the Fan in ordinary." Lin Fan was not bothered by Zhang Wanqing's scrutiny. He was equally observing her. At this moment, they were essentially on a blind date, so they naturally needed to observe each other seriously. After a while, Zhang Wanqing spoke up. "Young master Lin, did you come here to find me, or is there something else?" "Indeed, I came to find you. I have just established a family and need a bloodline heir. Moreover, my target this time is not just one person." Lin Fan was straightforward. If it worked out, he would take her away, and if it didn't, he wouldn't lose anything. Hearing that Lin Fan had established a family, Zhang Wanqing was quite surprised. She thought Lin Fan was just a rich young master, but it turned out he was a family head. Just this identity made her somewhat tempted. Being able to establish a family meant he was more capable than the young masters of the forces in Tianfeng City. In terms of status, being a concubine of the family head was far superior to that of those young masters. Moreover, Lin Fan was the founder of the family, which meant he held the highest position within it. Even if she was merely a concubine within the family, only Lin Fan and his legitimate wife would hold a higher status than her. With her status suitable, the next concern would be about cultivation resources. "Young master Lin, if I follow you, will you continuously provide me with cultivation resources?" Zhang Wanqing directly asked her most worrying question. "This Miss Jiang can rest assured. I will not be stingy with my woman. I will continuously provide cultivation resources." For Lin Fan, what he lacked the least at the moment was cultivation resources. Good, then I am willing to follow young Master Lin. Lin Fan looked at her in surprise. Miss Zhang, you decided so quickly without asking any other questions. There's nothing much to ask. Not to mention that young Master Lin is already at the Qi realm and is also the head of a family. Following you is an upgrade for me. Furthermore, since young Master Lin has promised to continuously provide cultivation resources, what more could I be dissatisfied with? At this point, Zhang Wanqing paused for a moment, then teasingly said, or is it that young Master Lin doesn't take a liking to me? That's not the case. I simply didn't expect it to be this easy. It caught me off guard. Since Miss Zhang has agreed, I will take you away shortly. This was the purpose of his coming here, as since she agreed, there was no need for him to hesitate. Alright, I will wait for you here, but you must spend a bit. To be honest, 2,000 Xiangrade Spirit Stones was a hefty sum for Zhang Wanqing. Just thinking about how many Spirit Stones Lin Fan would need to redeem her made her feel a bit pained. Miss Zhang, there's no need to worry about spending, it's worth it to me. Just wait for me here, as I still need to check on other people. Alright, young master, you go ahead. After watching Lin Fan leave, Zhang Wanqing was filled with anticipation for the future. In fact, Zhang Wanqing was betting on Lin Fan's future. Even if she lost the bet, it wouldn't matter. After all, she wouldn't be at a loss following Lin Fan. It was rare to encounter someone with such potential, so how could she let it slip by? If she rejected Lin Fan, whether she stayed at the Baihua Tower or married into another force as a concubine, her future achievements would likely be limited to the Qi realm. As for reaching the Zifu realm, she might as well not think about it. There were only a few such powerful figures in Tian. To break through to the Zifu realm, mere talent wasn't enough. It required abundant cultivation resources and high-quality cultivation arts. By following Lin Fan, she would also be able to break through to the Qi realm. Although the treatment might seem similar, the difference was still significant. Joining a newly established family like Lin Fan's meant that even as a concubine, her status would be relatively high within the family. In the entire family, only Lin Fan, his legitimate wife, and the legitimate children would have a higher status than her. In such a family life, she wouldn't have to live in fear or worry about offending someone she couldn't afford to offend. However, the big forces were different. While they appeared to have more cultivation resources, they were indeed wealthier than a newly established family like Lin Fan's. But no matter how many resources there were, they wouldn't be allocated to a mere concubine of a young master. Therefore, the cultivation resources she would obtain might not even be as plentiful as those from Lin Fan. Moreover, the relationships in large forces were intricate and complex with numerous factions, as she could easily fall victim to intrigue. Compared to that, following Lin Fan was the most suitable choice. Next, under Xue Ning's guidance, Lin Fan met with two other individuals. They were Lu Zhixia and Shen Ruotang. Both were 30 years old, just like Zhang Wanqing, and were at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. In the end, their choice was the same as Zhang Wanqing's. They were all willing to follow Lin Fan. In fact, as long as one wasn't foolish, it was clear what the right choice was. They certainly wouldn't miss out on someone with Lin Fan's potential. After selecting the three individuals, Lin Fan felt a bit of a headache. He currently had only 11697 Xiangrade Spirit Stones, and the three of them combined required 600, leaving him with 5697. With this amount of Spirit Stones, if he were to select those with high Xiangrade qualifications, he could only choose 5, which left Lin Fan feeling somewhat conflicted. The Xiangrade Spirit Stones are too few. Although I have 700 Earthgrade Spirit Stones, it's not suitable to take them out now. Well, I'll select 25 with low Xiangrade qualifications and 100 with top Yellow-grade qualifications. In the end, Lin Fan spent 1100 Xiangrade Spirit Stones and 100 Yellow-grade Spirit Stones. He took away 3 with top Xiangrade qualifications, 25 with low Xiangrade qualifications, and 200 with top Yellow-grade qualifications. It was indeed 200. The extra 100 were gifted by the Baihua Tower. For a big client like Lin Fan, Baihua Tower naturally wanted to build a closer relationship. 100 Yellow-grade Spirit Stones were pitifully few compared to 110 Xiangrade Spirit Stones. Once he returned to the previous residence of Su Qingwan, and her sister Lin Fan brought them into the small world. Upon entering the small world, Zhang Wanqing and the others' expressions were strikingly similar to those of Luo Yiran and her group. Lin Fan smiled, and then handed the matter over to Luo Yiran and the others to handle. He also let them get to know each other. He himself returned to the main world, preparing to go back to Wanxiang City. Without breaking through to the Zifu realm, Lin Fan didn't plan to venture into the Million Great Mountains again. After 5 hours, Lin Fan crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and returned to Wanxiang City. It was already dark, but there were still crowds coming and going outside the city gate. Nightfall had little impact on martial artists. After being away for more than 2 months, I finally returned. After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan walked towards the city gate. Lin Fan could have flown directly home. With his strength, even if he flew back, no one would notice. But he still decided to walk back. There was no rush. Alas, have you heard? The Mu family in Chongning City has been destroyed by the joint forces of the other 3 great families and the Huoyun sect. Is that true? What is the situation? The head of the Mu family was a mid-stage Chi Si realm expert. How could they be annihilated so easily? What exactly happened? Why did these four major powers unite to eliminate the Mu family? It is said that the young lord of the Huiyuan sect took a fancy to the Mu family's head's beautiful daughter. After being rejected when he came to propose, he became enraged and teamed up with the three families to wipe them out. That young lord of the Huiyuan sect is truly despicable. Who can argue? It is said that he is not a good person. All the women who married him ended up tragically. Is that young lord of the Huiyuan sect so ruthless? Could he be an evil cultivator? Who knows? It's just pitiful for the Mu family with their population of 1,000 nearly wiped out. Upon entering the city, Lin Fan heard the townsfolk discussing the annihilation of the Mu family. This incident happened almost 10 months ago, and it only just reached here. However, considering the distance from here to Chongning City is tens of thousands of miles, and with Wanxiang City being remote, there aren't many outsiders. It indeed takes time for news to travel here. Even if the major families in Wanxiang City knew about this matter in advance, they wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. The three major families in Chongning City and the Huiyuan sect are not something they can provoke. Let you live a little longer. Once Shishua and Shiyu's child is born, it will be your end. Naturally, he must avenge his woman. Now he has the strength to seek revenge. Ignoring the discussions, Lin Fan quickly returned to his home in Wanxiang City. The family head is back. A few maidservants rushed to greet Lin Fan upon seeing him return. We greet the family head. Lin Fan had left 5 maidservants at home to look after the place before he left. Now that they saw Lin Fan return, they were naturally very excited. They had missed being in the small world for so long, especially the sisters inside whose strengths had likely surpassed them greatly. However, they had no complaints as everything they had was given by Lin Fan. As long as it was a task given by Lin Fan, they would not hesitate. Thank you for your hard work. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the 5 of them quickly shook their heads. Please don't say that, family head. It is our duty. Moreover, we are just looking after the house. It's nothing hard. The one who works hardest is still you, family head. They respected Lin Fan from the bottom of their hearts. He was their spiritual pillar. Seeing them flattering him, Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. All right, stop the flattery. Now come with me to the small world, and you can focus on your cultivation from now on. Others have already broken through to the Kaiyuan realm, so you all need to work hard. But rest assured, I will provide you with ample resources for cultivation to help you break through to the Kaiyuan realm in a short time. Family head, rest assured. We will definitely work hard in our cultivation and will not disappoint you. Lin Fan nodded, then took the 5 of them back to the small world. During Lin Fan's journey back, nearly 2.5 days had passed in the small world. After such a long time, Jiang Wanxing and the others had nearly understood the small world. At this moment, deep in their hearts, they were immensely grateful for their previous choice. They had only thought that Lin Fan was a potential stock worthy of their lifelong trust. Now, after understanding Lin Fan's true depth, they realized he was more than just a potential stock. In their hearts, Lin Fan was a reincarnated emperor. To become a concubine of such an existence might be a chance they earned from their past lives. Now all their favorability has reached the standard, and they have all been branded by the family divine tree. At this time, upon seeing Lin Fan appear in the small world, they hurriedly came to pay their respects. We greet the family head. All right, we are all family, no need to be so formal. Yes, family head. Is everyone getting along well inside? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course we are getting along well. This place is simply a paradise. With such a wonderful place, how could they not be accustomed to living here? They wish they could stay here forever. As long as you are accustomed, this is the true ancestral land of our Lin family. Oh, everyone will live here from now on. Of course, if you want to go out and see, just tell me. Once the ancestral land in the outside world is built, you can also choose to live outside. Yes, family head, we understand. As for living outside, they had no interest. With such a good cultivation environment, who would want to live outside? Taking some time to stroll outside wouldn't be a problem. All right, everyone can disperse. I have some matters to attend to. Yes, family head. In the end, only Jiang Wanxing, Lu Zhixia, and Shen Ruotang remained. Lin Fan looked at the 3 still present and was somewhat puzzled. Do you 3 have any matters? The 3 exchanged glances, then Jiang Wanxing spoke up. Family head, do you need someone to share your bed tonight? If you are ready, then of course there is no problem. Lin Fan would never refuse such a good thing. Seeing Lin Fan agree, the 3 of them smiled. Family head, we are ready. The 3 were not foolish, as such matters should naturally be addressed early. Although there is no distinction between big and small in Lin Fan's place, those who are ahead certainly have advantages. Since you are ready, then it is settled. Lin Fan didn't care what they thought, that didn't affect him anyway. By the way, from now on, remember to call me husband. Yes, husband. Let's go, I will show you the spirit wine I brewed, and you can taste how it is. The spirit wine had been fermenting in the small world for many days, and it was time to separate the wine from the drink. Upon hearing that they could drink spirit wine, the 3's eyes lit up, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. They quickly followed Lin Fan. Regarding Lin Fan brewing spirit wine, the three had already heard from Luo Iran and the others. They never expected that they would be the first to taste the spirit wine. Before long, the three arrived at the place where the spirit wine was fermenting. At that moment, the entire space was filled with a fragrant aroma intoxicating anyone who inhaled it. Husband, this smells so good. Indeed, it is very fragrant. Let's see how it tastes. Saying this, Lin Fan opened the lid of a wine vat. As the lid of the wine vat was opened, the fragrance became even more intense. Next, Lin Fan took out a wine pitcher and poured out some wine. Then he poured it into a white jade cup. The jade green liquid shimmered with spiritual energy, wafting around it, looking particularly appetizing. Would you like to give it a try? Lin Fan asked the three. Although they were very tempted to taste the enticing spirit brew, they ultimately shook their heads. Husband, why don't you try it first? This was their husband's first spirit brew, and it was only right that he tasted it first. If others found out, it would not bode well for them. Lin Fan nodded, not wanting to pressure them. He raised the jade cup and took a sip, instantly captivated by the flavor. The drink was icy upon entry, akin to dew condensed from moonlight, followed by a warm flow spreading throughout his body, making him feel particularly refreshed. What a fine wine! Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim. This was the best wine he had ever tasted. Having just been brewed, if it was stored for a while, the flavor would surely improve. Come, you should all try it too. Sure, husband. The three were now eagerly anticipating. After a sip, they were all conquered by the taste of the wine. Even their cultivation levels seemed to have subtly improved. If they drank a cup daily, it wouldn't be long before they could break through to the Qi realm. Husband, this wine is so delicious. What is it called? I named this wine Moonlight Brew. Moonlight Brew, what a lovely name. This wine matches it perfectly. By the way, husband, will you be separating this wine next? Yes. Then husband, you get busy first, and we'll go prepare. Alright. By the way, here are 3 yellow-grade supreme breaking mirror pills, which can help you break through to the Qi realm. You should go and make your breakthroughs. Husband, is this really for us? At this moment, the 3 of them spoke with trembling voices. They had just received supreme breaking mirror pills this way. It felt like a dream. Previously, upon hearing of the supreme breaking mirror pills, they could only envy others, never daring to hope for such pills due to their scarcity. The Baobao Pavilion in Tianfeng City only releases 2 yellow-grade supreme breaking mirror pills for sale each year. Although they only sell for 5,000 yellow-grade spirit stones, they never increase the price. This price posed no pressure for most martial artists of the opening Yuan realm. How could such scarce pills be purchased by ordinary factions? Every year, these 2 pills would fall into the hands of a few major factions. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't even have the opportunity to see the supreme breaking mirror pills. They only heard the name, but never saw the form. Outside, they were already being sold for 1,000 yellow-grade spirit stones, each with some even willing to pay 2,000. However, these major factions did not lack such spirit stones, and naturally would not sell them. 1 pill represented the birth of a Qi realm expert, and although success was not guaranteed, the failure rate was quite low. For the Purple Mansion realm factions, this was something that enhanced the family's heritage. How could they possibly sell it? Only the Baobao Pavilion had the strength to sell such items in the 100 Nations land. Seeing that they were reluctant to accept, Lin Fan waved his hand. Alright, haven't they told you that I can refine pills? It's just 3 yellow-grade pills, you don't need to take it too seriously. It's nothing to me. If it weren't for the fact that the Xian-grade spiritual herbs haven't matured, yet I could even refine Xian-grade pills. Now that you are my women, and seeing that you have stayed at the opening Yuan realm for a long time, I naturally want to lend you a helping hand. Actually, Lin Fan had one more thing to say. The stronger their strength, the more benefits he would gain during their duel. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to break through to the full Qi realm. Husband. At this moment, the 3 of them with red eyes filled with emotion didn't know what to say. Alright, you all hurry and take the pills to cultivate. Once I finish things here, I want to hear the good news of your breakthroughs. Don't worry, husband. We will definitely not disappoint you. Saying this, the 3 of them solemnly accepted the pills from Lin Fan's hands. After they left, Lin Fan began to process the spirit wine. Lin Fan tasted each of the 5 styles, and they all had excellent flavors. Perhaps due to being brewed with spiritual liquid, the effects were significantly better than those mentioned in the inheritance. At the same time, each of these 5 spirit wines had a yield of 20,000 gene. As for the separated wine dregs, Lin Fan planned to use them for distillation. What would be distilled would be high-grade spirit wine. He intended to do it, and he had already crafted the distillation equipment beforehand. Next, Lin Fan mixed the separated wine dregs with the husks of crescent rice evenly. He then began to steam it. Once the temperature rose, the wine began to flow out. Lin Fan's boiler was large, and after just 5 times, all the wine dregs were completely distilled. Ultimately, Lin Fan obtained 2,000 gene of distilled spirit wine. He tasted it. The alcohol content was high, but it was cool and refreshing in the mouth, without any burning sensation. However, the after effects of this spirit wine were substantial. Even a gene of it could render a Qi realm expert unconscious for several days. As for its efficacy, it aided in accelerating a martial artist's cultivation speed. A Chi Si realm expert drinking a small cup before cultivation could invigorate their mind and quickly enter a state of cultivation. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the cultivation was 1.5 times that of before. It could last for about an hour. If it was someone at the opening Yuan realm, they could only take a small sip, but their cultivation speed would reach twice that of before. If this effect were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause martial artists to scramble for it. As for those in the body refinement realm, it was not suitable for them. Even a little would render them drunk. In the end, Lin Fan named it a mortal's delight. Now that I've finished my tasks, it's time to go check on Wan Xing and the others. Several hours have passed. They must have successfully broken through by now. Saying this, Lin Fan stored all the wine in the wine cellar he had crafted earlier. The longer these spirit wines were stored, the better their taste would be in the future. After finishing these tasks, Lin Fan took some moonlight brew, placed it in his storage space, and then headed to Jiang Wanxing's residence. As the ruler of this small world, Lin Fan was naturally aware of where the three resided. Husband, you're here. Jiang Wanxing smiled happily upon seeing Lin Fan. Indeed, I've already broken through to the Chi Si realm. Jiang Wanxing had just recently broken through, and her aura was still somewhat unstable, which Lin Fan noticed immediately. This is all thanks to the pills you gave me, husband. If I had relied on my own cultivation, it would have taken me several more years. By the way, husband, I just made a few dishes. Would you like to taste my cooking? Oh, really? Since you made it yourself, I must give it a try. Seeing Lin Fan agree right away, Jiang Wanxing was naturally very pleased. Husband, let's go eat. Saying this, Jiang Wanxing took Lin Fan's hand and walked toward her room. After arriving at Jiang Wanxing's room, Lin Fan saw that the dining table was already set with 5 dishes and a soup. At this moment, the dishes were still steaming, clearly freshly made. The dishes on the table were quite abundant, featuring spirit fish, beast meat, and vegetables, all looking very appetizing. After the two sat down, Lin Fan took out a jug of spirit brew. Wanxing, I brought moonlight brew. Shall we have a drink together? Sure, we should definitely have some wine tonight. Saying this, Jiang Wanxing poured a glass for each of them. Husband, let's drink a cup of wedding wine. After saying this, Jiang Wanxing looked at Lin Fan with an expression full of anticipation. Once they drank the wedding wine, they would truly be a family. All right. How could Lin Fan possibly refuse such a thing? Seeing that Lin Fan did not decline, Jiang Wanxing's smile grew even brighter. Then the two of them drank from their cups. Although there was no ladle, using cups was just as good, after all, it was merely a ritual. After a few more cups, a slight blush appeared on Jiang Wanxing's face, making her look even more enchanting. Although the alcohol was not very strong, it was still not advisable to drink too much. Husband, we should rest now. At this moment, Jiang Wanxing's eyes were alluringly hazy. All right. Lin Fan picked up Jiang Wanxing and walked toward the bed. Husband, please be gentle. Wanxing, there's no need to be nervous, but just leave the rest to me. An hour later, the two concluded their husband, I need to rest now. You've been here for so long, you should go find Ji Xia and the others. Then you rest well. I will take my leave now. Lin Fan tidied up a bit, and then kissed Jiang Wanxing on the forehead before leaving the room. Soon after, Lin Fan arrived at Lu Jixia's residence. Here, Lin Fan also accompanied Lu Jixia in drinking a few cups. After another hour of cultivation urged by Lu Jixia, he headed to Shun Ruotang's place. After finishing his third round of cultivation, Lin Fan finally checked his gains for the day. The 3 concubines had earned him 3,000 mysterious grade spirit stones. Additionally, he received a chance to enhance his mysterious grade talent, a legacy of a mysterious grade alchemist, and a plot of mysterious grade purple crystal rice seeds. Upon seeing the first 2 rewards, Lin Fan already had a plan in mind. The opportunity to enhance mysterious grade talent was of little use to Luo, Ran, and the others. After all, with him around, their talents would eventually improve. Therefore, Lin Fan decided to give this reward to Li Han. As the family's chief steward, her yellow grade upper talent was somewhat lacking, making this the most suitable for her. As for the legacy of the mysterious grade alchemist, Lin Fan planned to give it to Su Qingyuan. He was now a mysterious grade upper alchemist, and using this legacy would be somewhat wasteful. Giving it to Su Qingyuan was the best choice, as it would mean one more mysterious grade alchemist in the family. He planned to plant the plot of purple crystal rice seeds on the Lake Heart Island. The growth cycle of purple crystal rice is quite long, taking 3 years to mature. Rice of this grade is likely rare even in the 100 nations. Next, Lin Fan began to check his own gains. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 468. Identity head of the Lin family. Family level 1. Family members 22 wives and concubines. Offspring 7 sons, 8 daughters. Family fortune 350000. Strength full circle of Chi Si realm. Talent mysterious grade upper. Cultivation method Qianquan harmonizing method. Martial arts and movement techniques low grade earth class thunder finger minor success mysterious grade top. Layered waves palm major success. Flowing cloud sword technique major success mysterious grade top bamboo shadow step major success. Weapon mysterious grade top flame sword. Family wealth 700 low-grade spirit stones, 3,697 mysterious grade spirit stones, approximately 150,000 yellow-grade spirit stones, and 275 tons of yellow-grade spirit rice. Concubine strength 5 in the early Qi Si realm, 17 in the full circle of opening Yuan realm. Area of small world 1,000 square kilometers. The flow of time is 5 times that of the main world. As Lin Fan expected, he successfully broke through to the full circle of Qi Si realm, just a step away from the Purple Mansion realm. In addition to the increase in strength, his cultivation talent also rose to mysterious grade upper. The next day, Lin Fan found Su Qing Yuan in the alchemy room. At this moment, Su Qing Yuan was teaching some maidens the basics of alchemy. Greetings, family head. The maidens hurriedly bowed upon seeing Lin Fan. Husband, are you going to refine pills today? Su Qing Yuan asked curiously. Lin Fan first signaled the maidens not to be overly formal, then said to Su Qing Yuan, I have something good to give you. What good thing? Don't keep me in suspense, show me. Hearing about something good, Su Qing Yuan immediately why are you so anxious? Despite saying this, Lin Fan still took out the legacy. Qing Yuan, this is the legacy of a mysterious grade top alchemist. After you use it, you will become a mysterious grade top alchemist. Wow, finally a legacy again, and it's the alchemist legacy I like. At this moment, Su Qing Yuan was very excited. She was not unfamiliar with such legacies. Her sister had quickly become a mysterious grade upper refining master after obtaining one. Although she did not know how Lin Fan managed to do this, she and the others would never inquire if he did not mention it. In their eyes, Lin Fan was the reincarnation of an emperor. Since he was the reincarnation of an emperor, having such means was only natural. Next, with Lin Fan's help, Su Qing Yuan quickly accepted the legacy. After that, she would only need to spend a day to fully digest this legacy. By then, Su Qing Yuan would become a true mysterious grade top alchemist. Watching Su Qing Yuan still digesting the legacy, Lin Fan instructed the maidens not to disturb her. Then Lin Fan left the alchemy room and returned to his residence. Li Han, come to my residence. Lin Fan's voice was soft, but as long as Li Han was in the small world, before long Li Han appeared before Lin Fan. Family head, you called for me. Yes, I have an opportunity that can elevate your talent to mysterious grade top. To be honest, Li Han was shocked by this news. She never expected that Lin Fan would give her this opportunity, which truly thrilled her. However, coming back to her senses, Li Han quickly shook her head. Family head, using such a precious resource on me is too wasteful. You should give it to Madam. Enough, Madam has her own opportunities, and this one is for you. Lin Fan's tone was not open to refusal. Yes, family head. Li Han understood Lin Fan's character. If she refused again, he would definitely be angry. Later, with Lin Fan's help, they successfully elevated Li Han's talent to mysterious grade top. Thank you for your cultivation, family head. Li Han will always remember it. Alright, go back and consolidate your strength. I hope you can raise your power soon. Yes, family head. Li Han will not disappoint you. After Li Han left, Lin Fan planted the purple crystal rice seeds on Lake Heart Island. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed in the main world. During this time, Lin Fan had successively taken 25 girls of inferior Xian level aptitude into his harem. This also allowed Lin Fan's Xian grade spirit stones to recover by 2500. As for other rewards, there was nothing particularly outstanding. They were merely some inferior Xian level weapons and spirit herb seeds, along with an inferior Xian level alchemy furnace. On this day, the small world once again welcomed good news. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu both gave birth to a pair of twins, all daughters. All 4 children had quite impressive aptitudes, reaching mid-grade earth level. The children were born on the same day, although Mu Shikshu's children were born a few hours earlier. Lin Fan named Mu Shikshu's 2 children Lin Yuqian and Lin Yuan. He named Mu Shiyu's 2 children Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuyuan. At this moment, Lin Haochen looked at his 4 younger sisters who were crying loudly and scratched his head. Father, mother, why are my 4 sisters crying all the time? Hee Luo, Yuan laughed upon hearing her son's words. Then she gently pinched his face. Xiao Chun, don't you say that about your sisters. You were just like this when you were born. I wasn't. I must have been very good when I was born, right, father? Lin Haochen hurriedly sought help from Lin Fan. Haha, yes, my Haochen is very good. Lin Fan chuckled as he patted his head. Mother, you see, father said, I'm very good. I knew you were tricking me. Yes, you're very good. Now go out and play with your younger siblings. Okay, father, mother, and all the aunts, I'm going out to play first. The 4 sisters were simply too noisy and he wanted to escape quickly. Seeing Lin Haochen look like he was fleeing in panic, everyone burst into laughter. Now it had been over 4 months since Lin Haochen was born. While in the main world more than 4 months had passed, in the small world nearly 2 years had passed. In this long period, Lin Haochen had already learned to speak and run. Husband, when do you plan to let Xiao Chun and the others start cultivating? No rush for cultivation, let's first lay a solid foundation. When they turn 1 year old, we'll give them medicinal liquid for body tempering. When they turn 2, they can formally begin their cultivation. Children in the land of 100 nations generally start cultivating at the age of 8. Of course, if the conditions are good, they can start body tempering early with secret methods at 6 years old. If they started at a younger age, it wouldn't be appropriate, as it wouldn't yield benefits and could harm their foundation. Lin Fan's children were different. At 2 years old, they had the physical quality of a 10-year-old. Cultivating at this age would yield double the results with half the effort, giving them an advantage over those who start at 6. Everyone had no objections to Lin Fan's arrangements. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan began to discuss serious matters. Sure, you should rest for a few days. Once your essence is restored, I will help you break through to the Chi-Si realm. At that time, I will take you to seek revenge. Hearing Lin Fan say he would take them for revenge, the two were naturally deeply moved. For their enemies, they naturally wished to kill them as soon as possible. However, was it a bit too hasty to seek revenge? Husband, should we wait a bit longer for revenge? We can go once you break through to the Purple Mansion. It won't take long. Yes, husband, the matter of revenge can wait. We can go once you break through to the Purple Mansion. The two were not worried that the Lin family was not a match for the four major forces. In the eyes of the two women, the Lin family's strength had already surpassed these four major forces. Now Lin Fan's strength had reached perfection in the Chi-Si realm. He was at the same level as the county governor of Qingyun County and was already at the peak in Qingyun County. The strongest among the four major forces, the Huoyan sect, had their old sect master Luo Yunzhao, who was merely at the late stage of the Chi-Si realm. They could not possibly be a match for the Lin family. However, the four major forces had one advantage: they had too many members. The Lin family was currently short-handed, making it a bit difficult to eliminate all of them. Acting now could risk alarming the snake, leading many to escape. But if Lin Fan breaks through to the Purple Mansion realm, there would be no such worries. Once in the Purple Mansion realm, he could easily wipe out these forces. Lin Fan understood the two women's concerns and smiled, saying, "You don't need to worry too much. I'm not far from breaking through to the Purple Mansion." Husband, are you about to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? The two asked with surprise. Everyone else looked at Lin Fan with excitement as well. Yes, once you restore your essence, I will likely break through to the Purple Mansion realm. During this time, Lin Fan had been diligently practicing and was already very close to the Purple Mansion realm. Great. Our Lin family will soon be a force at the Purple Mansion realm. Having received a definite answer, everyone was very happy. In the land of 100 nations, a force at the Purple Mansion realm is a hegemon. Even the emperors of those dynasties would not easily offend them, only attempting to win them over with resources. Generally, when a force at the Purple Mansion realm emerges, the dynasty will offer a Xian-grade spirit stone mine and 5 Huang-grade spirit stone mines to win them over. This mechanism is the same across all dynasties. Of course, having accepted these resources, they are required to lend a helping hand when the dynasty is in crisis. This has led many forces at the Purple Mansion realm to be unwilling to accept these resources. Sure, when I break through to the Purple Mansion realm, I will establish authority over these four forces. It's time for our Lin family to appear in the open. Of course, Lin Fan would definitely keep the family's strength. Okay, husband, but we must take care of the Huoyan sect's young master Luo Tsang. He is the culprit behind the destruction of the Mu family, and we must kill him ourselves. The two hated Luo Tsang to the bone. They had to kill him themselves to vent their hatred. Alright, I will leave that guy for you. Such a small request was naturally not an issue for Lin Fan. After finalizing the matters, Luo, Iran, and the others began to talk about the children again. Lin Fan started to check his gains. The birth of the 4 children allowed him to obtain 800 mid-grade Earth-level spirit stones. In addition, there was also a mid-grade Earth-level flying boat, a mid-grade Earth-level technique shadow killing art, a mid-grade Earth-level protective formation for the family, and a mid-grade Earth-level weapon, the Frostblade. Looking at these 4 treasures, Lin Fan was very satisfied. One could say that these 4 items were all good treasures. Take this mid-grade Earth-level flying boat for instance. At full speed, it can travel 500 million miles in 1 hour. Its speed is comparable to that of a perfected practitioner of divine abilities. The interior space of the flying boat is vast, featuring 5,000 rooms. Each room can accommodate up to 5 people. In terms of defense, it can only be breached by those at the perfected divine abilities level or above. The only drawback is the high consumption. Full-speed flight for an hour requires 1,000 Earth-grade spirit stones. If used for defense, the consumption will be even greater. Next is the hidden kill technique, a cultivation method suitable for assassins. The hidden kill technique combines various assassination skills, allowing practitioners to reach the perfected divine abilities level. This set of techniques is quite suitable as Lin Fan intends to use it to train the family's dark guards. The mid-grade Earth-level family protection array goes without saying. Unless a formation master of this caliber is found to break it, only warriors at the honor level or above can forcefully breach this array. It can only be said that the mysterious level array obtained earlier hasn't even been utilized before it was already outdated. Once the family stronghold is established, this array will be set up, making them fearless in the land of 100 nations. After all, the strongest beings here are merely at the divine abilities level. The mid-grade Earth-level weapon is still beyond Lin Fan's current capabilities and can only be stored in the system space for now. One day Lin Fan received a message in the main world sent by the maid who had gone out on a mission. It has been months, finally some results. I wonder if it will bring me any surprises. Without delay Lin Fan tidied up and flew directly to the location of the maid. With the positioning of the communication jade slip, there was no need to worry about getting lost. The journey was not very far, approximately 6,000 miles. Lin Fan arrived at the location of the three of them in less than a quarter of an hour. It was in a large mountain in a very hidden location. We meet again, family head. After a few months, seeing Lin Fan again made them all very excited. No need for formalities, you've been out for so long, you have worked hard. Family head, this is what we ought to do, it cannot be considered hard work. That said, the three were still very excited. This was Lin Fan's acknowledgement of them. Alright, take me to see what you have gained. Family head, please. Soon the three led Lin Fan into a large mountain stronghold. This place used to be inhabited by a group of bandits, but their strength was weak. Even the bandit leader was merely at the body refinement stage. After discovering the misdeeds of the bandits, the three decided to eliminate them, making it a suitable temporary structure. Family head, please rest here for a while, or we will call them over to assemble. Alright. Soon the three brought nearly 500 people before Lin Fan. Family head, everyone is here. After saying this, the maid instructed the people, what are you all doing standing there? Have you not greeted the family head? We greet the family head. Everyone, no need for formalities. After Lin Fan spoke, he gently waved his hand at them, causing them all to stand up involuntarily. This also made the eyes of these people look at Lin Fan with awe and desire. They also wished to become such powerful warriors. Family head, let me introduce their situation. Lin Fan nodded, signaling her to continue. Family head, there are a total of 485 people here, selected from over 1 million candidates. Among them there are 80 boys, with 45 having low-grade mysterious level qualifications, 26 with mid-grade mysterious level qualifications, 7 with high-grade mysterious level qualifications, and 2 with top-grade mysterious level qualifications. The remaining 300 are girls, with 105 having reached the age of marriage. Among the 300 girls, 180 possess top-grade yellow level qualifications. Among the remaining 120-75 have low-grade mysterious level qualifications, 33 have mid-grade, 9 have high-grade, and 3 have top-grade qualifications. Among the next 105 girls, 60 have top-grade yellow level qualifications, 30 have low-grade mysterious level qualifications, 10 have high-grade mysterious level qualifications, 4 have top-grade mysterious level qualifications, and 1 has mid-grade earth level qualifications. After reporting, she stood aside, waiting for Lin Fan's next command. When Lin Fan heard that there was a girl with mid-grade Earth-level qualifications, he was quite surprised. If such qualifications were to get out, those large sects would surely come to recruit her. Mid-grade Earth-level qualifications hold the potential to become a perfected practitioner of divine abilities. Not to mention the divine abilities level, even reaching the divine platform level, would make her a significant asset to a nation. In countries like Chu and Zhao, the strongest beings on the surface are all at the early divine platform level. Which one possesses mid-grade Earth-level qualifications? Step forward, ooh, I want to see. At this moment, a girl about 1.70 meters tall and weighing less than 90 pounds stepped forward. At first glance, one could tell she had long-term malnutrition, as she was extremely thin. Despite being 1.70 meters tall, she weighed less than 90 pounds. In terms of appearance, she was decent and had some foundation. However, she lacked nutrition, and combined with long-term labor, her skin appeared somewhat rough and dark. But it's nothing if as long as she is nourished for a period, she can recover. Family head, it's me. This girl said timidly. Clearly she was a bit scared in such a situation. Alright, no need to be nervous. I just want to get to know you. May I ask what your name is? Lin Fan gently asked. Family head, my name is Sume. Good, I will remember you. Lin Fan's words brought envious expressions to many present. Being remembered by the family head is undoubtedly a good thing. Moreover, with mid-grade Earth-level qualifications, she would definitely be heavily trained in the future. At this moment, Lin Fan took a moment to check her information. Name Sume. Age 18. Cultivation none. Qualification mid-grade, Earth level. Favorability 53. Seeing that her favorability was actually 53, Lin Fan felt that the three maids must have said something to her. Otherwise it wouldn't be so high on their first meeting. Everyone, have you thought about joining my Lin family? I will give you one more opportunity to choose. It's still possible to. I will have someone send you back. After this opportunity, if you wish to withdraw in the future, it will be considered betrayal. I will show no mercy to traitors. Lin Fan's tone was very serious, yet the people below showed no sign. They were able to stay here because they had passed the test. Their determination to join the Lin family was very firm. Most of them had previously struggled to even get enough food. Now not only could they eat their fill at every meal, but they could also cultivate and become the warriors they had always dreamed of. With such treatment, anyone who isn't foolish would not refuse. After a while, seeing that no one had exited, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. If someone were to leave, he would certainly not stop them, as the loss would ultimately not be his. Of course, he would also erase their memories. The matter of secretly recruiting talents must not be known to the outside world. Since no one is willing to leave, I congratulate you all on making the right choice. Join my Lin family, and your future prospects are limitless. As long as you are willing to work hard in your cultivation, flying through the skies will become an easy task. Hearing about flying through the skies, the eyes of those present sparkled with enthusiasm. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, no one wishes to remain weak. Xiao Yue, I plan to bring them into the small world. You three remember to comfort them. Yes, head of the family. With a thought, Lin Fan transported everyone into the small world, including Xiao Yu and the three of them. Their tasks were complete, so there was no need for them to stay here. Before leaving, Lin Fan glanced around, finding nothing unusual, and then flew off from the location. 15 minutes later, Lin Fan returned to Wanxiang City. Perhaps because Xiao Yu and the others had set a good example, Lin Fan received messages from time to time during this period. Thus it continued for half a month, and all 10 groups had been successfully brought back by Lin Fan. The following 9 groups had significant gains, possibly due to the larger populations in the areas they visited. In total, there were 3500 boys to 0 with low-grade Xian qualifications, 110 with mid-grade Xian qualifications, 300 with high-grade Xian qualifications, and 98 with supreme-grade Xian qualifications. There was 1 boy with low-grade Earth qualifications and 1 with supreme-grade Earth qualifications. There were 900 girls, among them 500 with supreme-grade Huang qualifications, 250 with low-grade Xian qualifications, 100 with mid-grade Xian qualifications, 350 with high-grade Xian qualifications, and 147 with supreme-grade Xian qualifications. There were 2 girls with low-grade Earth qualifications and 1 with mid-grade Earth qualifications. There were 300 unmarried girls over 18. Among them, 230 had supreme-grade Huang qualifications, 400 had other qualifications, 200 had mid-grade Xian qualifications, 80 had high-grade Xian qualifications, and 18 had supreme-grade Xian qualifications. There was 1 girl with mid-grade Earth qualifications and 1 with high-grade Earth qualifications. In total, there were 15500 people. Although this number seems large, they were chosen from billions by Xiao Yu and the others. In comparison, this quantity is not much. However, Lin Fan was delighted to find that among these individuals there were a total of 7 with Earth qualifications. These 7 individuals would certainly receive special training from Lin Fan. After bringing them into the small world, Lin Fan did not interfere much, directly assigning them to Li Han to manage. Most of these individuals were malnourished and illiterate. First, they would need to be nourished back to health before teaching them to read and write. If they couldn't even recognize characters, how could they talk about cultivation? There was no need to rush the cultivation process. Thus another month passed in the main world. During this time, Lin Fan finally helped Jiang Wanxing and the others become pregnant, including 25 girls with low-grade Xian qualifications. Afterward, Lin Fan chose to enter seclusion. After this period of diligent cultivation, he was just a step away from breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. It had been 2 days since Lin Fan entered seclusion, and the atmosphere in the small world became somewhat oppressive. Luo Ran and the others wore expressions filled with tension and anticipation. Husband, you will definitely break through to the Purple Mansion realm. They silently prayed for Lin Fan. Breaking through to such a significant realm was very dangerous. If the breakthrough failed, the consequence could be a regression in cultivation. In severe cases, it could result in damage to one's foundation or even death. Fortunately, before entering seclusion, Lin Fan refined a pill called the barrier-breaking pill, which is a low-grade Xian pill. This pill can enhance the success rate of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Even if the breakthrough fails, it can minimize the harm. Thus, this breakthrough was not dangerous for Lin Fan. On this day, a powerful aura emanated from the place where Lin Fan was in seclusion. At the same time, the small world began to expand rapidly along with this aura. Seeing this scene, Luo Ran and the others did not panic. Instead, they were filled with joy. Husband has successfully broken through. This was the thought shared by all of them. At this moment, Lin Fan, who had been cultivating in seclusion, opened his eyes. Finally, I have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Now I have the strength to stand firm in the land of the 100 nations. Feeling the immense power within him, Lin Fan was very satisfied. Compared to his previous self at the peak of the Qi realm, he could easily suppress that version of himself now. The 2 realms are worlds apart. It is almost impossible to cross boundaries and defeat enemies. Of course, if one possesses high-level treasures, it would be a different story. In short, without relying on external forces, it is impossible to defeat enemies across different major realms solely based on one's own combat strength. Now Lin Fan, with the pressure he exuded, could render any martial artist below the Purple Mansion realm immobile. He straightened his clothes and dusted off non-existent dust before stepping out of the place of seclusion. When Lin Fan stepped out, he saw his wives, children, and maidservants all gathered to welcome him. Congratulations, husband, on breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Congratulations, father, on breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Congratulations, head of the family, on breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Haha, today is a joyful day. Lihan, have someone prepare a feast. We will celebrate together tonight. Yes, head of the family. Soon Lihan gathered the staff. They began to slay demon beasts and spirit fish, preparing the dishes for the evening. On the other side, the children who had not yet started cultivating began to prepare today's meal under the maidservant's guidance. During this time, under the nourishment of spirit rice, spirit fish, and demon beast meat, these children had all become healthy and strong, no longer as frail as before. Some even had strength exceeding 100 pounds. It's worth noting that the youngest among them was only 6 or 7 years old. However, all this could not have been achieved without the resources provided by Lin Fan. Now these individuals had become Lin Fan's loyal followers, all branded by the family's divine tree. After chatting with the ladies for a while, Lin Fan turned to Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu. Shiyu, Shishue, are you ready? I plan to take you to the Fire Cloud sect tomorrow. Hearing that they could take revenge tomorrow, the two were excited. Now that Lin Fan had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, they no longer felt any worry. Husband, we are ready, the two said firmly. After such a long time, their origins had completely recovered. Even their strengths had all broken through to the Qi Si realm. Luo Iran and the others had also broken through to the Qi Si realm. Now the Lin family has 1 member in the Purple Mansion realm and 22 in the Qi Si realm. However, with Lin Fan's resource supply, it won't take long to break through to the Qi Si realm. Upon hearing about the family's upgrade, Lin Fan was astonished. System, I previously saw that we were still short on fortune. How did we suddenly upgrade? Host, you checked before your retreat. Now that your cultivation has improved, it naturally contributes to the family's fortune. System, open the gift package for me. Lin Fan eagerly anticipated the upgrade package provided by the system. Congratulations, host. You have opened the gift package and received 1,000 mystic stones and 1 million yellow stones. Additionally, you will enjoy a cultivation bonus from your children, currently at 1%. In simple terms, if your children cultivate for 100 days, you will gain the equivalent of 1 day's cultivation. Including the children's mothers, they will also receive the same cultivation bonus. Please continue to strive, as the increase in family level will further enhance the bonuses. System, you are as generous as ever. Lin Fan was astonished by this reward, though more so with joy. Not to mention the various spirit stones, this cultivation bonus is what matters most. Although 1% may seem small, he has many children. Not to mention the unborn ones, there are already 19 who have been born. Once his children grow up, he will be able to become stronger even while lying down. Moreover, his wives will also enjoy the same cultivation bonuses. Although the bonuses are the same, they cannot be compared to his. Only the children they bear can enjoy the bonuses. Take Luo Iran for instance, she can only benefit from Lin Haochen's cultivation bonuses. As for the other children, since they are not hers, she naturally cannot benefit from their cultivation bonuses. System, can I only gain cultivation bonuses from my children? If I have grandchildren in the future, will I be able to receive their cultivation bonuses? Currently, only children can provide bonuses. When the family upgrades in the future, it will be possible. Please continue to strive, host. Haha, that's wonderful. I didn't expect it to actually be possible. For now, he wasn't in a hurry, as the children were still young, and it would take many years before he had grandchildren. Once the children grow up, not only will he be able to rapidly enhance his strength, but his wives will too. As more descendants come in the future, it will be difficult for his family not to grow strong. But I'll keep this news to myself for now. Once the children start cultivating, I will surprise them. By the way, since I've broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, the small world should expand as well. I want to see how long. Thinking of this, Lin Fan immediately sensed the changes in the small world. When Lin Fan sensed the changes in the small world, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This small world has actually expanded so much. Now the center island has become a 1,000 square kilometer island. The spirit pond that previously generated heavenly energy has now also expanded to 1,000 square kilometers. It exudes a rich aura of heaven and earth, making the energy in the entire small world even. Currently, the density of heavenly energy in the small world is already twice that of before. As time goes on, the density of heavenly energy will only increase. The land near the spirit pond has been upgraded to a mid-grade heavenly level, and the entire center island's land has all reached a low-grade heavenly level. The elevation of the land level has allowed those spirit herbs to grow even more lushly. Even the low-level spirit herbs have all advanced. Now the lowest level spirit herbs in the small world have already reached a top-grade yellow level. Aside from the center island, the previous 300 square kilometer lake has now expanded to 300 square kilometers. After the terrain was planned, the next issue was the arrangement of the children. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided to settle them in the eastern continent. The 6 remaining islands were reserved for his children. Once they began their cultivation, they would be placed on one of the islands. The vacant islands would not go to waste, as Lin Fan planned to plant spiritual herbs there. Well, the small world had become too large, and he would need to purchase a large quantity of spiritual herb seeds. Next were the domesticated beasts. Lin Fan considered moving them to the northern continent. With an area of 1,400 square kilometers, they could breed freely. Anyway, they were all herbivorous beasts, so he wasn't worried about them fighting. As for the 5 pairs of dragon horses and amethyst bees rewarded by the system, Lin Fan left them on Tianshu Island. The purple lightning weasel also stayed on Tianshu Island. This creature was very attached to Lin Fan, and if sent to the northern continent, it might throw a tantrum. Now under Lin Fan's generous training, it had already grown to the 3rd tier. The domesticated beasts could not be allowed to be wasted by him. As for the western and southern continents, there were currently no plans, and Lin Fan intended to plant spiritual rice on all of them. The vacant areas in the eastern continent would be the same, all planted with spiritual rice. With so much land, it absolutely could not be wasted. The spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and amethyst rice should still be planted on Tianshu Island. After planning all this, Lin Fan took a break. As for Li Han and the others, they were busy preparing for tonight's. The recent changes in the small world had not affected them. System, what are the requirements for upgrading the family to the next level? Host, upgrading the family to level 3 requires 1 person at the Divine Platform stage, 10 at the Purple Mansion stage, and 5 million in fortune. Seeing this data, Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. It would be quite difficult to reach level 3 in a short time. Then Lin Fan checked his attribute panel. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 768. Identity head of the Lin family. Family level 2. Family members 47 wives and concubines. Offspring 7 sons, 12 daughters. Family fortune 560000. Strength early purple mansion. Talent top tier Xian level. Cultivation technique Qiankuan merging Dao technique. Martial arts techniques earth level low tier thunder finger minor achievement Xian level top tier layered wave palm major achievement. Flowing cloud sword technique major achievement Xian level top tier bamboo shadow step major achievement. Weapons Xian level top tier blazing flame sword. Family wealth 1500 earth grade spirit stones 13697 Xian grade spirit stones about 1.15 million yellow grade spirit stones. Wives strength 22 at Chi Si realm 25 at Kaiyuan realm small world area 1,000 square kilometers. The time flow rate is 6 times that of the main world. Oh, the time flow rate of the small world has actually become 6 times faster. This change surprised Lin Fan. Although it was just an increase of 1 time, it was already extraordinary. In the future, as his strength increased, this multiplier would only grow. At this moment, Shen Ruotang came to Lin Fan's side. Husband, shouldn't we give the small world a name? Calling it a small world feels a bit inappropriate. You're right, it is time to name the small world. At this point, Lin Fan looked at the women. Do you have any thoughts? Husband, you are the head of the family. This name must come from you. Seeing that everyone felt this way, Lin Fan had no choice but to think for himself. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan had an answer. How about we call it Shen Shao? What do you all think? Shen refers to immortals, and Shao refers to the vast sky. One day our Lin family will rise above the 9 skies and become carefree immortals. Hearing Lin Fan's explanation, the women were greatly invigorated. Husband, Shen Shao is great, and from now on our small world will be called Shen Shao Realm. Thus Shen Shao Realm was established. Soon it was time for the banquet. Today marked the day Lin Fan broke through to the Purple Mansion stage, and everyone was very happy. Although the children lived in the eastern continent, Lin Fan still took the time to visit. In Shen Shao Realm, with a thought, Lin Fan could go anywhere. Now in their hearts, Lin Fan was supreme. Therefore his appearance excited them immensely. We meet the family head. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage. They had already understood the cultivation realms. They also knew that the Purple Mansion stage was a dominant power in the land of 100 nations. This filled them with awe and admiration for Lin Fan. Everyone need not be overly polite. You have laid a good foundation during this time, and I will have someone teach you the cultivation techniques next. Finally, we can cultivate. At this moment, everyone present cheered with joy. Ever since coming here, they had been looking forward to when they could begin their cultivation. Now they could finally realize it. Alright, don't be too happy too soon. Cultivation is a very arduous task. Becoming strong is not that easy. In this world, if you want to be strong, you must fight for it. Cultivation resources will not appear in your hands without reason. You will need to compete for them. On the path to growth, you will experience countless battles, and some of you may even die. Tell me, are you afraid? Family head, we are not afraid. Their tone was incredibly firm. If it weren't for Lin Fan, some of them might have starved to death. So for them, death was not frightening. Now they had only one belief, which was to become stronger. Good. Lin Fan was very satisfied with their response. I will provide the resources for your initial cultivation later on. If you want resources, you will need to exchange them with contributions. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lin Fan would not support them indefinitely. If they could not create value, what use would they be? Rest assured, family head, we will definitely not disappoint you. Great, I look forward to the day you all grow up. Alright, that's it for today. You continue to eat, and I will take my leave now. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. In the eastern continent, the residents were all children. Of course, Lin Fan had also arranged for someone to look after them. As for those over 18 years old, they lived together with the previous maidservants. Now the scale of the family's maidservants had become quite large. The previous 210 people plus 200 girls with top-tier yellow-grade talent brought back from Tianfeng City, along with 300 new additions. In total, there were 3410 people. Of course, not all of them would be maidservants in the future. The new additions of 300 people, due to lacking a cultivation foundation, would need some time for training. The next day, Lin Fan left the Xintiao realm with Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishua. Today, Lin Fan intends to take the two of them to Huiyunzong for revenge. During this period, Lin Fan had gained a considerable understanding of the forces in Qingyun County. Huiyunzong is one of the four major sects within Qingyun County. In Qingyun County, the other sects of equal standing are Yangxiuzong Xinyuan sect and Qingming Valley. Additionally, there are three prominent families, Li Wang and He. The strongest individuals among these seven forces are all at the late stage of the Qixi realm. Next, there is the official force of the Zhao Kingdom in Qingyun County. Naturally, the strongest person in Qingyun County is the county governor. It is said that the county governor has been in seclusion for many years, striving to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. As for whether he has succeeded, the outside world is still unaware. Apart from the Qingyun city where the county governor resides, there are also three major cities: Chongning City, Raoping City, and Laihua City. Each of these three cities has a city lord at the late stage of the Qixi realm stationed there. Furthermore, the jurisdiction of these three cities each exceeds 30 million square kilometers. The combined area of the three cities exceeds 100 million square kilometers, occupying half of Qingyun County's territory. The largest is naturally Qingyun City, with a jurisdiction of 500 square kilometers. The city lord of Qingyun City is the brother of the county governor, and his strength is at the peak of the Qixi realm. With two peak Qixi realm individuals stationed, no one in Qingyun County can shake the status of the county governor's family. Lin Fan's destination, Huiyunzong, lies within the jurisdiction of Chongning City. After destroying Huiyunzong, he can conveniently go to Chongning City to deal with the three prominent families. Wuxiang City is tens of thousands of miles away from Huiyunzong. However, with Lin Fan's current strength, it only took him a quarter of an hour to bring Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu to hover above Huiyunzong. The young sect master of Huiyunzong, Luozong, was unaware that his crisis had already arrived. He was currently engaged in nefarious deeds at his residence. At this moment, a furious woman was glaring at him. This woman was sent to him early in the morning by the deacon Liao Chun. To capture her, Huiyunzong had exerted This woman's identity is not simple. She is Yi Ningshuang, the junior disciple of Gu Nanshi, the sect master of Yangxiuzong. She possesses top-tier Xin-level talent, and at the age of 23, has reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. With such extraordinary talent, she is naturally favored by her master Gu Nanshi. However, Yi Ningshuang never expected that while she was out on a sect mission, she would be ambushed by people from Huiyunzong. To capture her, Huiyunzong dispatched 6 elders at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Luozong, what do you want? My master is the sect master of Yangxiuzong. If you dare to harm me, our Yangxiuzong will definitely go to war with your Huiyunzong. She had heard of Luozong's reputation and felt nothing but disdain for such a person. But currently her cultivation was sealed, and she was powerless to resist. Haha, Yi Ningshuang, I've wanted you for a long time. Unfortunately, I couldn't find an opportunity before, but this time you can't escape. As for whether your Yangxiuzong will go to war with us, you need not worry. Your master does not know that you have fallen into my hands, so she will not randomly declare war on my Huiyunzong. So you better behave, it will lessen your suffering. Hearing Luozong's words, Yi Ningshuang was filled with despair. Just as Luozong said, her master was unaware that she had fallen into the hands of Huiyunzong. She had almost no chance of being rescued. With her current cultivation sealed, she couldn't escape from here, it was simply a dead end. Luozong, you are truly despicable. If you have the ability, unseal my cultivation, and let's have a real duel. As long as you defeat me, I will have nothing to say, and will follow you sincerely. She said this as a stalling tactic. Without restoring her cultivation, she had no chance of escaping. If Luozong agreed, she might find an opportunity to flee. Although the hope of escaping was slim, this was the only plan she could come up with. Haha, Luozong was amused by Yi Ningshuang's naivety. Yi Ningshuang, are you foolish? I only want your body, not your heart. Oh, why bother with such efforts, eh? Besides, have you seen any woman by my side who has lived for more than a year? You don't think I have feelings for you, do you? Let me tell you, you are merely a tool for me to enhance my talent. Luozong's voice was cold, and he was not far from going mad. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on how to quickly enhance his talent. As for romantic feelings, he had never— Luozong, you actually cultivate demonic arts. At this moment, Yi Ningshuang had already understood Luozong's intentions. Clearly, Luozong wanted to refine her to enhance his talent. So what if I do? Luozong admitted directly. Yi Ningshuang had already become the fish on his chopping board. knowing his intentions changed nothing. He enjoyed seeing the fear on Yi Ningxuang's face. The more afraid she was, the more excited he became. Indeed, upon hearing Luo Cong's admission, despair instantly filled Yi Ningxuang's heart. Haha, are you scared? The more scared you are, the more I like it. Saying this, Luo Cong slowly approached Yi Ningxuang. Luo Cong, I curse you to an untimely death. Yi Ningxuang cursed while frantically backing away. Haha, as long as I refine you, my talent will reach the low grade. With low-grade Earth-level talent, my strength will soar in a short time. Once I break into the Qi realm, I wonder who in Qingyun County can kill me. Oh really? Do you think my sister and I can kill you? Hearing a strange, yet somewhat familiar voice from behind Luo Cong was startled. Who? Luo Cong exclaimed, then hurriedly turned around. What, have you not recognized us after just a year? Mu Shishue sneered. What? It's actually you. How did you end up here? Luo Cong looked at the two, and then glanced at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with vigilance. At the same time, he secretly crushed a jade talisman in his hand. This was used to send a message to his mother. Once the talisman shattered, his mother would know he was in danger and would quickly come to rescue him. Luo Cong was not foolish. The fact that the three could appear here silently meant that they possessed at least the strength of the Qi realm. Moreover, they were not ordinary Qi realm individuals. Since his mother was at the early stage of the Qi realm, the fact that the three of them could evade her detection meant they likely possessed mid-stage Qi realm strength. He knew the strength of Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue. They were merely at the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm. Even if their talent was exceptional, they were at most at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm now. He could not believe that the two could have advanced to the Qi realm in such a short time. Thus he concluded that their appearance here was definitely due to the man before him. At this moment, Luo Cong looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of caution. Lin Fan could not overlook Luo Cong's every move, yet he chose not to intervene. It was better for Luo Cong to summon the experts of the Fire Cloud sect. It would make things easier to handle later. At this moment, Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu looked at Luo Cong with eyes full of hatred. This guy is the mastermind behind the annihilation of their Mu family. Today he is finally going to die. Luo Cong, you wiped out my Mu family, and we have come here today to flay you. Now you are here harming other girls. A person like you is not worth pity. Yi Ningxuang felt a flicker of delight upon witnessing this scene. She initially thought she was destined to die, but unexpectedly a change occurred. At her most desperate moment, Luo Cong's enemies actually showed up. Does this mean she has been saved? The three individuals before her could appear here so boldly. Their strength must be formidable. From the expressions of the three, it was clear they were not afraid of the Fire Cloud sect. She had heard about the annihilation of the Mu family. At that time, her master had scoffed at the actions of the Fire Cloud sect. To her surprise, there were actually survivors from the Mu family inadvertently helping her. Thus, Yi Ningxuang no longer hesitated and hurriedly took advantage of the opportunity to walk behind Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue. Hello, two elder sisters, and this big brother. My name is Yi Ningxuang from the Yunqiu sect, and I was captured by the Fire Cloud sect. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Fan and the others would misunderstand that she was in cahoots with Luo Cong. Upon hearing Yi Ningxuang's introduction, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue were quite surprised. You are Yi Ningxuang. I have heard of you, the favored disciple of the sect master of Yunqiu sect. I never expected the Fire Cloud sect to be so audacious as to even capture you. Don't they fear provoking a war between the two sects? Or has the Fire Cloud sect become so arrogant that they look down on sects of the same level? As she spoke, Mu Shishue glanced at Luo Cong, her eyes revealing a hint of amusement. Sisters, it's not like that. The Fire Cloud sect definitely wouldn't dare to go to war with our Yunqiu sect. I was out on a mission when I was ambushed by them. My master still doesn't know I have been captured. Fortunately, you two sisters and this big brother have come, otherwise I would surely be doomed. Although the crisis was not yet resolved, having Lin Fan and the others around brought Yi Ningxuang a sense of comfort. So that's how it is. The Fire Cloud sect remains as despicable as ever. After saying this, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue looked at Luo Cong with even more disdain. If it weren't for waiting for the experts of the Fire Cloud sect to arrive, they would have already wanted to act and flay Luo Cong alive. Luo Cong's actions had not escaped the notice of the two sisters. Now that they were at the Qi realm, how could they not see the small tricks of someone at the opening origin realm? Seeing the Mu sisters mocking him time and again, a cold light flashed in Luo Cong's eyes. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu, you two should not engage in a war of words here. Previously, you two were nothing but lost dogs. If it weren't for Liao Chun being too useless, you both would have long since become the nourishment for my advancement. Luo Cong then turned to Lin Fan. You must be the backing they found. Being able to appear here without my mother noticing surely means you possess mid-Qi realm strength. But don't forget, this is the territory of my Fire Cloud sect. My grandfather is an expert in the late Qi realm. If you are wise, leave them behind and leave here quickly. If you wait for my grandfather and mother to arrive, you won't even have the chance to escape. Luo Cong's tone was filled with threats. Noisy. Lin Fan coldly snorted, then, with a single slap, sent him flying. He couldn't be bothered to talk to such trash. Pooh. After falling to the ground, Luo Tsong spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming somewhat weak. Lin Fan's casual slap nearly cost him half his life. Just then Luo Qingyan, who had just arrived, happened to see this scene and was filled with heartache. She hurried over to help Luo Tsong up. Kanger, are you alright? Mother, I'm fine, but you should contact grandfather. This guy is very strong, and I fear you are not his match. As long as you are alright, Kanger, just rest here, I'll handle the rest. After helping Luo Tsong to sit on a chair, Luo Qingyan looked at Lin Fan with a face full of killing intent. Who are you and why did you hit my son? If you don't give me an explanation, you won't be able to leave the Fire Cloud sect today. Since her son said Lin Fan was very strong, it must be true, so she did not rashly attack Lin Fan. Fortunately, before coming, she had already sent a message to her father for safety. It wouldn't be long before her father— Why did I hit your son? Those two are my women, is that reason enough? I came here not only to hit your son, but also to destroy your Fire Cloud sect. Lin Fan said coldly. What a joke. You, a mere child, dare to say you will destroy my Fire Cloud sect. Who gave you the audacity? As these words were spoken, an old man who appeared to be over 50 suddenly appeared before everyone. Father Luo Qingyan and Luo Tsong felt a surge of confidence upon seeing the newcomer. Luo Yunju nodded at the two and then looked at Lin Fan. Young man with a bit of strength, you don't know the height of heaven and the depth of earth. You actually dared to come alone to my Fire Cloud sect to cause trouble. You must not know how to write the word death. Today you will pay with your life for your arrogance and ignorance. Yi Ningshuang began to worry for Lin Fan upon witnessing this scene. Luo Yunju was an expert on the same level as her old sect master, and she did not know if Lin Fan was his match. If Lin Fan lost, she too would be unable to change her fate. No matter what, the Fire Cloud sect would not allow her to leave alive. Sisters, what should we do? Can this big brother deal with Luo Yunju? Ningshuang, you need not worry. A mere late Qi realm cultivator is nothing more than an ant in my husband's eyes. What a joke. Their husband was in the Purple Mansion realm. How could he not deal with a late Qi realm? Seeing that the two were completely unconcerned, Yi Ningshuang also felt relieved. At this moment, Lin Fan was digging in his ears, looking somewhat impatiently at the old man. Are you done with your nonsense? Once you are, I will send you on your way. You are arrogant. Seeing himself being ignored by Lin Fan, Luo Yunju became furious. Brat, take a slap from this old man. Luo Yunju launched the first attack. A trivial skill. Lin Fan coldly snorted and then struck back with a palm. To avoid leaving any survivors, he directly used 10% of his strength. Boom. The two attacks collided and Luo Yunju was instantly sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he didn't even let out a sound of agony. He was completely silenced. No, how is this possible? How could you be this strong? Seeing this scene, Luo Qingyan and Luo Tsong could not accept it. Luo Yunju was the guardian deity of the Fire Cloud sect, yet he could not withstand a single move before Lin Fan. Just how strong is Lin Fan before them? Yi Ningshuang was equally astonished by Lin Fan's power. Luo Yunju could not withstand even a single move against Lin Fan. Does this imply that her former sect master could also fall to Lin Fan in just one strike? She was now somewhat curious about Lin Fan's true identity, as such an extraordinary figure had emerged in Qingyun County. The commotion here naturally drew the attention of the elders and disciples of the Fire Cloud sect. It came from the residence of the young sect master, as something must have happened. Let's hurry over. The elders dared not delay and rushed to the scene. There was no choice. Although many were dissatisfied with the young sect master's cruelty, if Luo Tsong were to face a mishap, and they remained inactive, Luo Qingyan and Luo Yunju would certainly not spare them. Some bold disciples were also gathering here. On Lin Fan's side, Luo Qingyan could not accept the fact of her father's death, and her expression turned frenzied. She directly took out a pill from her storage bag, gritted her teeth, and swallowed it quickly. As an alchemist, Lin Fan recognized the pill at a glance. The blood-burning pill, a top-grade yellow-tier pill. After consumption, it could instantly allow a Qi realm early-stage martial artist to unleash the strength of a perfected Qi realm. However, it could only last for a breath's time, equivalent to 1 minute. After that, the user would face certain death. This pill was obtained by Luo Qingyan through a stroke of luck. At this moment, Luo Qingyan could no longer care about anything else. If she did not kill Lin Fan, they would all perish. Therefore, it was better to fight with all her might before Lin Fan could act. If she waited for Lin Fan to strike, she would not even have the chance to take the pill. As long as she could perish together with Lin Fan, her son would survive. In the instant Luo Qingyan consumed the pill, her aura began to soar. At this moment, Luo Qingyan was exhilarated as Lin Fan had missed the opportunity to kill her in one blow. Haha, young man, this is the consequence of underestimating your opponent. Prepare to die. Saying that, Luo Qingyan began to gather all her strength, ready to launch her strongest attack against Lin Fan. She had to ensure that Lin Fan fell in a single strike, otherwise she would have no chance left. You overestimate yourself. Lin Fan snorted coldly and directly released his pressure as a Purple Mansion realm expert. Puff! Just as Luo Qingyan finished gathering her power, she was instantly heavily injured by this pressure. No, how is this possible? You are actually a Purple Mansion realm expert. How could there be a Purple Mansion expert in Qingyun County? Although Luo Qingyan found it hard to believe the truth was right before her eyes. The pressure emanating from Lin Fan was indeed that of a Purple Mansion realm expert. At this moment, she looked at her son with a face full of despair. Kangaroo mother has done her best, it seems this is your fate. I should never have allowed you to cultivate this technique. With that, Luo Qingyan breathed her last. No, how could this be? How can you possibly be a Purple Mansion expert? This must be a lie. In that brief moment, both of his major supports had perished before Luo Tsong, causing him to break down. Seeing Luo Tsong looking like a dead dog, Lin Fan could not be bothered with him. Shiyu, I leave this guy to you. I will deal with those people outside. Okay, husband. Once Lin Fan left, Yining Shuang finally snapped out of her shock. She never expected that Lin Fan was actually a master of the Purple Mansion realm. Such a powerful being was invincible in Qingyun County. At this moment, she began to mourn for the Fire Cloud sect. How unfortunate it was to offend a Purple Mansion realm expert. From this day forth, the Fire Cloud sect would disappear from Qingyun County. However, she felt no sympathy for the Fire Cloud sect. A sect like that deserved to be extinguished. If Lin Fan and the others had not appeared just in time, she could hardly imagine how miserable her situation would have been. At this moment, Mu Shiyue and Mu Shiyu slowly walked up to Luo Tsong. The hatred in their eyes erupted completely. Luo Tsong, you are now experiencing the pain of losing loved ones. When we sisters fled back, then we swore that as long as we were alive, we would seek revenge for our family members. How I never expected that Luo Tsong would fall into your hands. It was all Liao Chen's fault. At this moment, Luo Tsong wished he could rip Liao Chen to shreds. If it weren't for Liao Chen's mistake in letting Mu Shiyu and Mu Shiriware escape, how could they have met such a powerful figure? Hell, what's the use of saying this now? Today is your day of death. After Mu Shiriware finished speaking, she prepared to strike at Luo Tsong. Who is afraid of whom? You are merely relying on that man. Though I am injured, I am still at the perfected opening origin realm. How could you two possibly deal with me? Saying this, Luo Tsong assumed a posture of desperate resistance. Yining Shuang saw this, and quickly spoke up, Sisters, help me break the seal, let me deal with him. Missy, you don't need to worry about such trivial matters. Although she said this, Mu Shiyu still helped her break the seal. Just then Mu Shiriwue unleashed all her aura. Qi realm. This is impossible, you clearly just reached the opening origin realm early last year. Even if that man is a Purple Mansion realm expert, he couldn't possibly elevate your strength so much in such a short time. Sensing Mu Shiyu's aura, Luo Tsong shook his head repeatedly, filled with disbelief. Yining Shuang was also dumbfounded at this moment. Having just reached the opening origin realm early last year, they broke through to the Qi realm in just 1 year. How could this be accomplished? Hey, you are merely a frog at the bottom of the well. How could you comprehend my husband's might? Prepare to die. Saying this, Mu Shiriwue directly struck, incapacitating his 4 limbs. Then she took out a dagger and began to slice his flesh one cut at a time. While Mu Shiriwue cut, Mu Shiyu was responsible for sprinkling salt nearby. Ah, you are so cruel, give me a quick end. Under such torment, Luo Tsong only wished for death. But he was at the opening origin realm far sturdier than an ordinary person. Faced with such torture, he could not die easily, nor could he even faint. I said I would flay you alive, and I keep my word. Those women who died at your hands must have suffered even more than you do now, right? Mu Shiriwue said coldly. For their enemy, the two naturally felt no mercy. Yining Shuang saw this scene and couldn't help but shiver. She admonished herself in her heart that she must never provoke Mu Shiriwue and Mu Shiyu. They were truly terrifying. However, thinking that the Mu family was destroyed because of Luo Tsong, she felt somewhat relieved. If it were her, she would likely fare no better. Outside, Lin Fan had already gathered with the elders and disciples of the Huiyuan sect with several thousand disciples. Since this place was not far from Luo Tsong's residence, they could clearly hear his screams, causing the elders walking in front to change their expressions drastically. If anything were to happen to Luo Tsong, they would certainly not fare well. Who are you? What have you done to our young sect master? I advise you to stop now, or once the sect master and the old sect master arrive, you will find it hard to escape. At this moment, they were also quite puzzled. Their young sect master was in trouble, yet their sect master and old sect master had not yet arrived. Could it be that their sect master and old sect master were not in the sect? That was the only explanation. However, they did not dare to act rashly against Lin Fan. Anyone bold enough to attack their young sect master at the Huiyuan sect was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, they had reached the Qi realm. So currently the best course of action was to buy time and wait for their sect master and old sect master to return. Looking at this group of people, Lin Fan asked with an indifferent expression, so are you all very loyal to your young sect master? Everyone thought Lin Fan was trying to sow discord, and immediately one elder spoke up. This is our young sect master who will surely become the sect master of Huiyin sect in the future. As elders and disciples of Huiyin sect, we are naturally devoted to our young sect master. Exactly. We are loyal to our young sect master. If you know what's good for you, release him quickly, or you will face dire consequences. At this moment, others began to echo in agreement. Oh, is that so? Then I'm sorry, since you're all so loyal, then you can all die. Upon finishing his words, Lin Fan rose into the air. He then began to gather energy in his palm, exuding an aura that left the crowd in shock. No, senior, we were just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Yes, senior, we are not loyal at all. Please spare us. At this moment, they realized that their sect master and old sect master had not arrived, but were likely already dead at the hands of this man before them. The pressure from this palm filled them with despair. If it struck them, there would be no chance of survival. Unfortunately, Lin Fan had already finished gathering his energy and would not listen to their empty words. He then struck down at their location. With a loud bang, the spot where they stood transformed into a pit, dozens of meters deep, water bubbling up from the bottom. The several thousand people who had just stood there were completely turned to ashes. Since they were so loyal, there was no reason to leave them alive. Lin Fan did not care whether they were speaking the truth or lying. Next, he thoroughly searched the entire Huiyin sect, gathering everything of value. As for the remaining disciples under the systems, scanned anyone who harbored animosity towards him was exterminated. By the time Lin Fan finished dealing with these matters, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue were also done. Luo Tsang was dead beyond any hope of revival. Sister, we finally avenged ourselves. Mu Shiyu displayed a relaxed expression. Indeed, this is all thanks to my husband. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to take revenge, and we might not even be alive. Let's go, sister, to see if my husband has finished handling the affairs of Huiyin sect. If not, we can help a bit. Afterwards, the two stored the items of Luo Yunzhou and the others before heading out. Yining Shuang saw them leave and hurriedly followed. Soon the three found Lin Fan. Husband, here are the storage bags of the three of them. Lin Fan nodded and then stored the 3 storage bags in his storage space. The storage space did not have the limitations of those spatial gear, so he could also store the storage bags. Let's go. The matters of Huiyin sect have been dealt with. Next, we will go to Chongning City to deal with the 3 major families. Seeing Lin Fan and the others preparing to leave, Yining Shuang quickly spoke up. Senior, and the 2 sisters, could you please take me with you? This was a powerful figure at the Purple Mansion realm, and she naturally wanted to make acquaintances. If she missed this opportunity, she might not have another. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Yining Shuang looked at Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu with a flattering expression, hoping they could help her persuade him. Mu Shishue glanced meaningfully at Yining Shuang, and then said, Husband, why don't we take her along? All right. Since Mu Shishue had spoken, Lin Fan could not refuse. Bringing one more person along for the flight would not affect him at all. This time it was not far, and within a few breaths Lin Fan brought the 3 to the sky above Chongning City. However, at this moment, they were above the clouds, and no one noticed them. This time Lin Fan chose not to be low-key. Having reached the Purple Mansion realm, it was time to bring the family into the open. So he directly released his full aura. Instantly, Chongning City was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. With the sudden appearance of this pressure, the martial artists in the city were filled with fear. Meanwhile, the ordinary people were not affected at all. The stronger the power, the heavier the pressure one could withstand. The one who felt it the most was the city lord Zhou Jinyan and the Qi realm martial artists from the 3 major families. Could this be a powerful figure at the Purple Mansion realm? This was Zhou Jinyan's thought. He had never seen such a powerful being, but he had seen the prefectural governor at the peak of the Qi realm. The strength of the prefectural governor was far inferior to this one. At this moment, he could only hope that this powerful figure was not here to cause him trouble. Although he was the city lord, he was nothing before someone at the Purple Mansion realm. A powerful figure at the Purple Mansion realm would not care about his identity as a city lord. After all, he was not the prefectural governor. The prefectural governor was appointed by the court, and randomly attacking the prefectural governor would be equivalent to slapping the court in the face, which was naturally not permitted. In contrast, his identity as city lord was merely appointed by the prefectural governor, which made all the difference. Even if he were killed, the court would not bother. So I still need to go out and take a look. In front of such a powerful being, there's no avoiding disaster. With that thought, Zhou Jinyan trembled as he stepped outside. Under Lin Fan's pressure, he could only act like an ordinary person and could not exert his own strength. What is happening? Where did this powerful figure come from? It seems they are coming from my Chongning City. What level of powerful figure is this? This pressure is truly terrifying. Have we offended someone in Chongning? Who is this damned person? I hope this powerful figure does not involve us innocent people. Lin Fan did not care how these people felt. He was not a person who indiscriminately killed innocents, so naturally, he would not harm these people. He came here today not only to destroy the 3 major families, but also to establish his own dominance. Afterwards, he could begin formally establishing the Lin family in the open. Shishue, where are the 3 major families located? Husband, this is the Tian family, one of the 3 major families. Mu Shishua pointed at a manor covering dozens of square kilometers. On either side are the Liu family and the Lin family. With the locations established, things became simpler. Lin Fan no longer hesitated, leading Mu Shishua and the others from above the clouds to the midair of Chongning City. At this moment, anyone who looked up could clearly see them. Everyone in Chongning City, do not be afraid. I am here today only for the Tian Liu and Lin families. I declare that from today onward the three major families will cease to exist. Lin Fan's words reached the ears of everyone in Chongning City. Simultaneously, the pressure released by Lin Fan was no longer directed at them. His actions relieved all the martial artists in Chongning City, except for those from the three major families. As long as this powerful figure was not targeting them, it had nothing to do with them. At that moment, all the martial artists began to gossip. I didn't expect this powerful figure to come for the three major families. It startled me, who I thought I was going to meet. The people from the three major families are really foolish. How could they offend such a terrifying powerhouse? I feel this senior's strength has reached the Purple Mansion realm. Purple Mansion realm? That can't be possible. There are no Purple Mansion realm powerhouses in our Qingyun prefecture. They wouldn't even deign to come here. Why not? Although I have never seen a Purple Mansion realm powerhouse, I have seen a perfected Qi Si realm powerhouse from a distance. The might of that perfected Qi Si realm powerhouse is far inferior to this senior. If that's the case, this senior might really be a Purple Mansion realm powerhouse. It seems the three major families are doomed. Everyone look in the air. The two women beside that powerhouse are the eldest and second daughters of the Mu family, aren't they? Oh, it really is them. I've seen them once, there's definitely no mistake. So that's how it is. The two young ladies of the Mu family have found a great backing. This senior has probably come to avenge their sisters. Haha, the three major families deserve it. Finally, someone is here to take care of them. You're courting death. Be careful not to let the members of the three major families hear you. What's there to fear now? They're already in dire straits. You have a point. If it were before, they definitely wouldn't dare to say such things. The three major families had dominated Chongning City, fearing no one except the city lord. If they dared to speak such words and were overheard, they would likely cease to exist by the next day. Now that the three major families had encountered a formidable enemy, those who had been suppressed for many years naturally did not mind stepping on them. Even those forces slightly weaker than the three major families were secretly rejoicing. Previously, with the existence of the four major families, they had no chance to rise. Just showing their heads would lead to suppression. If someone from their clan was rumored to be gifted, there was also a risk of assassination. But now that the Mu family had been destroyed a year ago and the other three major families were about to meet the same fate today, it was naturally an opportunity for their rise. In stark contrast to their glee and misfortune, the members of the three major families were all in a state of panic. They had already felt Lin Fan's immense power. The mere release of pressure was something they could not withstand. They had no way of knowing how strong his true power was, but such a powerful figure was actually their enemy. In that instant, despair filled the hearts of the three major families. At this moment, the ancestors of the three major families also emerged from their seclusion. Ancestor, what should we do now? This powerful figure is coming for us. This Fire Cloud sect is truly useless. Not only did they lose track of the person, but they also allowed her to find such a strong backing. I said we should never have accepted their benefits. Now the retribution has come. Didn't you take the benefits from the Fire Cloud sect? Are you here now to speak cold words? Alright, what good is it to argue about this now? Let's quickly escape. Everyone that can escape is one saved. Ultimately, the ancestors of the three major families made the same decision to flee. With the ancestors' decision made, the elders of these families began to pack their valuable belongings. They also sent out messages for family members to flee on their own, urging everyone to save themselves. After all, it was too late to stop their escape now. At this moment, aside from the three major families busy fleeing the city, Lord Zhou Jinyan was also very anxious. Even though he was a bit far from Lin Fan's position as a Qi Si realm cultivator, he naturally saw Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu. Initially, he had accepted for spirit stones and benefits from the Fire Cloud sect, which was why he did not intervene when the four major forces attacked the Mu family. Even later, he had also gained the most benefits from the division of the Mu family's assets. Now he was a bit afraid that the Mu sisters would settle the score with him later. No, I must return the Mu family's assets and offer generous gifts. He acted immediately, ordering his subordinates to start preparations. If he delayed, he might end up following in the footsteps of the four major families. Seeing the members of the three major families attempting to escape, Lin Fan would not give them that opportunity. He first went to the sky above the Tian family, directly seizing the storage bags of those individuals. Then with 5 palm strikes, he erased them all. Of course, Lin Fan would not let the treasury go unscathed. The Purple Mansion realm already possessed spiritual sense, and the three major families had no formations for protection. Thus, he could know the location of the treasury with just a thought. Following the same method, the next Liu family and Lin family also met the same fate as the Tian family. In this way, the families that had stood in Chongning City for hundreds of years perished. Watching the three major families be so easily wiped out, the martial artists of Chongning City were left dumbfounded. They had thought there would be an earth-shattering battle. Some even hid far away, fearing being caught in the crossfire. But the result was merely a one-sided massacre with no ability to resist. They had all heard that the Purple Mansion realm was very powerful, but they never expected it to be this powerful. Zhou Jinyan felt a tightness in his chest upon witnessing this scene. So he hurriedly took the prepared items and sought out Lin Fan and the others. Zhou Jinyan pays his respects to the senior. In front of Lin Fan, Zhou Jinyan was extremely humble, even afraid to breathe. "Who are you?" Lin Fan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Without waiting for Zhou Jinyan's response, Mu Shishue spoke up. "Husband, he is the city lord of Chongning City." "So you are the city lord of Chongning City. May I ask what you seek from me?" Lin Fan said lightly. "Senior, I am here to apologize. Please have mercy on me." "Apologize? What have you done wrong?" Lin Fan's voice was soft, but Zhou Jinyan was so frightened that he kept wiping the sweat from his brow. "Senior, I did not stop the four major forces from attacking the Mu family because I received 4 spirit stones from the Huiyan sect. After the Mu family was destroyed, I also acquired a considerable amount of their assets. After all, this matter could easily be investigated, so it was better for him to be honest." "Shishue, what do you think about this matter?" "Husband, since he is returning these resources, let's let it go. After all, he hasn't harmed the Mu family. From his position, it is already commendable that he did not take advantage of our misfortune." The two sisters did not harbor resentment towards Zhou Jinyan. After all, the Mu family did not have a close relationship with the Lord, and they were even competitors in some businesses. He received money and did not harm the Mu family, which was somewhat of a conscience. Moreover, killing a lord now would not be beneficial for the Lin family's future development. Although it was just killing a lord, the court would not take any action. However, doing so would create distrust among other factions within the court towards the Lin family. Hearing the two sisters' words, Zhou Jinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was filled with gratitude towards the two sisters. He was also glad that he did not choose to take action back, then otherwise he would certainly be in trouble today. "Since Shishue and Shiyu are not blaming you, I will let you go. However, I need you to help me integrate the assets of the three major families and the Huiyan sect. At the same time, you are also responsible for eliminating the members of the three major families and the Huiyan sect that are still at large. I hope you will not disappoint me with this matter." After Lin Fan finished speaking, a fleeting aura emanated from him, serving as a deterrent to Zhou Jinyan. "Rest assured, as long as you give me half a month, I will handle this matter perfectly," Zhou Jinyan hurriedly promised. At the same time, he deduced from Lin Fan's words that the Huiyan sect had likely been destroyed. Otherwise, Lin Fan would not have asked him to take over the assets of the Huiyan sect. "All right, then you go and busy yourself." "Yes, senior, I take my leave." After returning to the Lord's mansion, Zhou Jinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure Lin Fan exerted on him was truly immense. Next, he had to complete the tasks assigned by Lin Fan. This was something he must do well. "Butler, Master, do you have any orders?" "You heard what the senior said earlier. Quickly arrange for people to handle this, and make sure there are no mistakes. Otherwise, our Lord's mansion might cease to exist." "Yes, Master, I will arrange this immediately." Once the butler left, Zhou Jinyan quickly began sending messages to the county governor's mansion. There was a master from the Purple Mansion realm appearing in Chongning City, and he had to report this. As for Lin Fan, he had already arrived at the former Mu family manor with Mu Shishue, Mu Shiyu, and Yining Shuang. The Mu family manor spanned over 60 square kilometers, and it could be said to be very large. When the Mu family was at its peak, 100 clan members lived here. After the fall of the Mu family, this manor became Zhou Jinyan's private property. In the past year, Zhou Jinyan had arranged for many servants to maintain it. Now Zhou Jinyan has returned this manor to Lin Fan.